Pam, who blistered the track yesterday, which what was at the time low ET of the Super Street session. Looking to get her dialed in just a little bit better today. That's right. At the time, it was low ET in the entire event. We've since picked it up some. Terry Terrence out of Round Hill, Kentucky, as opposed to Square Corner, Kentucky. Could be. 70 Nova for Terry. Pam's in the S10. Jets getting ready to make the last lap off the top end of the racetrack. Kevin's getting set up. Alex getting set up. Nancy's getting set up. I think we're all ready to go. Just need a couple of race cars going from hither to yon. All righty, let's see if Pam's got that S10 toned down just a skosh. Out of Greenwood RV Rentals. Her and Dave. Let's see if Dave's worked his magic. Put a 1090 in the truck. Terry's off and running. Pam's right alongside. Pam's got to be thinking, I'm doing a whole lot better today. I'm not way out in front like yesterday. 1085's a pair. 1085.7 for Pam. 1085.3 for Terry. Don't know that that's going to qualify him for the shootout, but hey. Marshall Glass, Hopkinsville, Kentucky-based runner, the 70 Nova. Has the unusual taillights in it. Jim Unum up at his deuce. Alan yesterday awarded him Lowrider of the Meet Award at that point in time. Big motored Chevy Nova. Second generation car. This light so far goes to Jimmy. Top end, he goes 1089.9. Missed it by, well, that much. 1092 at 128 by Marshall. Phil Spida's best so far to 10.903. Nick Vogel sang at a 905. Denny Napier at a 907. There's room to play if you want to get in. Ryan Thunderbird. We're out of Tallahassee here on the right-hand side. Little Vega. Reggie Lynch. Neat Nova. Where's the Vega going? Come on. 1089.1, 135. Reggie's got a problem. 1264 to 76 mile an hour lap. So no help there for Reg. Zach running. Rolls in. Here's Denny Napier. Here's one of our guys trying to get it loaded up for the shootout. Little Vega out of Pataskala. Over there just north of Columbus, where I think half the town races. Big block powered, 77 Vega. Zach. Stocker looking like a super street car. Off and running. Can he get her dialed into the 1090 number? 1085 yesterday for Zach. Coming. 1095, 122. 1084 for Denny. No help on his 90 with the 7 lap from yesterday. Mark Erickson's up now. Another one of the Chevy S10s. We have a fleet of S10s here this weekend. If we had an auto parts business here, we could start a rapid delivery service. Kevin Thompson, left side runner. Smith Grove, Kentucky, bluegrass runner. Got that green Olds F85, and that is not your father's Oldsmobile. No, it's Kevin's. 10.909 by Thompson. We got a player. Mark Erickson goes 1087. 149 miles per. John Erickson. Up now, the Monza. Small block combination underneath the hood, and Mark Smith. Hometown runner lives right here in Bowling Green. Right here. Right here. Super Gas looking for you to the lanes now, please. The 990 cars. Come on to the dance. Dance floor is open. Super Gas looking for you to the lanes. Erickson top end, 1093. 126 for speed. Mark Smith, 1092. 135 for Mark. That'll put him up in the number 8 qualifying spot for the shootout. So that's getting close. Rudy Matthews. PJ. North over here on the right-hand side. This is occupation, a singer and songwriter. Been known to be an announcer a time or two. Big motored Chevelle. 602 combination, the big motored Camaro for Rudy. 006 on the tree. Rudy tough in this category. 1091.9. 146. That should put Rudy in. 1088 by PJ. 142 miles an hour. Yep, Rudy's up to the number 7 spot on the qualifying sheet. Got a few more cars to go, though, before we set the field. Lucas Oil and K&N shootout. Bob Armbruster. The old Calais. Small motored Chevrolet, and Brian Shockley up in the Camaro. One of the first generation fleet of Camaros here this weekend. I think we could start a Camaro branch of the Corvette Museum. 1088, 120. Armbruster just misses the show. 1089.9 at 132 miles an hour. Runner out of Clinton. Just a foul quick. Tyler Smith. Jason Hennessy. Jason out of Pleasant Hill, Missouri. Made the tow over with the all Pontiac GTO. Gran Turismo Alavagato. What it really stands for, not gears, tires, and oil. Tyler Smith out of Springfield. That'd be in Tennessee or Ohio or Missouri. Well, anyway. Tyler in the El Camino. 141 miles an hour, 1095, 1096 by Jason Poncho. 150 mile an hour lap for the GTO. Tracy Guffey, Shelbyville. Camaro right side, Jeremy Mason. Camaro left side. Jeremy's got the big block. Tracy's got the little motor. Tracy's car will be out in front to about the half-track mark. Then Jeremy's big block will start making the top-end charge if everything goes according to Hoyle. Of course, then again, who's Hoyle and what's he know? Oh, we thought it was a deck of cards. That's it. 11 and 18. Up, hey, look, it's going according to Hoyle. Small blocks out in front. Here comes the big block on the top end. I love it when a plan comes together. 1065, Jeremy. Son, 147 miles an hour. I got words for you. Throttle stop, 1085 for the mouse-motored machine. Much closer. 1065. Low ET of the session. Pam doesn't have to worry about that today. Brian Richardson left side, up in the Firebird. Johnny LaBousse up in the Dodge. Alan said yesterday, John's been known to drive to the winner's circle before. LaBousse, 557, all Mopar combination underneath the hood of that Dodge. Thankfully, it's a big engine compartment. You can squeeze it all in. Richardson left side, Bird. Bird is the word. Up. Johnny not going to win many races with reaction times like that. Nope. 1055. John backs up his 1053 from yesterday. I don't think that's what he's looking for. 1085 by Brian Richardson. His first lap down the racetrack. LaBousse has now gone 1053 and 1055 on back-to-back laps in a 1090 class. Houston, we have a problem. Yeah, he'll dial it up to a 1090, dial dead on, be 00 on the tree, and say thank you very much. Craig Meyer. Craig had a heck of a weekend last weekend over in Norwalk as we finished the rain-out Indy race he was in the finals of. Then we went to the finals of the Norwalk race. about 48 hours later, and he won that one. So a runner-up and a win in 48 hours on 2 Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series events. Classic old 62 Mopar with a face only Mother Mopar could love. Doug Wood, Standard Brands. Testing Lab, Big Motor Nose, Mobile. 1095, 138, 1087 by Craig. 1094 yesterday. He's kind of dancing all around that 1090 number. He'll be like Caboose. He'll come up in that first round, run a 90. Jimmy Bannister up the little Vega wagon. Super Gas needs you to the lanes, please. Super Gas, 990 cars, your turn. Come on down. Super Gas needs you to the lanes. Ron Strayhorn. Georgia-based Vega right side. Tennessee-based Vega wagon left lane. 1061, 136. Jimmy's a little bit everywhere. 1094 by Strayhorn. 1094.9 at 132. Here's Phil Smythe. Phil, a nice lap yesterday. Wasn't a dead on zero like we had in Super Gas or Super Comp, but he was close. Roger Weaver's Mustang. Indy-based runner for Roger and Judy. Roger gets the fun part. He gets to drive. Super Gas, lanes please. Super Gas needs you to the lane. Roger's off and running. Phil's trying to get her dialed in both ends. 007 this end. Can he run a 900? Can he? Can he? Can he? Close. 1089, 150 by Phil. 1088 by Roger. 137 miles an hour. He goes dancing down the racetrack. Chris Runnels. Neat little truck, little Chevy S10. 434 mouse motored combination for Chris. Rob Foss, right side, Ohio-based. S10, a little bit earlier edition by about 16 years. And another mouse motor. Rob's off, Chris is off. Looking for 90s, trying to set the field for the shootout. Coming, coming, coming. Dead on 2. Rob Foss, 125 miles an hour. That'll play. 1085, 134 by Runnels. I do believe Rob, yes he did, just went to the top of the pack. If somebody runs a 901 or a 900, he's going to be your number 1 qualifier. Rod and Barney Barnhart up in the Chevelle. The Master Blaster car. Big block, 66. In the wagon, Bethany. Crick out of Nortonville. All right, well, we just saw Rob Foss go red leaving the line, then run dead on 2. Bethany runs a 94 after a red line start at 130. Barney takes the Chevelle down track, 1084. 150 miles an hour. Lou Murray, Eureka, Missouri. Watch the Camaro on the right-hand side. That's a very unique launch. Car launches hard, looks like it dies. Does a second little short wheelie, takes off again. Watch. See? Love it when a plan comes together. Lamar Stevens on left side. The In Debt Indeed Camaro. 1097, 154 by Lou Murray's 2 wheel stands per lap event or machine. 1093, 125 by Lamar. I do believe Lamar just joined the crowd of 16. Yes, he did. Mike Ruzica and Ray Dew. Ray, a multi-time division champ down in Division 4. In fact, the current reigning champion. Over here on the right-hand side, the Chevy Nova. Mike Ruzica alongside, 440 cubic inch, 70 Duster. 009 on the tree for Mikey. 1091 at the other end at 127. 1088 by Ray. He's gone 1088 and 1088. I think he's ready. Super Gas lanes, please. Super Gas. You want to get into the Super Street Shootout? Need to be a 1094.2 or better. Greg Parsons not there yet. He's another multi-time division champion. Driving Ola Gocher's Sluggo, Chevy over there in the left lane. 1095 for Greg yesterday. Ricky Ship, 56 Chevy Bel Air. Nope, excuse me, 210. Here on the right-hand side. Shoebox Chevy. Laid down a 1097 number yesterday. Super Gas needs you to the lanes, please. Super Gas needs you. Staging lanes, please. Your turn. Come on down. How about a pair of double O's? 009, Greg Parson. 005, Rick Ship. Coming. 1086, 134. For Ship, 1087 by Greg. 146 miles an hour. Neither one of those players will be in the shootout. This is the final shot at it. Steve Eckert up. The Oldsmobile. Another runner out of that town named Pataskala. Up in the Buckeye State, Greg Hortzman. Festus, Missouri. 1961 Ford Falcon. Brad Frederick sitting at home in Kearney, Nebraska going, why isn't my Falcon there? Should be. Could be. Sometimes that thing called work just gets in the way. 1085, 149 by Eckert. How about the Falcon? 10904. Backed it up with a 1091 from yesterday. So the Ford's in. Up into that number 3 qualifying spot. Rob Kropfeld and Ricky Ship. Saw Rick go down track in the 56. Here's Ricky. Back in the big block Nova. Right-hand side run. Kropfeld out of Ohio. Another Vega wagon. I haven't seen this many Vega wagons since 1971 when I worked for a Chevrolet dealer. We had them lined up on the back row of the lot. 1084, 132 by Kropfeld. 1088 by Ricky. 147 miles an hour. And we go 0 for 2 on that. Right now you want to be in 1094, 2 or better. Bitsy Satterley's 1094-3. Riding the bump on the quick 16. John Gaster. Camaro left side. Kim McNichol. Pontiac Grand Prix. Over here in the right-hand lane. Got the leather, got the buckets. Cruising on through. 1059. Whoa, kidding. 129 miles an hour. That might be a bit much. 1092 for Castor. 134 miles an hour. Bitsy just got bumped out of the quick 16. Castor got bumped in. But look, lo and behold, who's up next? Bitsy Satterley. You got a lady out of Lawrenceburg, Kentucky, up on her Camaro left side. Ray Todd the right. Bitsy's car off the line. Makes a little move towards the center stripe. Settles it back down. Now working towards the other end. Ray and Mary working the Nova down track. Ray goes through 1094-5. 122. I think Bitsy just knocked on the door and said, let me back in, please. 10903 at 132, and I think I just heard that door open up. Bitsy snuck back into the show. Ray's going to miss it by that much. Morgan Speranzo Hoda up in the Dairy Queen machine. Big block. Sunset Racing Equipment powered. 69 Camaro there on the left side. She laid down a 1091 yesterday. Wayne Kelly, the Malibu. Out of Mount Vernon. This is Wayne's busy time of the year. He is a swimming a pool contractor. Jahan. Starting to get busy. Race them when you can. Wayne on the right side. Malibu, big motor. Morgan. Left side, bigger motor. Waiting. There she is. Super Gas, need you in the lanes, please. Super Gas, you're not in the lanes, you're late, you're tardy. Alan's going to be going tisk at you shortly if you're not here. Kelly, 1091.6, he's playing. 138 miles an hour, 1089 by Morgan. She's a tad quick by a grand, but she was already in. Lamar Stevenson's 1093 Ott. Now's the bump spot. Don Strickland up. Boss man. Right side, Red Bay, Alabama. Steve Funderburg. First lap at the racetrack, gets one shot to make the shootout. Can he? Will he? Nope, not with 11:22. Strickland's not going to either with the 10:85 at 132 miles an hour. So Don and Steven go 0-for on that pair as far as getting into the K&N and Lucas Oil shootout. Nick Vogelsang, he's already in. That's the Looney Tunes. Chevy Nova for the electrician there on the left side. He's already wired himself into the show with the 10.905 right now, right side. Kennedale, Texas based runner. Him and Deb travel the country and go racing. I do believe this is Ed's car. Sometimes he asks Deb if he can drive her stocker. She often says yes. Pit Stop Cafe down in Kennedale, Texas. If you're ever in the area, south side of Fort Worth, stop in for breakfast. Tell them I told you to say hi. 1093, 141. Ed misses by that much. 1085 by Nick. He was already in. Slowed up to 95 mile an hour terminal speed. Pair of Chevy Deuces. First generation right side. Second generation left lane. Hinkle. James. Right side. Small block 64 Nova. Schmidt. Robert. Left side. Budweiser lane. Big block. In the 67 post. Out of the gate they go. Neither driver in the shootout yet. 10.92.9 or better to get in. Coming. Top end. 10.901 by Hinkle. Hey, hello. We got a new player. 123 miles an hour. Schmidt goes 10.86. 143 miles an hour. In fact, we have a new number one qualifier. Hinkle jumps up. You want to get in play now? 10.92.5 are better to get into the show. Andy's not in. Michelle's not in. Andy's in the left side Corvette. Michelle's in the right lane Camaro. Big motor for Michelle, the runner out of Virginia. Here on the right-hand side. She's coming down from the home of the Edmund Fitzgerald. Up in Chippewa Falls. Michelle's still got problems. She had issues yesterday with the Camaro. They worked on it overnight. 10.92.8. 134 by Andy. What did I say it took to get in? As Michelle goes 14.07. Said it took a 10.92.6. Andy missed it by that much. And that is not that yet. Got a few more to go. Got a few more pair. James Hinkle. Rob Foss, Phil Smida, Bitsy Satterley, Gary Horseman, Nick Vogelsang, Denny Napier, Kevin Thompson, Morgan Speranza-Hoda, Mike Ruzica, Wayne Kelly, Rudy Matthews, Tyler Smith, Mark Smith, Marshall Glasson, last but not least, John Castor. Those cars so far in the show. Andy Field goes 10.92.8 and misses the dance by a couple of thousandths of a second. Close, but no cigar. Super Gas, you're not in the lanes. We're fixing to run without you. Super Gas, 990 cars. Need you to the lanes, please. Super Gas to the lanes. Final qualifying shot for your shootout opportunity. A little starting line prep. A little doctoring of the start line. A little scrub real quick in the water box. Fresh spray for everybody. Brian Horton coming in. Brian had a good weekend. He won the event from Indy at Norwalk. Yeah. 565 cubic inch big motor Chevelle and Steve Dominguez. Steve is a government contractor. And I could tell you what he did for a living, but, well, then he'd have to kill you because you can't know. Derby, Kansas. Out there were all them twisters, and Dorothy and Toto, and lions and tigers and bears. Oh, my. Been going on all week. Multi-time national event finalist. JEGS All-Star rep. Stevie over there on the left side. 10.77 yesterday. Stevie's got a low 90. Cranked into the Camaro this morning. Brian looking to improve on his 10.47. See, Pam Keener was only low ET until Brian ran yesterday. 10.67. Brian slows it up some. Steve slows it up a couple. But 10.79 is not going to make the shootout. Nuh-uh. Ryan Richardson up. Greenbrier, Tennessee-based runner. 11.03 out of the Chevy Nova. A little small block, 4.06 combination for the runner. Blake Richardson right side, the S10. Another one of our S10. I'm telling you, we had an auto parts store we could deliver in a hurry. Wheels up, wheels down for Blake. Starting the top in charge. Super Comp needs you to lanes, please. Super Comp, 1080 and 1088. Ryan doesn't at 132. Blake doesn't make it at 133. Final Super Streetcar in the lanes, Danny Weaver. Danny's not in. Danny, here's the deal. 1092.5 or better, and you're going to be a player in the shootout. 1092.6 or slower, or quicker than 1090, and you're going to be a spectator for the shootout. That's the deal. Here's your opportunity. It's all yours. Holly Pond, Alabama. Holly Pond. Professor Peabody fire up the Wayback Machine. We go back to the early days when the city council elected to call it Holly Pond and find out why. Inquiring minds want to know. 1087, 128. Danny will be a spectator. Not going to be a player for the K&N and Lucas Oil shootout in the 1090 category as we go from Super Street to Super Gas. I'm going to turn it over to Alan because, well, Alan's getting ready to smack me around a little bit and say, no, it's my turn. Oh, yeah, you would. Morning, Farron. Nice to have everybody on the grounds this weekend. Knock on the door of a whole lot of race cars, 600-ish on the grounds, getting ready to partake of a glorious day here at Beach Bend. Glad to have everybody here. 1090 cars are done for their second qualifier. Super Gas getting ready to give it a shot. We've set our field. It's your turn, Alan.
Hey, Bob.
Yeah?
Get out of my way.
Okay, I'm moving.
I think I hurt my hand. Hi, gang.
That'll teach you.
Yeah, I'm kind of a slow learner. Super Comp, come on down. Your turn. Super Comp, to the lanes, please. What did I just do? Not what I wanted to do. Okay, I'm on it now. As we begin the next chapter, everybody's shooting for a 990. Everybody's shooting for the shootout. Window is wide open. All you got to do is run better than 996. Piece of cake. I could do that. White Noose over there in the truck. He's already in. George Warren over here. And the Mustang is not already in. And he's still not already in. I know that's not good grammar, but it's true. 9.805, 139 for George, 986 for the farmer, and now it's John May in the S10. How many S10s did Bob have? Lots? Loads? Many? Richard Spradlin over here in the Chevy 2. He is in right now. A little extra cash put up by Lucas and K&N. For the quick 16, actually not the quick 16, but the best 16 qualifiers against the 990. Troy Coughlin Jr. is not trust me. His 9,900 yesterday pretty much locked him in. 985, 156, John, 986. 145, Richard. Super comp. Oh, attention in the pits. Super comp. Come on, please. Here's Sherman Adcock. For Peak. Antifreeze coolant, Blue Death, and Dan Poole. Dan Toole goes 992, which puts him on the sheet for now. Kenny Sanders and Don Canty. $976, Don Gandy. I got my vowels mixed up. 982 for Kenny Sanders at 136. $987, 140 for Bob. Kelly also goes 987. Make that 887. Wow, 887? Kelly's got low ET of super gas. That's not going to get you anything, but Steve Theodore and Rob Steigel. That Chevy 2 wagon is kind of cool. I mean, that Chevy 2 wagon kind of stuff. I wonder where JEGS wagon is. They should have brought JEGS wagon. Let me drive it. Oh, I don't want to hear that had to work. He still could have loaned me the car. 9909. Rob, welcome to the qualified field. 987, 162 for Steve. Rob, dead on 9, goes to the number 2 spot behind only that TJ. That means Joe Harper and John Taylor. Joe in the Firebird. Make that the Avenger. John in the S10. Make that the Dodge Dakota. Hey, if you're going to mess up, you might as well mess up everything. That's right. There's one thing you can say about me. He might be an idiot, but he's always an idiot. I actually drove JEGS wagon in competition one time. I did. It was a JEGS U.S. Open bracket race at Indy. Or no, was it Columbus? No, it was Indy. It was Indy. I believe it was Father's Day weekend. Jeggy was there racing Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Wanted to go home for Father's Day. Had a little conversation. I said, what are you going to do with the wagon? He says, just going to be sitting there. You want to drive it? I said, gee, let me think about that for a while. Yes. So I raced it in competition. Is there anybody here that was there that weekend? No? Okay, then I went to the final. 989, 161 for John Taylor, 2 thou red, 6 thou quick, 1001, 158 for Joe Harper. I actually got like spanked first round. But it is a pretty cool wagon. I think I'm the only guy on the planet, and will probably always be the only guy on the planet, that has driven Jaggy's wagon and Jason Lyne's wagon. You didn't know Jason had a wagon? Oh. Let me introduce you to the Jason wagon. Jim Repka in the Camaro, Trisha Allen. Trisha's number 16 right now at 996, and well, I don't think I'm talking behind her back, telling her that's not going to be good enough. Oh, but that will be dead on 3 for Trisha. Moves all the way up to the number 2 spot, 988, 161 for Jim Repka, who was number 11, got bumped to number 12. That's Skeeter Wayne on the left side. That's TJ on the right side. That's your number one qualifier there in the yellow and black for our good friends and sponsors at JEGS. 987. 166. Skeeter Wayne goes 987 at 139. Super Comp, come on down, please. Super Comp, come on down. Bob Prose and Keith Huckstep on the racetrack now. Keith goes 994 at 156, and for now, that'll sneak him in. He's number 14. Bob goes 984, so yesterday, 1011, today 984. He's got that 990 surrounded. Jim Perry, former world champion, the truck, and Jerry Vergadamo, the Trilla. Both of them go way too quick. Perry goes 983. Triller goes 985. Troy's still number 1. Trish number 2. Rob number 3. Ronnie Maggart now at 995. 9 is the break to sneak your way in there. As Steve Eckert and Steve Whitlow pull up. $993, $164 for Steve Eckert. Steve Whitlow goes $997. And let's see, $993 for Steve Eckert. That'll sneak him in for now, number 14. So Rusty Cook is now on the bump. Ronnie Maggart just got bumped out. Yes. Nobody's going to know that. It's a rental car. Last chance if this is your rented red Fusion behind the tower. Tow truck's on the way. Bill Jackson goes nowhere. Steve Hoyt goes that away. Towards yon. Is that what you said? This is hither, that's yon? I'm learning. It's Kentucky dialect. 991 yesterday, 991 today for Steve Hoyt as they push Bill Jackson back. Steve Hoyt at 991.3 is actually going to pick up a spot. TJ still showing everybody how it's done. Then Tricia, then Rob, then Dwight. Hopefully for Bill, whatever the issue is something that they can get repaired and turned around and back up here. Of course, they have until tomorrow because today is like shootout day, class elimination day. Matt Tankersley within that big old GTO. Paul Richardson in that not-so-big old Forenza. Dead on 8, Paul Richardson. Welcome to the world of the qualified. He's now number 3, behind Tricia and behind TJ. And Matt Tankersley goes 9.93.7, and that's now the bump. So Matt sneaks in. Keith Huckstep is out. Rusty Cook got bumped a minute ago. And it's getting tougher and tougher. Vince Damrow and Craig Anderson. Up next, Vince over there in the 89 model Camaro and Big Head for Circus Motorsports out of Texas. Both of them pretty good on the ball. Both of them a little quick on a racetrack. 88 to an 88. Had that been a race, we're going to see races like this. 007 taking 2 thou. Craig would have come out on the right side of the map. Not that it was a race, but 10 on the tree, 988 wasn't good enough in the other lane. Justin Mosier now. As in Mosier, as in engineering. As in they make driveline stuff. And Ronnie Maggart in that big old heavy Chevy. Now, Ronnie was in a minute ago, and he got bumped out a minute ago. Now he's trying to bump back in. Click bang. Oh, 985. That's not going to do it. 154. 991, however, for Justin. Puts him right in the middle at the number 8 spot. Now it's Steve Eckert riding the bump at 993. Matt Tankersley just got bumped out, and since he's already ran, well, he won't be a part of this. All right, quick quiz. I want you to test your memory banks. When is the last time you saw an AMC Gremlin? I don't mean yesterday. I mean, when's the last time other than that one? You're not helping, Bob. Wow, that thing does a wheel stand coming off the throttle stop as well. Remember the old commercials? Hey, where's the rest of your car, Toots? How can you not like somebody that sees a Gremlin and thinks it'd make a great race car? Connie Rudy goes 10.07, so she's getting better, but still not good enough. 10.500 for Tom Baker, who's 0.6 away from glory or a possible win light. Troy still leading the pack. Tim Powell, 10.03 yesterday. Larry Rodel, 9.86 yesterday. So the guy in the left lane needs to speed up. The guy in the right lane needs to back up. Everybody with a super comp car needs to come up to the staging lanes, that is. Both drivers good on the tree, but it's not about the tree. It's about the track. 9.62 for Tim. Well, he sped up half a second. He needed to speed up 1/10 of a second. 9.88 over here on the JEGS.com side of the racetrack. And that's not a bad practice run, but it's not a good qualifying run, if you catch my drift. That'll bring up Marcus Bush, teacher out of Illinois. Marcus had a good weekend last weekend, if memory serves. And Leo Zenda out of the Ring and Pinion Shop. What if you just wanted a ring without a pinion? Could Leo help you with that? Or if you just wanted a pinion without a ring? It's like I can't afford a whole ring and pinion. Can I just buy the ring and then I'll come back and get the pinion later? 987 Marcus. 988 Leo. Leo's sitting in the number 10 spot right now. Marcus sitting in the not in qualified spot right now. And here comes Alan Bush, who you know sitting in his car shaking his head going, kid. I set you up to qualify. Quick whomp and you're in. And Teddy Barlow. From right here in Bowling Green. Teddy's playing a home game. The good news is you get to sleep in your own bed. The bad news is you got to make your own bed. What? Well, I guess you don't have to, but I'm saying like the magic elves aren't going to come by and make it for you like they do at my place. 985 Teddy. 987 Allen. So Allen and Marcus set up just about the same program. A couple of ticks on the quick side. Tim Gillespie now and Brian Richardson. Brian is a delivery driver when he's not driving this thing. That car doesn't have a very big trunk. I wonder what he delivers. Maybe he delivers thumb drives. You can put a lot of thumb drives in one of those things. I got a question for you. If you're going to ship bubble wrap, how do you package it? I think about things like this. You want to make sure it doesn't get damaged. Last time you have somebody drop your bubble wrap. Brian Richardson's car makes a hard move to the left. Then he cranks it back to the right. Then he charges down to the top. Goes 987, 144. 992 for Tim Gillespie. That'll sneak him in. 92.5 will put him number 11, tied with Leo Zenda. Troy Jr. still number 1. What did your bump end up being, Bob? 92, it was 92 something, right? 92.6 was yours? Mine's at 93.0. So far the Super Street guys are showing up the Super Gas guys. I mean, I'm just pointing out the facts. Here comes Edmund Richardson, who's number 12, and Devin Eisenhower, who's not. Edmund in the Corvette over there on the left side. He's been doing this a long time. He's pretty good at it. His kids ain't bad either. And Edmund's 992 right now has got him in a shootout. Look at the reaction times. Both of them in the double O zone. Drivers practice, cars qualify. Devin goes 986. Yesterday was 1006, so he picked up, but he picked up too much. 989 for Edmund. He's just playing, just teasing, I tell you. Just goofing. Bob Cochran and Sean Langdon. Now, Sean Langdon is the bump at 993. And Sean Langdon is going to have a bounty on his head come tomorrow. I decided to bounty all the guys that are like pro racers out here because, well, I can. Cochran over there on the left side out of Corky's Car Clinic. Say that 3 times fast. Langdon goes 988, 168. So now he'll just have to wait and see if he holds on to that bump spot to be in the shootout. 983, 161 for Bob Cochran. Here comes the champ, Jake Elrod, who is not yet qualified. Team Sunoco and K&N over there on the left side, and Brian Folk, who is yet qualified. All right, champ. Better than 993? Not better than 9900. You got a little 300s window there to sneak in. I do like the LED tail lights. Okay, not anymore. They're mesmerizing now. Now they're hypnotizing. Folk out of Illinois, the champ out of Ohio. Sean Langdon is at risk. Sean's hanging on by the fingernails. 897, 169, Brian. 994, 159 for Jake. Here comes Rusty Cook, not yet qualified, and Jeff Lopez. Ooh, not yet qualified. I don't know how to break this to you, Sean, but you're in a precarious situation right now. In at 9930. Rusty Cook on the left side, Team Ohio Crankshaft, out of Kentucky, of course, because, well, if you live in Kentucky, you should name your business Ohio. And Jeff Lopez, out of Irving, Texas, home of the Cowboys. This old song, Mamas, Don't Let Your Babies Grow Up to Be. 9909, Jeff Lopez, you're in. 9920, Rusty Cook, you're in. Lopez goes to number 5. Rusty goes to number 11. The bump now is Richard Spradlin at 992. And Jim Repka and Sean Langdon just got bounced. Boing. Wait a minute. I think I have a bounce. I do have a sound effect for that. Well, it's not exactly a bounce, but here, try this on for size. Colin Becker, student out of Missouri. Robert Rowan, technician out of Kansas. Neither driver qualified. It's getting more and more difficult every time a car goes down. 986. Good time run. Too quick to qualify. 1023. 162 for Robert. That's not what we were looking at. The bump now is Richard Spradlin. The bump now is 992.8. We are 2 cars away from besting the Super Streeters. And we're just about out of it. Jeff Jensen didn't get down a racetrack yesterday, so he's not in. Team Scruples. Budweiser side. Yes, dead on 4. 157. Jeff, welcome to the shootout. Jumps up into the number 3 spot. Now Don Gandhi is on the bump, and Richard Spradlin just got bumped. Like a big hip check into the boards. I think we got another car or two back here. Super Comp, if you're not in the staging lanes, you are tardy. Three more? All righty. Joe Fisher, the little red Corvette, not yet qualified, out of Racer RVs. And Rob Cropfield in the white vet. It's like all 63 vets all the time. Joe Fisher out of Racing RVs, which has gotten heavily involved in the Top Dragster and Top Sportsman program. You know how we feel about that? Woo-hoo! Neither driver's in. If they both go 992.5 or better, we will outdistance the Super Street guys. Not like that. 952 to a 985. No, Todd Sensen, he's getting out of his car, so apparently he's not going to take a crack at it. By my unofficial count, TJ, number one. Actually, we can make that official. He went 9,900 yesterday. We kind of liked his chances there. Tricia Allen second, Jeff Jensen third, Paul Richardson 4, Rob Stiegel 5, Jeff Lopez 6, and they are all 990 something. Then Dwight Newston, Steve Hoyt, Brian Folk, Justin Mosier, and Warren Bays at 991 something. Rusty Cook, Leo Zenda, Tim Gillespie, Edmund Richardson, and Don Gandhi. Get ready to shoot it out later on, because you guys made it. Cash up for grabs, courtesy of K&N Filters, the world's best air filter, and Lucas Oil, made in America, sold to the world. Thank you guys for kicking in a little extra cash for our super shootouts. We're also going to have a little shootout for the top 4, Top Dragster, Top Sportsman, and Competition Eliminator. We'll have class eliminations coming up in stock and super stock later on today. There's a jam-packed full Saturday. Where's my tow truck? I want to tow a Fusion. Where's my tow truck? I want to tow a Fusion. Super Comp coming out next. By the way, the bump ended up at 992.7. That means Super Street did a better job. Now we'll find out what kind of job Super Comp can do. And speaking of guys that do a better job, here's Bob.
Got a sound effect on there. Goes bada bing, bada boom. Well, Ed, what do you got? What do you got? Dutch Stamper and Ron Finney getting ready to roll in. Ron on the right side has that day glow greenish yellow 32 Bantam. Runner coming over from the Hoosier State, Dutch. Here on the left side. Long skinny card like we had in the video. $883, 157. Right side, 952, 115, Budweiser lane. We go over. You want to get in the shootout, settle down, screen. Got to be quicker than 893.5. Ryan Richardson went 8,900 yesterday. I think he'll stay in. Shannon Minji probably going to be there too. Dick Krieger, Rick Forish. Dick left side, Rick right side. Dick looking to come back to Beach Bend. Take home another Wally. It won back many years ago, like at the first race. 884, 148 for Krieger. 886, 183 for Rick. Both of those drivers just a tad quick. Austin Williams. Austin in the show right now for the shootout. 891.9 yesterday. Marshall Glass up in his 23 tee bucket. Small block combination, right side. Austin coming off the win last weekend over in Topeka Town. Glass is in the show. Maybe. If he can get in on this run. 9:01 yesterday. Needs to go 8:9:01 today. How about an 8:9:09? Like I said, he's in the show. 150 miles an hour, 884 by Austin to touch quick on that one. Of course, he knew he was in. Scott Vanderwalker. Now the bump at an 893 to get into the shootout. Shannon Minji up. He's in. Now Shannon, number 2. He's over on the right-hand side. The electrician out of Illinois. Eric Wilkerson making a toe. First shot at the racetrack. Eric, you want in? 893.3 or better for the shootout. Shannon's already in. He doesn't have to worry about it. Eric left side. Coming down from Hoosier State. A metallurgist by the week, or during the week. Racer on the weekend. Just like the great and powerful Oz, pay no attention to the red light. 887, 160 by Wilkerson. No lap there for qualifying. 885, Shannon on the right side. Bob Wolcott, Jeff Mandel. Bob left side, Jeffrey right side. Super Comp, you're not in the lanes, you're late. Tardy. Bob out of Georgia, aircraft mechanic during the week. Keep spinning the wrenches on the weekend. $887, $182 by Mandel. $883, $174 by Mr. Walcott. Megan up on the left side, just graduated. Dragstersforsale.com entry. She's in. 8903. Troy Jr. right side. 8890. The JEGS mail order. Big Block Chevrolets. Often make the comment that if I had $1 for every Big Block Chevrolet on the grounds this weekend, you and I and several of our friends would go to the nearest Ruth Chris Steakhouse, have dinner, cocktails, dessert, leave the waiter or waitress a pretty nice tip. 889, 181 by Troy, 876 Megan. Megan stays in the shootout. Troy doesn't make the shootout. But he's got her dialed pretty tight. 889 a pair for Junior. Scott Vanderwalker. Scott wants to run just a touch better than his 893. Because right now he's the bump spot for the shootout. At 893.4, 570 cubic inch, all Mopar combination. The Dodge Viper. And a Lincoln. Now we got it going again. Yeah, all right. Here we go. Can he do it? 888, 160. Nope. 875 for Steve Bueller. Profab car here on the JEGS lane. He'll miss the shootout. Scott now has to keep his fingers crossed, probably his toes as well, because that 893.4 is a precarious perch. Because Elizabeth Lopez getting ready to come up. She's not in. Zach Papp, right side. Youngster out of Charleston, Illinois. He's not in. And I got to tell you, that 893.4 I do not believe is going to stay. Back right side, Elizabeth left side. 893, 3 or better, and you're in. 883, that's a little too quick. 176, Zach doesn't make it. 881 for Elizabeth. Mrs. Lopez, no show for the shootout. Johnny Deacons, Craig Anderson, big head, right side. Circus Motorsports team player and the official trackside support person for Moroso. Located right over here on the outside of the staging lanes. If you're in need for a little assistance for your Moroso products or auto meter, he's got them on hand. Johnny Deacons, left side. Kentucky-based runner making a short toe down from Louisville. Had to have his class session yesterday. Teach Allen how to say Louisville. 901 by Big Head. 185. He won't play. 919 by Johnny. Boys and girls, we're looking for 890s, not 9-0s. Jim Jarkaris and Bill Rudy. Next two contestants in on Can You Get in the Show? Bill's already in. 891 yesterday out of the Lima, Ohio-based machine. Jim Jarkaris, left side runner. Seeing if he can get in. 899 lap yesterday for Jimmy. Bill, coming. 893, 4, 165. Good thing he had that 891 yesterday. Jarkaris goes 8 down at the other end of the racetrack. George Kahele. Up next, Budweiser Lane. He's in with an 892-2. He'd like to get off that number 15 spot, run a little bit better. Rose Richardson right side, the P&R Express runner. First shot at the racetrack for Rose. I got to tell you, at 893-4, I will be dumbfounded if it stays in. Because there's still cars coming around the corner. Kahele with an 885. How about Rose? 8906. Welcome to the shootout, Rose. And the bump spot. Now becomes Scott Vandewalkers. 890 lap. Tyler Kahele up left side. 895. Angela Neely right lane. Angela's first shot at the racetrack. Looking to see what she can do. Purchasing manager. Getting lined up, dialed in, ready to go. Here on the JEGS side. Tyler in the left lane. Tyler's 895. Close, but no cigar. Angela had mule problemos yesterday. Made it to the starting line, but couldn't make it any further. Had to get the 4 horsemen out there on the starting line to push her backwards. Get her out of the way. 005 on the tree, coming. Top end, 885, 172. 887 left side. 181. Sherman Adcock. Peak antifreeze. Car coming up next. Billy Riddles, Brighton, Michigan-based runner. Right-hand side of the racetrack. Sherman's in. He's number 8 for the shootout with an 891 1 lap yesterday. $886 is a pair. Sherman 886.6. Bill Riddle goes 886.0. Both of them 174 plus on the mile per hour range. Dennis Klein, Kathy Wober. Kathy's in. She's lucky number 13 for the shootout. 891.6 yesterday for the Wildfire L&W Roofing System entry out of Palm City, Florida. Klein out of Athens, which we all know is down in Alabama. Not over across the pond in that grease country. Attention in the pits, please. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. A through H stock automatic needs you to lanes, please. A through H stock automatic needs you to lanes. Kathy, 885. 168, 913 by Dennis. We go over on that pair. Good thing Kathy was already in. Again, stock eliminator. Attention in the pits. A, stock automatic. B, stock automatic. C, stock automatic. D, stock automatic. E, F, G, and H, stock automatic. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, stock automatic. Needs you to lanes, please. Phil Smite up. Phil made the show in Super Street. Can he do it here in Super Gas or Super Comp? 894 yesterday. Goes 885 today. Well, if he'd split the difference, it would have been good. 883 by Greg Camplain. Chuck Ridenour, left side. Runner out of Indiana. Race Tech chassis car. Leo Zinda out of the Rig and Pinion Shop. I don't think Alan's ever heard my tale about Leo. Leo also has a marriage counseling service on the side. Because once you give him the ring, you're going to get the pinion. Talking to Leo about that yesterday, he says, I love it. Just keep going. He says, I laugh every time I hear it. But he doesn't hear it much because he's in the car. Clinton Township, Michigan based runner. Leo's not in. Chuck Ridenour's first shot at the racetrack. Let's see if he can go. 890. Nope. 887, 173. 885 by Leo at 180 miles an hour. So Leo will be a spectator for the shootout. Again, A through H, stock, automatic. Need you the staging lanes, please. Round one, class elimination. Come on down. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. Stock automatic cars. Need you the lanes, please. Ricky Hughes. Jerry Mellis up. Rick, left side runner. His first shot at the racetrack for the A&A transmission machine there on the left-hand side. Mellis not in the show. His M&M car out of Indiana. Over in the JEGS lane. The bump to get in, still 8, 9, 3, 4. Haven't changed. And I am surprised. See how well Rick does on his first lap down the racetrack, 893.9. So close, yet so far away. Jerry Mellison, 885 lap at 161. He comes up short for the shootout. Dave Forbes, not in. Scott Lamar, not in. At least the shootout. David out of Horse Cave, Kentucky. Making a toe up. Or should I say over? Yeah, well, you get the idea. Scott Lamar made the toe up. He's all the way from Florida. Or as that singer call it, Florida? Yeah, Florida. Down to Sunshine State. Lots of money dangling out there if you can get in the shootout. 888, 178 isn't going to do it. 907, 176 isn't going to do it. Dave picks up too much. Scott doesn't pick up enough. And an offer. In the 893-4, Scott Vandenwalker riding that bump spot. Joe Tankersley, Pontiac GTO, full-bodied door car here in Supercomp. Jimmy Hinkle on the right side, living the dream. Tankersley there in the left lane. Coming, top end, 8.890. Thanks for playing. 159, Hinkle, an 887 lap. 169 miles an hour. Bell Jackson right side. Problems with the scratch here in Super Gas. See what he can do here in Super Comp. 886, 169. Danny Waters on the left-hand side. Mosier Car goes 887, 178, so he misses the show. We go 0 for 2 again in that 893-4. Still precariously perched, but still doable. Bob May, Jeff Taylor, Jeffrey right side. Jeff, Patty, and Chad competing in numerous of vehicles this weekend. Jeffrey, an 897 lap yesterday. Robert was all over the place with a 12-second lap. And when you're looking for 890s and you're running 12s, well, let's just say you're not having a very good day. Let's hope Robert's Saturday is so much better than his Friday. $892.1. Hello, Robert. 170 miles an hour. 884. 178 by Jeffrey. At 892.1 throws Robert May into the number 15 spot. He makes the show. George Kahele, 892.2. Now the bump. Say goodbye to Scott Vandenwalker. He just got bumped out. Now it takes an 892.1 or better to get in, and that's what Robert just ran. TJ Coleman coming up now. He's already in. That's car on the right side. Jeremy Mason out of Lexington. That's car in the Budweiser lane, left side. He's not in. In fact, Jeremy didn't even get a run down the racetrack yesterday. One shot for the reigning Super Cup champ to get into the shootout here at the JEGS SportsNationals. Presented by Quick Fuel Technology. 884, 176. Well, he's not in the show, but he can tune from that. 886, $159 here on the right-hand side. $886.0 a pair. Kara left side. 167. Right side through it, 175. Neither driver will improve. Brian Horton. Bob Prose. Bobby left lane out of Terre Haute. $8.99 for Robert yesterday. That's the runner in the Bud lane. $8.96 for Brian here on the JEGS side on his Friday. Shot down the racetrack. Front motored slingshot style doing his burnout. $8.86 by Brian Horton. $8.85 by Robert Prost. Neither driver going to make the show for the shootout. Get the tip of the cap. Thanks going out to Lucas Oil, K&N, for their support. Butch Tennant, little mouse-motored Chevrolet front engine dragster, really trying to do things a little bit different for all these big block powered rear engine machines. Mark Buttram out of O'Fallon over to Show Me State, a financial analyst. Little mouse-motored machine hustling and bustling its way down track. $8.98. 121 by Mark Buttram. $8.88 at 181. Again, A stock automatic, B stock automatic, C stock automatic, D stock automatic, E stock automatic, F stock automatic, G stock automatic, and last but not least, A stock automatic. We need you drivers with your cars to the staging lanes, please. Round one. Class eliminations. Michelle Furrup. Michelle, problems with the Camaro and Super Street. Not in the show. 1097 out of the Super Comp yesterday. Todd Cincinnati right side. He's in. He's number 5 for the shootout with an 8.909. Past division champ. See if both up could do here in this session. Michelle looking to improve a bump. Love to get into the show. Goes 884. 178, 884, 175 by Todd. Jacob Elrod in now. Past champ, wheeling the Mosier Engineering, Bruzy Trans, Sunoco fuel machine. And Britt Cummings, part of that Mosier Engineering. Cummings clan out of Hammond, Louisiana. Britt right side, not in the show. Jacob left lane, not in the shootout either. A couple of named drivers, big guns, hard hitters. So far, not part of the shootout. Boys, you want in, 892-1 or better. Britt's got problems. He's not going to do it. How about Jacob? 8.907. That'll play, as they say. 177. 13-second lap for Britt that time around, and his Mosier Engineering car is just not being cooperative. Number 1 qualifier, Ryan Richardson up. He's the runner in the Bud lane. Scott Lehman, Tennessee-based machine over here on the JEGS side. Ryan yesterday went 8, 9, a 0, and a 0. About as good as you can do. 13 on the tree this time around. See what kind of a number he can put together other end. Here comes Ryan. 885 at 180, 891. Say hello to Scotty. He's playing. Scott jumps into the number 15 spot with an 891.6. You want to get in now, you got to run an 891.8. And if you do that, you're going to bump out last week's Topeka winner, Austin Williams. Because right now, that's the bump for the Quick 16 shootout. Jim Wilbur, left side, the 23T-based machine. Tom Marlowe, right side. Thomas, Jimmy, looking to get down the racetrack, put a good number up on the board. If they can make the show, that's great. Right now, both of them looking at a run down a quarter mile. JEGS Sportsnationals. Young Mr. Marlowe out of Mesquite, Texas. The drag's on the right-hand side. 886, 172. How about Jimmy? Hey, Austin, you just got bumped. 8907, Jim Wober. 146 miles an hour. Justin Mosier, Cole Cummings, third-generation racer out of that Cummings clan. Cole on the right side. Works with Dad on parking lot maintenance. They're the ones out there that put that seal coat down, put them fresh yellow stripes on that are too close together. Because I can't get my big F-150 in. And just F-150 is not that big. When you try to squeeze 300 stalls into a 275 stall parking lot, they get a little narrow. 8902 Justin, he's in the show. 892.7 by Cole, close. No cigar, 180 miles an hour. Mark Meyer and Rick Legault. 891.5 now are better to get in. Rick Legault to right lane. Louisiana runner here. JEGS side. 8888 at 166.99. Talk about a full house. 895 at 173 by Meyer. He's not going to be in the shootout. David Eisenhower. Devin left side. He's a carbon fiber specialist. He either A, wears gloves, or B, cusses a lot because he's got them carbon fiber splinters in his hand. Them suckers are tough. James Repka, right side. Ray Allen chassis, big block machine. Another runner coming to us out of the Lone Star State, down there at the home of the Alamo. And Houston Rockets, San Antonio Spurs, Dallas Cowboys. Well, you get the idea. Boys from Texas. James is in the show for the shootout. 891.6 yesterday. Devin's not. He went 893, 887 for Eisenhower this time around. Does not improve. Repka goes 886, 173 miles per. Again, stock eliminator, A through H stock automatic. You should be in the lanes. We've been calling you. We rang your doorbell, knocked on the door, sent out the official invitation. All we need for you to do is RSVP back to the lanes. Justin Allen, left side. Another Texas runner. Edmund Richardson, right side. You may have heard of him and the boys. Edmund's not in the show. Justin missed it yesterday by 0.02 of a second. In the super gas field. Let's see if Justin get in the super comp shootout. 874 Edmonds too quick. 887 173 Justin missed. Sean Langdon and Patty Fisher coming in now. Sean got bumped out. Let's see if he can get back in. Patty on the right side. RacingRVs.com, folks. Patty's machine, not one to go into R for reverse. So Patty's car will get pushed off. She had problems yesterday, only went a 972. Whatever that gremlin is, evidently the moisture overnight made it worse. Sean Langdon, left side, 892 or better. Well, he went better at an 885, but that's not good enough to get into the show, the really big show. The K&N Lucas Oil Shootout Show. So Sean's not a player. Brad Plord, left side. Rusty Cook, right lane. Cynthia Nana, Kentucky-based runner. Oh. Rusty's in super gas. Love to double up. He's just a couple of ticks away from getting into the Super Comp Shootout. Brad Plord for Lucas Oil. Love to have the Lucas Oil machine in the Lucas Oil K&N Filter Shootout. And that's not from the Department of Redundancy Department. Rusty, 886, 178. Brad, 888, 177. Thanks, guys, but you won't be in the shootout. Not going to happen today. Michael Shelton and Dean McIlvain. Dean's in. 8906 yesterday. Michael was knocking on the door. You could hear the McIlvain race cars. Mickey Thompson machine. He was trying hard yesterday. Just didn't quite get her done. So Dean right side, built the machine for Michael left lane. Team cars getting ready to go down track. 600 plus cubic inches. 1,233 cubic inches between the pair of them. That's a whole lot of rat motored Chevrolet. McIlvain, 887. How about Michael? Michael steps up and says, hello, I want to play. 8901, 178. Welcome to the shootout, Michael. 8901 puts him right smack dab there. Kathy Wobers, 891.6. Now becomes the unofficial bump spot as we have to double check all the numbers, make sure everything's good, lean, clean, mean, and green. Nick Folk comes in. Nick's not in. He missed it yesterday by 5 thousandths. See if that Folk race cars, Illinois-based hot rod on the JEGS side, can get into the K&N, world's best air cleaner. Lucas Oil, shootout. How about that? 8,900. You want to play? Run the number. Perfect. 8,900 lap, 176. Nick slides into the number 2 spot. Sorry, Kathy, you just got bumped. Jimmy Repkas, 891.6. Now riding on the bump spot. Derek Borders, Bowling Green based. Quick Fuel Technologies machine. He's not in. He's the last shot. James Repka, hold your breath. You're 891.6, the bump. Unofficially for the Super Comp K&N Lucas Oil Shootout. Here comes Derek. $883, 173. Hey, Ford Fusion driver, we got the flatbed getting ready to back up to your car. If you have a red Ford Fusion parked behind the tower, this is your last and final call. The flatbed is here. And where it ends up once he loads it up and takes it away and drops it, we do not know. All right, Stocker, round 1 of class eliminations, getting ready to come up. Hope everybody made it over to the JEGS Racer Appreciation Barbecue and Family Night at Beach Bend Amusement Park last night. Big thanks to JEGS for putting on the feed and the party. Tip of the cap to Lucas Oil, K&N Filters, and C-Tech for the giveaways. We'll continue more drawings throughout the day today, including the JEGS Mopar slot car race set. That'll be coming up. Right now, Windy T-Bear. Stock number 5033. You've got a gift. You're a winner from last night. Nika Hodges, Phyllis Castle, Marco Abruzzi, Teresa Cook, Tim Irwin. Oh, Tim, you don't need to win anything. Kyler Carr, Donnie Vaught, Carter Sexton, Lori Morris, Scott Campbell. You all have prizes. You can pick up your goodies over at the Racer Registration Trailer near the front of staging. Again, we'll be continuing to draw out names throughout the day from the JEGS Racer Appreciation Barbecue last night. Lots of giveaways. Stock Eliminator A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and H. If you're not in the lanes, ready to go for round one, class eliminations, I have two words for you. You're late. Okay, technically it's three, but with the apostrophe in there, you're late. Stock Eliminator A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and H. You should be in the lanes, paired up and ready to go. Stockers. Red Ford Fusion driver, the flatbed is here. It's getting ready to go away. Where it goes, we do not know. For the Ford Fusion driver, all I can say is, turn out the lights, the party's over. Where that car will be later on, we do not know. But it's definitely not going to be where you parked it. Stockers, round one, class eliminations, getting ready to come up, come at you. Alan, do you know, are the class Wallies copper just like the big Wallies are? Racer registration trailer is where you go. If I called off your name as a prize winner from the barbecue last night, the Racer registration trailer at the front of the staging lanes, Windy T-Bear, Nika Hodges, Phyllis Castle, Marco Abruzzi, Teresa Cook, Tim Irwin, Kyler Carr, Donnie Vaught, Carter Sexton, Lori Morris, Scott Campbell. You can pick up your goodies. Ooh, and the class Wallies are copper just like the big ones. Cooter, did you hear that? Got something to shoot for. The Taurus goes to? We have a drawing for it later. Okay. Got it. Obviously, nobody wants it. I could make a comment there about it being that's not a Taurus, it's a Fusion. That's all right. And you're a Ford guy? Oh, you're a classic Ford guy. All right, right. I understand. Attention in the pits, please. Attention in the pits. If we have anybody on the grounds that knows how to set up a Ford 9-inch, please see Tricia Allen, Dwight Allen, Justin Allen over in the pit area. They're located over there just to the river side of the staging lanes. Tricia Allen looking for somebody that can set up a Ford 9-inch. Looks like they're needing a little help. Tip of the cap to a race car owner not with us today, Olin Gocher. Back home in Texas attending a funeral. He's listening in, though, live on D3 TV prior to going to the funeral. Our condolences, Olin. American RV bringing you the D3 TV broadcast today, and to everybody listening in across the country, around the world, as the case might be, because, well, we have had watchers in Australia and Japan and the Eastern Europe, Western Europe, I should say, over the events the last few weeks. Since the beginning of the year on D3 TV, we have been viewed in 170 countries around the world. You think D3 TV and reaching far and wide? All right, understand that the prizes are at the registration trailer at the corner of the midway. All right, so if you want a prize, if we called off your name, that's where you need to go. That's where you and I'll go later to pick up our prizes, right? As soon as they call our name. Stock eliminator, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and H, automatic. You ought to be in the lanes. A stock automatic, B stock automatic, C stock automatic. D, E, F, G, and H, stock automatic. All y'all, A through H, stock automatic. You should be in the lanes. Paired up, ready to go. Round one, class eliminations getting ready to come up next.
I just heard a tow truck driver call up on the radio. He said, "Where should I take this Fusion?" I said, "How about Tennessee?"
It's got Oklahoma tags on it.
Yeah, but it's a rental.
You can take it back to Oklahoma.
I wonder if there's a finder's fee if he were to take it back to Oklahoma.
Could be. Your comment about that driver being a driver, a tow driver in training?
Hey, listen up in the pits. Attention in the pits. Tricia Allen, I have a racer in need. Tricia Allen needs a 430 35 spline gear set for a 9-inch. If you get a pumpkin for the 430 35 spline that Tricia could borrow, she would greatly appreciate it. And we would greatly appreciate it because we're just appreciative kind of guys. Well, some of us are. Whoa, we got hieroglyphics. Marv Benoit and Craig Marshall are going to start things off. Craig Marshall, that's that Dodge material. Marv, then that must be that Chevy material. No, it doesn't exactly have the same ring to it, but it's heads up, it's class eliminations, it's flat out, it's first one to the finish line. And this, I believe, is E automatic. Does that sound right? Ish. I'm all about the ish. Heads up, flat out, first one to the finish line. Come on, light the light. Clean, green, down and away. Pretty good little drag race down there to the stripe. How about a 10.800, 121.58. And the Chevrolet takes care of the Dodge. 1097, 119. Not quite good enough. Talk amongst yourselves for a second. I'm trying to figure out a paperwork glitch here. Austin Williams. Monty Howard, we got another Dodge versus Chevrolet matchup. Last time I went the Chevy's way. This time, I'm not 100% sure the Chevy's going to stage. They're looking. They're chatting. They're determining. Austin's waiting patiently. Sounds like the Camaro fired back up, and now we're ready to rock. That car in from Illinois with a California license plate. Hey, you can't make this stuff up. I mean, you could, but it wouldn't be nearly as entertaining. Austin is trying to get every inch of that bumping in. Oh, and a big time move off the starting line. Austin got 2 tenths. 2 tenths. Not those things Omar makes. We're talking a quarter of a second. He's just going to run away and hide. So Chevy got the first one. Dodge got the second one. 1091, 120 the speed to a 1097 and 120. And that wasn't nearly as close as it sounded. Now it's Jimmy Hidalgo. That's the country puppy over there in his GTO. And Kevin Zaskowski. Kevin, who is undoubtedly the black sheep of the Zaskowski family, because I think he's the only guy in the family who doesn't have a clutch. E-automatic. We've got 12 cars. 12 cars. That's like almost a dozen. Zaskowski 68 Camaro. Now that's a 396, but it's the lower horsepower combination. And Jimmy Hidalgo in that 04 model GTO. Watch the puppy sky this baby off the starting line. Remember, 9-inch wide tires, that's the rule in stock. That's the maximum allowed. Got to use the stock parts and pieces and components. Woo! That look like fun. I got to get me one of those. So our first 3 winners, 1 Chevy, 1 Dodge, and now 1 Pontiac, as Jimmy Hidalgo goes 1078 at 105. I think he was like cutting him in a little bit down there at the finish line. 1097, 119 for Zaskowski. Painter Stevenson now in his Chevy 2. Now this is a 350 combination in the Chevy 2. And T.C. Morris driving that Outlaw car. Another one of those GTOs. Well, we just saw the puppy advance with the GTO. And the hits just keep on coming. 12 cars. We're going to have 4 rounds here in E-Automatic before somebody gets the copper-colored class trophy. go. Painter grabs a little bit of a reaction time advantage. Will it be enough? No, it will not. 1094, 121 for TC. 1098, 118. Watching the cars go down the racetrack, Painter was actually out in front 1,000 feet. Came up just a little bit short down there at the finish line as the GTO goes by. So now it's Bruce Castle. Now this is a great car. When's the last time you saw a 71 Cougar with a 429? And Bob, if you say last week, I'm going to smack you again. Okay. Bob says he wasn't there last week. How can an Illinois guy not be in Norwalk? And Julie Bierman. Beautiful car out of Ohio. 68 Formula Firebird with a 400 cubic inch motor. It's heads up, it's flat out, it's first one to the finish line. Now, if your favorite car, your favorite driver, your neighbor, your buddy that you were talking to in the pits gets beat here in class, that does not eliminate them from the JEGS Sports Nationals. This little race within a race. For a little mini Wally. 1087, 121, the win for the Firebird. All of a sudden, the Pontiacs look like they've got the field surrounded. 1099 for the Cougar. Now it's Jerry Bennett's turn. What a 1962 Plymouth Savoy, unless you're from Louisiana, then it's a Savoy. And Donnie Vaught, 67 Camaro with a 350. 62 Plymouth with a 383. Remember, it's stock eliminator. It's not like you can just open up your JEGS catalog and start ordering parts for one of these things. You got to use the stock pieces. What kind of flow numbers do you think a 62 383 has? Whoa, enough to break a drive shaft apparently. Donnie cruising down there unopposed at 1098, 113 miles an hour. Jerry Bennett hit the gas and the drive shaft came out of it. Oh, it makes terrible noise. True story. Back a few years ago, I put my 67 Mustang back together after it had been sitting for a while. I got it all back together at the shop, put it on a trailer, because the tags had been expired for a while. Brought it home, unloaded it, like across the street at the end of the block from where I am is kind of a light industrial area. It's Sunday afternoon. All the businesses are closed. There's nobody around. I'm thinking, I haven't driven the car in like years. I just want to take it around the block. And my thinking is, even if like a law enforcement type comes up and says, hey, you realize your plates are expired for a long time, I could give him the old, yeah, look, officer, here's the deal. I just got it running. It's been all these years. Look, I've got the trailer right there. I just wanted to drive it. I'll go get it inspected and get the tags and get everything for it tomorrow. That he's not going to pop me for that, right? So I drive the thing down to the end of the block and turn around and point it back toward the house. And, well, what would be the point of having a hot rod car if you didn't like to let the clutch out one time just to see if it's got anything, right? So I revved it up. Let the clutch go. Do you know the sound when the drive shaft tears your brand new stainless steel exhaust off the bottom of the car? I heard that. And then while I was muttering words under my breath that I probably shouldn't mutter on the microphone until my last day, I looked in the mirror and saw the drive shaft roll up against the curb. Well, you know, your mind's going a million miles an hour. I thought, well, the car's rolling toward the house. The farther it rolls, the less distance I have to push it. It's not like there's anybody around to steal the drive shaft, and probably isn't worth saving now anyway. So here's the plan. We're going to let the car roll as far as it'll roll, and then I'll go back and get the drive shaft. So I let the car roll as far as it would roll. Went back and got the drive shaft, and the pinion was still attached to it. Intact. Blew the whole nose of the case out. And I thought to myself, well, self, the good news is apparently your car's got some steam. Bad news is apparently we're going to need to upgrade some components. So naturally I made a phone call and said, send me one of these and two of these and some of those. And
oh, yeah, that aluminum exhaust, let's replace it too.
yeah. Stainless, not aluminum. Stainless. Stainless. Lesson learned. Well, hopefully, Jerry has enough stuff to put that car back together. I'd hate to see that thing out of competition for the weekend. It's just a spectacular car. They're attempting to secure the drive shaft so they can push the car down around the corner. That's still just a really cool car. So we'll get the racetrack cleared off, and we'll get back after it.
You know the drill. If you make a mess, push it all into a little corner so it looks like you cleaned it up.
Back to live action, as they say in the business. Well, I said it, and I'm in the business. Adam Davis, that's the Thrasher out of Alabama, and Ricky Kastner. That's the Duster out of Louisiana. Call me crazy, I'm thinking these two guys might have matched up before. It is entirely possible. Davis looked like he might have turned the tire just a little bit. Ricky goes 002 on a reaction timer. I still don't think that's enough. Pontiac just going to drive right on by. I think he waved on the way by. Adam Davis goes 11:03. 106.87, 11:15. Ricky Kastner at 117 MPHs. And here's Mike Cotton. The Broken Arrow Missile out of either Oklahoma or Arizona. They have a summer and a winter place, or an earthquake and a non-earthquake place. They have one place for earthquake season and one place for dust storm season. Bill Basham in the Chevy 2 of the 327. A couple cool little race cars. Basically beat to compete against each other in the marketplace. Like mid-size, entry-level, not a whole lot of frills. Transportation cars. Mike Cotton transports him down there in 10.904 seconds at 102 miles an hour. Bill Basham goes 11:26, and that's not quite going to get it done, as we are here in F stock automatic. Jamie picked the big old Buick out of Minnesota for Line Performance et al. And Chuck Weber out of New York, 1980 model Corvette. F stock automatic, we got a bunch of those too. I believe 9 if I count correctly. It is not easy to get a Corvette to do wheel stands. They have kind of like strange weight distribution. Fisher sat on the bulb a little bit, but he had a performance advantage, and he's going to be able to light up that JEGS.com scoreboard. 1084, 117, do a 1022 at 115 for Jamie. Now it's Todd Kuhn. GTO with a 455, one of those big old torque monsters under the hood. Vintage 1970, and Chuck Belanger. 69 Nova with a small block. So we got the 350 against the 455. Chuck sitting over here going, I ain't scared. Send me that big old Pontiac. That big old Pontiac was big old red. Good number, bad color. 008 on the red side. Knew he needed a little bit of a jump at this end and jumped a little too soon at this end. 11:07 for the win, 116 for Chuck. Had that one won before he even moved. 11:21, 117 for Todd. That'll bring up the Barracuda of Mark Poole. 69 model with the 340. Taking the solo here with 9 cars in category unofficially. Let's see if Mark decides to run it all the way down. Yesterday at 1088 was what came up in qualifying. Nope, shut it off early. Puts 4 aces up. 1-1-1-1. With a little 7 out there on the end, 95 miles an hour. This ought to be a fun matchup. B at stock automatic. How many B's do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. What did B stand for? I can't remember. Billy Bob's Bakery. It was an old word game. What did B stand for? It's like A was Adam Annie's Apple. Luckily, we have millions of dollars worth of technology to be able to figure this out. Let's see. B, Big Bit Billion Byte. Back black, business book blue. Houston Reiki, B automatic. How about a 454 71 Chevelle and Darren Morris in the 346 powered fuel injected Firebird? You talk about two different ends of the spectrum. The early model, big cubic inch, Porcupine Brute, and the late model all aluminum LS. Heads up, flat out, first one to the finish line. I bet the Chevelle outweighs the Firebird by what? 600 pounds? 700 pounds? But it is horsepower divided into shipping weight. It's got nothing to do with cubic inches. It's horsepower. Horsepower, horsepower, horsepower. And how about that 454? Goes 10 point, wait for it, 454 at 124 miles an hour. 1078, 123.3 the speed for the Pontiac. Not good enough. Now it's Slate Cummings in the B automatic Corvette. Team Mosier. By the way, the Cummings clan puts on a heck of a display back there in the pits when they got all this stuff lined up and shined up and showing it off. Now Mark Lewis going to try to do what the Pontiac couldn't do, and that's take one of those injected LS cars into round number next. And away they go. Slate Cummings looked like just kind of hanging a fender on him down there. Yep, that's the way it's going to turn out. 1049, 125.65 the speed. 1057, 124 for Mark. Gave it a ride, came up a little bit short. How about this for a pair of B automatics? That's Rusty Hall, 1967 428 Shelby GT 500. I got to get me one of those. I actually have a 428-67 Mustang, but mine's an all aluminum small block. And Brian Merkel for Max Auto Parts. Hey, Mac, send me a set of plugs and an air filter and some oil. Not a red light. I didn't ask for a red light. Pay attention next time. Merkel goes 19 on the early side. 1072 off the throttle. Looked like a fairly even matchup of cars. Rusty Hall goes 1059, 123.7. I'm just looking at the numbers before. Merkel took his foot off the gas, and that'll bring up Scott Burton. He's part of that Mile High Flying Firebird Club. That's those three Denver-based Firebirds. One's red, one's white, and one's blue. Scott lives in Golden, Colorado. Brad lives in Snoqualmie, Washington, and Mike Brand is now in Alabama. That's the three Colorado-based Firebirds. Well, they're trying to surround the whole country. Doesn't it look like fun? I got to get me one of those. Just hit the gas and watch the horizon disappear. Scott Burton's used to that feeling because when he's not flying his Firebird, he flies jets for United Airlines. I wonder if he says that to himself in the car every time it's time to hit the gas. It's like, okay, rotate. Well, that's the term if you're a pilot. Once you get the proper ground speed, you rotate the yoke, and that's what makes the plane take off. I learned this in pilot school. That'll bring up Adam Klein out of Franklin, Kentucky, with a license plate that aptly says Hollywood. And Gail Pinkston out of Shelbyville, Tennessee. So we got 327 Camaro, we got the 350 Nova. Yes, sir. Listen up in the pits. Attention in the pits. Stock automatics. Everybody who's not already here, come on down. Stock automatics. All the remaining automatic classes in stock eliminator. To the lanes, please. So the first-gen Camaro, the second-gen Nova. Duking it out. Let's see. G automatic, like in G-Wally. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Why we got like 1,000,006 of these things. 1114, 108 for Adam Klein. Toying with him. Gail Pinkston clicks the timers at 1138 and 114. Now here comes the dog, Jimmy Hidalgo Sr. and Rick Winchester. 350 powered 72 Corvette, 350 powered 91 Corvette. Almost 20 years of Corvette evolution right before your very eyes. About 10 minutes from here, you can see about 65 years of Corvette evolution. Every one of them. Well, not every one that's ever built, but they have examples from every generation. 1088, 117 for Hidalgo. Rick Winchester goes 1133 at 116. And now it's Brandon Carter out of Lafayette. And this is Lindsey Cramsey. Now, Lindsey is driving the aforementioned blue car of the red, white, and blue team. This is Michael Brand's car. I am operating on the assumption that either Michael had too many cars and couldn't drive them all, or Michael decided that my best chance of winning is to let Lindsay drive because she's really a racer. Okay, the bar for the wheel stand and Firebirds was set by Scott Burton. Now, Lindsay's got a little bit lower horsepower combination in G automatic. Brandon Carter over there, that's 69 Barracuda. That's a GTS with a 383. That's kind of a cool car. All right, Linz. All right, Brandon. Boy, this one's pretty much game over. 11:27, 100 miles an hour for Lindsay. Easing on down the boulevard, 11:78 at 109 for Brandon Carter. Michael, just so you know, if she wins this race, you're never getting that car back ever. Now it's Alan Hollingsworth and the Firebird. He's probably okay with that. And Josh Green in the Novas. We continue on in G automatic. G like in G, Wally. We sure have a lot of G automatic cars. I mean, a lot of. Winlight once again is going to go to the Firebird. That is Alan's Firebird, 1026, 115. 1172 for Josh Green. Did I say 1026? That would be a record, wouldn't it? 1126. 1026. Again, all the tech guys just perked up. Did he just say a G automatic went 1026? Here's Carlton Sweezy and his G automatic for Buddy Crisco and the gang out of Louisville and Billy Wilson out of Lawrence, South Carolina. 69 Nova, Gen 2, 350. $11 flat, 118 for Carlton. That's going to be a winner. 1142, not quite enough. Yeah, you're right, I am. Well, that's no good. Janie Braswell tried to bring the motor up and it looked like it shoved right on through the beam. The classic two-step malfunction. Vernon Buchanan, meanwhile, is not hanging around to ask why. He's just going to drive that Ford down there to 1113, 118. That brings us to D automatic. Paul Boster in the Corvette. Todd Ewing. Oh, Bones turns it red 9,000. Todd, what were you thinking? I know what he was thinking. He was thinking, I need to get a jump on Paul or I don't have a chance here. Ends up red 9,000, then shuts off to 1158, 1072 at 1, 2, 3.5 for Paul. Brian Phillips and his D automatic. Formula Firebird and Andrew Hill in the second generation Camaro. At least I think that's a second generation. I'm going to be checking with Bob on all these things from here on out. Hey, I don't mind being wrong as long as I can learn something. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now, see, I'm learning to count. We've got 8 D automatics. D like in darn tootin'. Woo! That might be the highest wheel stand I've seen in a Gen 2 Camaro in a while. Andrew Hill's listed as a fan favorite. I can certainly see why. That car's fast, by the way. He was one of the very few cars that went a second under the index. He shuts off here to a 1068. Had Brian Phillips covered. Brian crossed the finish line at 10.85 seconds. Now it's Phil Vickus out of Bowling Green. And Brian Dixon out of Mitchell, South Carolina. So let's see. Phil is a field rep. Brian is a motel owner. I wonder if Phil ever had to do any field rep work up in Mitchell and stayed at Brian's place. He's like, yeah, I got a perfect room right between the elevator and the ice machine. You'll love it. Facing the highway, where the train tracks go. 1073 for Brian. 122. That's enough to light the board. 1108 at 118. Oh, I like it. I like it. Now it's Britt Cummings and Ricky Clark. And a battle of D automatics. The Nova, that I just recently learned is a third generation car. And the Corvette. I think that's first generation Corvette. Might be third. Might be 10th. So the double aught, I can still never remember which one's which. Which one's the chosen one and which one's the golden child? I know who the Godfather is. Britt is the chosen one. And Slade is the golden child. Is what? Baby Gap? Are you trying to get me in trouble or is that a real thing? Ricky Clark, good number, bad color. He's 009, but he's red. Oops. Cummings eases off the throttle to a 10.901. Hey, that would have got him in a super street shootout. 92 miles an hour, 1093, 120 for Ricky Clark. Oh, that's what I wanted to check. I just remembered something. We are now in C automatic. And how many C automatics do we have? Oh, look, all of them. We have 10-ish. Norm Sabine and Jake Pitt. How do you like your muscle car? 69.44. Oh, big time move. Unless the 727 falls out of that Barracuda, this should be over. Jake goes 1042 at 125, just kind of easing on down there. I'm not sure what Norm was looking at when the tree came on, but general rule of thumb in NHRA, if the first number in your reaction time is a 3, the first letter on your time ticket is going to be an L. Pretty much every time. This ought to be good. J. Allen Sherman in the Corvette. The engine builder out of Louisiana against Randy Lynn, a.k.a. Rocket Ship. You got to love RL. Her occupation is food and beverage manager for KB Racing. She basically keeps the boys fed out there on the Pro Stock Trail. This will be fun. That's a pretty fast Firebird. That's also a pretty fast Corvette. JA looks like going to take the measure of RL. 1042, 119. Randy Lynn goes 1054 at 123.5. John Osborne C automatic out of Rhineyville, Kentucky. 455 Buick GS. That's a neat car. And Carson Pettigo with the SS396. Carson hikes the front end of that big old heavy Chevy. Cruising it down the boulevard. And Carson's going to get the better of this matchup. 1054 to 110 miles an hour. John Osborne goes 1080 at 121.21. Unless, of course, you read right to left, then it was 121.21. Drew Whalen now. Firebird out of Illinois, and I do believe that is a former Emmons mobile. And Russ Johnson, who is driving his 67 Mustang. No matter what the readout says around the world on live timing. Classic GTA 390. Mustang notchback. I've always been kind of a notchback guy. I mean, I don't hate the fastbacks. I just like the notchback. So we got the classic Ford. We got the fuel-injected Firebird. A pretty good drag race. Jump on the tree was Russ Johnson's at the finish line. How about Russ? Wins it on a hole shot. 1051, 1, 2, 3.9 the speed to a 1049, 126 for Drew. Drew was 044. Russ got 3. 3 was enough. He gets to come back and run some more today. Now it's Scott Lamar in his Camaro, and Doug Duell in his Barracuda. Another 440 powered 69 Barracuda. I'm not sure I've seen this car before. If I have, I do not recall. There's a lot of things I do not recall. The 90s, pretty much, do not recall. Red light start at this end for Doug. He turned the fish loose a little early. Lit the cherry. Scott Lamar goes 1093 at 121. 1065 at 104 for Doug, but that baby was over before it was supposed to start. Now it's a classic Camaro matchup. SS 396 a pair. A stock automatic. These are the high horsepower cars. Jeff Atkinson out of Georgia, left side. Over there working with that Jeff Taylor group, and Nika Hodges. Gotta love the license plate on Nika's car. It says, and I quote, "Bada bing." And we're off and running. Blasting him right on down, wide open to the stripe. 1031, 127 for Jeff. Nika goes 1064 at 124. And now it's Randy Wilkes and Tracy Pettigo. Randy Wilkes, the former world champion of the Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series out of Ohio, and Tracy Pettigo out of Kansas. That SS 396 second gen Camaro. Bumping them on in there, a little old school versus mid school technology. Well, new school is like Coco cars. That might be the calmest I've seen Tracy's car leave ever. I may have turned a tire down there a little bit, and that kind of cost Tracy at the other end. Something did. 1015, 130 miles an hour for Randy. 1036 at 127 for Tracy. That'll bring up Shane Smith. 454 powered Chevelle, and Amy Falk. Amy, former world champ. The Falk's Turkey Farm Gang in Collierville, Tennessee. I don't know much about turkey farms. Is a turkey farm anything like a chicken ranch? Actually, being a turkey farmer wouldn't be a bad gig. It'd be like being a Christmas tree farmer. You'd only really have to work about 3 weeks a year, right? Who eats turkeys all year long? Oh, yeah, I hadn't thought about Subway. Good point. Good point. It's like the old story about the woman that's at the supermarket looking for a turkey, and she's looking for a big turkey, and she's looking for a big turkey, and she finally taps the supermarket guy on the shoulder. She said, "Excuse me, do these turkeys get any bigger?" He said, "No, ma'am, they're dead." 1023, 129 for Amy. Shane Smith goes 1050. At 125. That'll bring up Larry Hill. This is a cool car. The AARP CUDA out of Kentucky. 440, 6-pack, A automatic. That's just an awesome automobile. And it's fuchsia. What would you call it? Yeah, I think it was Panther Pink, but I think it's fuchsia. Larry's got that thing in calm down mode here this morning. 1013, 117.38 for Larry. We're going to do a quick little touch up down there on the starting line bald spots. Quick little touch-up on the starting line, and we continue on. Now, this is an interesting matchup. Jennifer McCormick in the Dodge Dakota with a 360, and Thomas Marlowe, the H-Automatic 350 powered Camaro. Talk about your low horsepower ratings. I mean, it's not exactly the two-barrel low horsepower rating, but it's down there a bit. Remember, they had a lot of different horsepower rated engines, so that's why in stock eliminator you can have the same basic engine combination, or at least the same cubic inch rating, and be in a lot of different categories. Marlowe in the Camaro was a little bit better in qualifying than Jennifer, but she might have been holding back. That truck runs pretty good. Come on, Tom. There we go. Well, if Jennifer was holding back, she better let loose the rockets now. Marlowe got the jump at this end and just kind of cruises on down, 1162 to 1162. But look at the speed. Marlowe was off the throttle. Jennifer wasn't. Now it's Marion Stevenson in the Corvette and Mike McGinley in the Formula. Formula as in Firebird, not as in like E equals MC squared. H-Stock Automatic rocking away on through first round of class eliminations. 11:31. How about Mike McGinley's 004 Bull, but wins it on the starting line? Marion's reaction was 081, and 11:26 could not get out in front of the 11:31. Brent Robbins, H-Automatic. Blake Richardson, H-Automatic. Blake Richardson, as in Edmund's kid. Or maybe it's Edmund's great-grandkid. I'm not 100% sure. And away we go. The 305 86 model Camaro, the 350 69 model Camaro. And give this one to the 305. 11:25 the elapsed time, 115, 11:48, 114 for Blake. Perry Simpkins and Lynn Smith. Boy, we got a pile of H-Automatics, too. Did I count them yet? 1, 2, 3, 4 lots. Lots-ish. Not to be confused with Lots, Eric. Perry Simpkins, 350 Nova. How about Lynn Smith? 73 Buick, 455. That's a BOPO from the Buick Order Production Office. I think it's the one and only BOPO. It's a cool car, and it's an interesting combination. The big old Century. Yeah, and it's a winner, 1124, 116. 211.92 at 110. Hey, Austin Williams, no rush whatsoever, but at your convenience at some point during the weekend, come up and see me, please. Matt Antrobius going to take the solo here in H-Automatic. H like in hot dog. Class eliminations here at the JEGS Sports Nationals, presented by Quick Fuel Technology. And the Quick Fuel folks, open for business over there on the Midway. If you have carburetor fuel system delivery questions, they know most of the answers. 407 years ago. $11.25, 95 miles an hour for Matt. And then we go back to side by side as we make the alphabet soup switch into J automatic. And there's three of these. J.B. Stevenson, left. Paul Dilcher, right. Olds Cutlass, 77 Firebird. Am I the only one there every time you see a 77 Firebird has a little bit of a Smokey and the Bandit flashback? Eastbound and down, loaded up and trucking. We're going to do what they say can't be done. Neither one of these two are going to get the Dean's list for reaction time, but JB gets it done at the finish line. 11:61, 111 miles an hour. 12:03 at 109. Not quite good enough. So Dean Oliver and the T-Bear Malibu. Dean is a research director. I wonder what research he is directing. A quadrijet carburetor specialist. So how does that make him a research director? He directs the research on quadrijets. Okie dokie. Or Oakley Dokley. Well, Dean's got the solo, so I guess. Now it's O stock automatic. Hey, this is for the trophy. 2 cars in O stock automatic. Winner here, I believe, maybe the first recipient of a copper Wally. Robert Strain in the Malibu. Nick Hutton in the Mustang. Is that really a 4-cylinder? Come on. I don't believe so. It says GT. $12.36. Nick Hutton is going to be the class winner in O-Stock Automatic. I'm going to have to go down and see it when he gets his picture taken right back here behind the tower where nobody's parked anymore because we have tow trucks. Robert Strain goes 12.45 at 103. They're going to have me researching now. Researching again. Trying to make myself smarter.
Fulfill your destiny.
Now it's I stock automatic. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them. Jim Marshall left, and M.J. Quinn's got that Woodrow Josie power. That's the 305 powered Camaro. Marshall in the 77 Nova to 350. Away they go. Go, 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 go. I don't know what MJ's doing. He's like wanted to drive over and wave. I think he was trying to signal to Marshall, hey, your door's unlocked. 11:38, 97 miles an hour. 211.53 at 115 miles an hour. Listen up in the pits. Attention in the pits. If you have a stock eliminator car with a clutch in it, come on down. Stock eliminator, stick shift cars. Come on down. Marissa Hammond, 84 Camaro. Caitlin Atkinson, 91 Camaro. Which one of the Camaros is coming back? Oh, look, it's going to be the one that's painted like a creamsicle. 11:55, 112 the speed to a 12:01 at 109. Marissa got the jump on the starting line, but Caitlin had a little bit faster car down there. Now it's Alan Castle in the Torino. We were having a discussion yesterday. If that's your Torino, wouldn't you paint it red and put a big white stripe on it? Why not? And Shane Burkett in that 90 model Camaro. A little one car, two car, red car, blue car, Ford versus Chevy matchup here in class eliminations. How about Shane hitting the tree at 001? And then lighting the wind light at 11:30. Easing back off the throttle, only 99 miles an hour. Alan Castle goes 11:72 at 113, and the big old Torino bows out. Listen up in the stock eliminator pits.
Send the fleet to the far side of Endor.
No, I didn't mean send the fleet. Bring your clutch cars. If you have a stock eliminator car that's got an extra pedal in it, come on down. I need all my stick shift cars. Now here's Greg Anderson's M Automatic 69 Camaro. How do you get a 69 Camaro 350 and M Automatic? That's easy. Put a 2-barrel on it. Seriously. Horsepower. It's not cubic inches, it's horsepower. Steve Sullivan, the So Fine 5. What happened to the first 4 So Fine? Oh, red light starts from the 2-barrel. 14 on the early side of the tree. The red light's on. The Camaro's gone. The Mustang goes on. And on and on. Actually, M stock automatic. Let's see here. Dun, 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 dun. Nope, there's 4 M stock automatics. So you're going to have to come back and race some more. Lots more. Well, maybe not lots more, but at least some more. 1186 for the win. 12 flat 108 after the red light start. David Garrity, a 74 Apollo. Now take a look at that car and think about this. Buick engineers sat down and said, we need a name for this car. What should we name it after? How about a Greek god? Okay. And Joe Belanger, the other 2 M automatics. The wagon's going to come up short to the Buick, 1180. 111.17 the speed. Look at all the aces on that scoreboard. There's enough to get a fight to break out at my Tuesday night poker game. Usually about the time the 6th ace hits the table, somebody's taking a swing. Okay, more Nova. We're playing more Nova trivia. Uh-huh. Omega. Right. Pontiac Ventura. And the Apollo. Okay. What if it was Nova, Apollo, Ventura, Omega? Then it'd be Navo. U stock automatic. This is the big U stock automatic showdown we were all looking for. The Kingswood wagon and the 1975 Super Stang. 75 5-liter Mustang was rated at like 128 horsepower. $13.56 for the Nova, or for the Nova. Now you got me Nova's on the brain. $13.50 for the Mustang. The wagon goes $13.70. And here comes the Brad. Brad Plord, driving his high school car, and I'm not making that up. That 1966 Chevy 2 was Brad's high school car. It's got Bob Michael in the other lane. Now this is K automatic, and we got like a whole slew of these guys and gals as well. 62 Pontiac Grand Prix 389. And 66 Chevy 2 283. Weight per horsepower, they're both in the same category. Isn't that like crazy-ish? Well, I think it is. And away they go. The Deuce. And the 389, they sang songs about that, 3 deuces and a 4-speed. I don't think they were talking about Grand Prix, but 1173, 111, Bob Michael. The Brad goes 1176 at 109 MPHs, and that'll bring up Mr. Livingston, I presume, out of Murfreesboro, Tennessee, and Tony Price. And the Malibu. By the way, what's the plural of Malibu? Is that like Malabi, like cactus is cacti? Or is it Malibus? Like caribous. A couple of those axle twisting 305s facing off right here. Beach Bend Raceway. Tony Price, 1204 or 108. John Livingston. He'll be there in a minute. Don't rush me. 23:36, the elapsed time. Rachel T-Bear takes them out. I might have just made 500. Rachel T-Bear takes the Malibu down to 1158. Had 112 on her solo. And now it's Jeff Sharp in the K automatic. Chevelle wagon. That's kind of a cool old car. 327. Where are we at in K automatic here? Oh, yeah, we just went through K automatic. We have a broke up here because we shouldn't have had 2 buy runs of K automatic, but Mom said there'd be days like that. Of course, she lied about other things, too. I still remember my mom saying, "You can be anything you want." I said, "Yeah, right." Actually, my favorite teacher, true story, my favorite teacher, my middle school English teacher, when I used to sit all the way in the back row of the class, lean back in my chair and be generally obnoxious, and I can tell you over and over and over again over the course of the 4 years or whatever I had his class, it took me a while to get through middle school, one of his favorite things, as we get into the factory showdown cars, he used to say, "Mr. Reinhardt, you need to pay attention to what we're doing up here unless you think you're just going to flap your gums for a living your whole life." One of the best teachers I ever had, seriously. Bo Butner and Steve Novosel. Novosel is an event chairman. If you're having an event, well, he'll sit in a chair for you. And Bo Butner from Jim Butner Auto Sales. Buy here, pay here. We finance anybody. $500 down, easy payday payments, walk in, drive out. He does business literally from coast to coast. Well, I know he's got a couple of cars in KB shop in North Carolina, and he's got one in my shop in Arizona, so he must do business from coast to coast. Ford, Chevy. This one goes the Copo's way. The 396-15 model. Steve Novosel goes 964 at 138, 972 for Bo at 137 in Factory Showdown D category. Was that the trophy in Factory Showdown D? Were there just 2 of them? As a matter of fact, there was. That was a trophy. Congratulations, Steve. Now it's Pat Downing as we go to N stock automatic. Downing in that Malibu wagon. And Tom Reese, 91 Camaro out of Ohio. N stock automatic. And hey, this is for the trophy. 2 cars in category. One of these 2 is going to pick up one of those first Wallies. You win class, and then you start thinking about getting the big one tomorrow. Pat Downing goes 12-13, 1-2-1-3 at 94 miles an hour, 12:45 for Tom Reese. Got a little bit of a jump on the start line, didn't have enough, so Downing will pick up his copper-covered Wally. And now it is P stock automatic, and this is for the trophy. Randy Campbell in the truck, 86 Chevy C10, and Fred Connell in the Cutlass. Is Fred really a pool boy? Nice work if you can get it. Randy Campbell's truck is just like ridiculously fast, you know, indexically speaking. 1250 cruising around down there at 104, and Fred was just kind of an interested spectator in the other lane. 1639 at 81 miles an hour. P, like in Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. And that brings us to what's supposed to be a pair. But we've got a car back here that apparently is not yet making noise. Factory Showdown C. And we got 3 of these babies. We got Jeff, we got Ryan, and we got Jeff. Now, Ryan Kirkpatrick is supposed to be in the left lane against Jeff Strickland. And he's right up here at the front of the lane. And now, here he comes. Out of Sam Pierce Chevrolet. Nope, there he goes. His window wouldn't go up? Are you serious? Oh, that's heartbreaking. Fired the car up, the window wouldn't go up. Can't go down a racetrack at 140 miles an hour with the window down. So Jeff Strickland will take a solo, then he'll come back later on and he'll run Jeff Lopez for the trophy. Strickland out of Alabama for Sign Punk, and I believe this is a Cagnazzi-owned car. 427, naturally aspirated Copo Camaro. Isn't it cool that the factories are back in the muscle car business? We got Copos, we got Drag Pack, we got Cobra Jets. We got ridiculously fast cars being built specifically for NHRA. These cars are not even street legal. If you go to the dealer and order one, it comes with a roll cage. I mean, you basically need like a helmet and a jacket, and you're ready to rock. 940 for Strickland. 140.8 the speed. He'll come back and run Jeff Lopez, who's going to take a solo in his Copo Camaro. The Ace Door team. Jeff Lopez has had a lot of success in the heads-up super categories. Now getting a little stuff done here at Stock Eliminator.
I'm looking forward to completing your training.
Hey, Stock Eliminator. Attention in the pits. Stock Eliminator, if you have not already run and you're not in the staging lane, you're in the wrong place. All right, now Strickland just went 840. Let's see if Jeff Lopez wants to tip his hand. He goes 9 1/3. 9.333 at 126, and that's pretty much exactly where he qualified. Should be a fun little matchup in the final. Now we go to V stock automatic. Bob, you said yesterday that Nova's a 4-cylinder? 194 cubic inch 4-cylinder? That is a big 4-cylinder. And Ronnie Sharns, you sure it's not a 6-cylinder? Ronnie Sharns, the V automatic Malibu, and I know that's a 6-cylinder. And this baby is over. Ronnie goes red 42. He lights the wind light on the left side, the red light on the right side. Jim Watson goes trip, zip, perfect on the reaction timer. And then goes 14:59 on the scoreboard. 2 pretty evenly matched cars, both of them leaning on the tree. Ronnie comes up red, Jim comes up perfect. Perfect is better than red. And there is another V stock automatic. It's Dan Toole with that 4-cylinder turbo Mustang. Listen up in the pits. Attention in the pits. I need my Hemis for the Tim Hebert Hemi shootout. You guys are going to kick off class eliminations in Superstock. Hemis, you're going to lead things off. We got an extra round of you guys, so Hemis, come on down. Stock, if you're not here, you're, well, just never mind. 1485, 84 miles an hour for Dan Toole in the V, as in victory is within our grasp. Stock automatic. Now it's L stock automatic. Where are we in the L stock automatic realm of things here? We have 4 of them. So 2 rounds for a trophy. Mark Wadeau in the Aspen. Travis Morgan in the Malibu. Marcus gets the jump at this end, and he had the better car yesterday, but let's see. Travis was holding back. Travis unleashes. 1162. Wow, nice run, Travis. 1162, 107 the speed. He was still off the gas. 1171, not quite good enough. And 1162 is going to slide Travis all the way up to number 4 spot. He joins the 1 second under the Index Club. Now it's Bob Gear's L automatic. That's a Buick GS, but it's a 350, not the 455 combination. And Arthur T-Bear out of Ontario. 305 Boo and the 350 GS. $11.73 for Bob. The Executioner gets it done. 111 the speed. 1188, 109. Not quite enough. This ought to be a fun run. Bruno Massel. Bruno, who is a worldwide TV star. I mean, he's bigger than David Hasselhoff and Jeff Harrington. Factory Showdown now. This is a combo race. We had 1 AA, that's Bruno for Auto Geek. We had 1 Factory Showdown E, that's Jeff Harrington. So it's a comp eliminator style race. Handicap based on index, but flat out, first one to the finish line. You can't break out. You just got to get there. Bruno's car turned a tire a little bit, and it looks like he's going to give up the chase. 10.1. 132 for Jeff Harrington. Lights the scoreboard. Bruno goes 9:13, so Harrington will come back, and he'll have Randy Eakins, it looks like, in our Factory Showdown combo race. The Dodge sailing on down the boulevard. 10:09 against his 11:20. 110 under the index. Atta baby. Now it's Charlie Downing, Factory Showdown K. This is one of the lower horsepower cars in the Factory Showdown categories. Second gear, third gear, fourth gear, the little 4.6 liter huffing and puffing. I think I can. 1102, 102. So 1102 at 102. I like when the numbers all come together like that. Hemi cars. Attention in the pits. Super A Hemi cars. Come on down. Here comes Kelly Hall and Bill Simscott. K-Stick Showdown. Kelly in that little Mustang that her dad raced and had so much success with over the years. And this is for the trophy. 66 SS, 283, 88 Mustang, 5 liter. Oh, and a red light start for Kelly. She unclutches hers way on the early side. Red light's on, Mustang's gone, Nova goes on. 1187, 90 miles an hour for Bill. I qualified yesterday at 1148, so we had Kelly covered, it looked like, at this end. She goes through 1166 at 113. And now it's John Duzak, C-Stick, 67 Camaro, 302 4-speed. Had a secret code name when they were building those cars back in the day. It was Z28. That's an awesome automobile. Ken Vaughn pulled that with a call. Both of them working a gear lever out there. Got them plugged in high now. Who's got the most ponies under the hood? Finish line stripe. Give this one to the Corvette, 1042. 126 the speed, 1054. 112 for Duzak. Now it's John Ladke and his G-Stick Nova and Donnie Beeler. Parsons and Myers. Good old Goldie. What do we got going here in G-Stick? Oh, this is a trophy run. There's just 2 cars in category right now. Great run down to the stripe, especially if your name's Donnie. 1097, 120 the speed, 1111. John Ladke, one of the few times 4 aces, is not going to come up a winner. Got the jump at this end, not enough at that end. Now it's O stock. Check this out. The 86 Chevy C10 that's rated like 165 horsepower and the 89 Mustang that might not be rated that much. O stock for the trophy. Rosalind Greason does not want to have to go all the way back to Illinois and tell everybody she got beat by a half-ton Chevy truck for class. I mean, think about it, would you? 1233 for Paul Wong. Paul all the way in from Las Vegas. 12. Did I say 33? 1235. Excuse me. 107 the speed. 1277 for Rosalind. And now it's Tim Brannon and Wade Owens in I stock. And we have 3 of these. So Wade and Tim battling it out right here to come back and race Brad. Brad waits patiently in the water box. He's thinking to himself, one of you will be my victim. Corvette turns loose early. He's 043. Ari, whoa, hang on. Wow, the Nova's like doing the hokey pokey out there. It's okay to do the hokey pokey, just don't turn yourself around. 11:38, 116 for Tim Brannon. Wade Owens goes 11:25, 115. Certainly looked like a winnable race for Wade until he let the clutch out early. Now here comes Brad Saskowski, the home builder out of Michigan. Clutch car. Brad is pretty good with a clutch car. Let me rephrase that. Brad is exceptional with a clutch car. $11.26, 118 the speed. He'll get ready for his final round matchup. We also have 3 F-stick cars, not to be confused with Factory Showdown. Classic Chevy, and Classic Camaro, which is, I guess, also a Chevy. Mike Welfel in the Nova left side. Jim Parsons in the Nova right side. It's a long-standing battle between black and white. Oh, Parsons gets almost a 1/10 of a second with his clutch. And I don't believe Mike Welfel's got enough to run him down. At this point, I'm sure of it. 11 flat, 119 for Jim. Got the jump at this end and just zipped her on down there. Welfel goes 11-12. So Don Davidson now will come back a little bit later on in the final round of F-stick and run Jim Parsons. 350, 4-speed. 69 Camaro. First gear, second gear, third gear, high gear. $10.99, 120 the speed. That'll bring up Tim Weisaffel. This might be the coolest car on the property. 66 Bel Air wagon, 283 and a 4-speed. Now think about this. You're the flywheel. That little 283 is going to be wound up, and he lets go of the clutch, and you've got like 8,000 pounds of big old Chevy you got to pull. Just the fact that you got the Bel Air wagon with a clutch in it put you off the charts on the coolometer. 1291 at 102 miles an hour. That car just went 1291 with a 283 and a 4-speed. I got to get me one of those. Hey, when you're out wandering around, they still have prizes over there at the registration trailer from last night. If you drop your name in the jar while you're out cruising around, cruise down the midway over there and stop and check and see if we got a prize for you. Hey, if we checked, we might have won. Bob and I entered. Ricky Pennington turns loose his clutch a little bit early and fouls out in the factory showdown Mustang, Gary Robillard, then automatically gets the win. 1048, 118. Ricky, 1062 at 111. As we get down towards the end of our stock eliminator machines, and that means Hemi cars. No attention in the pits. Final call, Hemi cars. You need to be here, please. Dave Pick, Brian Rogers. Battle for supremacy in D stick. Dave Peach in the Ford versus Chevy matchup. Listen up in the pits. Attention in the pits. Super stock. We need all SS automatic cars. All SS automatic cars. Clutch cars, sit tight. GT, stand down. We need all SS automatic cars. $1060, 124 on the JEGS side of the racetrack. 1075, 124 on the Budweiser side as we continue rocking our way with Danny Bird and Gary Russell in E-stick. And Gary Russell turns the clutch loose 9 thou early. He's going to be kicking himself. He had an open door. Danny Bird's reaction time was 250. And Gary just needed to keep it on the green side. That was for the trophy in E-stick, so that should go to Danny. Now it's Tommy Turner in M stock automatic. I'm sorry, M stick. M stock automatic with a clutch. M third pedal car. $12.15, 93 miles an hour. You heard him shove the clutch back in down there. Oh, is this combo stuff? How's this for a combo race? C front-wheel drive Grand Am versus 427 powered 69 Camaro. The handicap is 4.5 Mississippis. And there's no breakout. You just got to get to the finish line first. Brenda Grubbs, she and husband Bill now make their home down in Texas. Came so close to getting the trophy last weekend. Came out on the wrong side of a historic first ever all-female final round in stock eliminator. When the 427 Camaro got beat by the SS396 4-speed Nova. Brenda and Bill going to try to take their revenge on the field here this weekend. And Bill Owen from Michigan for MPR Race Cars, front-wheel drive, V6, Pontiac Grand Am. We're going to count Mississippis when the tree comes down here. About 4.5 is the handicap, and then all you got to do is get to the finish line first. That's all you got to do. Sounds so simple, right? That 427 is going to be closing in on that little V6 at quite a rapid rate. Ready? Set. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi, 5. No! Brenda goes red by a hun. She missed the last Mississippi by about 1 S. 14-13 for Bill Owen. That's a solid run. That's a second under the index. Brenda goes 10-18 at 128. 1 hun early, mashing the gas. 1 hun. Once again, listen up in the pits. Attention in the pits. If you are an SS automatic car, we need you to the staging lanes, please. SS automatics to the lanes. Oh, how's this for an A-stick showdown? Brett McFarland left. Caleb McFarland right. Out of Barry's Chevy Olsen Buick. Both of them live in Ohio. Brett is driving the 68 Classic Camaro with an SS396. Caleb is driving the Formula Firebird, the 346 LS clutch combination. Now, call me crazy, but I'm thinking these two guys have potentially met before. The two red clutch cars out of Ohio. Caleb actually has a cute little pet nickname for the guy in the other lane, calls him Dad. So is this going to be Father Knows Best, or how could you do that to me, kid, after all I've done for you? Hey, all's fair in love and stock eliminator. Couple of thou apart at this end. Now, Caleb had the better car yesterday in qualifying, and Caleb has a better car today as well. 10:02, 133 the speed, exactly what he ran yesterday. To McFarland's 10:25 at 119. Now it's Joe Martins in his A-stick, SS396 Camaro, and Jason McCormick. And this might be the coolest car on the property. If you have a coulometer and you're not sure if it's correctly calibrated, point it at the car in the right lane, and if it doesn't measure 10 and start like ringing bells and singing whistles, send it back to PC Richard and get a new one. That is a 426 Hemi 4-speed 66 Plymouth. That is one cool car. If it gets a hold of the starting line, this thing's been known to dangle the front end out there through a couple of gears. Yesterday, Jason did not get a hold of the starting line. That's a couple of pretty cool muscle cars from back in the day. Definitely better than yesterday. Chevy got a couple of hun. We got the rat motor against the elephant. Finish line stripe. Give it to the Porcupine Chevrolet 10-100. 133. 03 the speed. And 10-22 at 132. For Jason McCormick. Jason makes a solid run, comes up a little bit short to Joe Martins, who makes a little bit better run there in the A-stick first round. So we'll have a couple of cars coming back for a trophy there, and that's going to take care of our class eliminations here in Stock Eliminator. Super Stock class will be up next, and it's going to start with the Hemi cars because, well, why wouldn't you? SS automatic cars. We need you to the staging lanes, please. Oh, attention in the pits. SS automatic cars. We need you to the staging lanes, please. Here's the way it's going right now.
Everything is proceeding as I have foreseen.
Ought to be a fun little run here as we do a little touch-up on the racetrack. Got our Super Stockers matched up back there in the staging lanes, rocking our way on through. Day number 2. JEGS SportsNationals presented by Quick Fuel Technology. Love the sunshine and blue skies. Let's just see if we can keep it that way. We got a whole lot of racing yet to go today. Got a couple of shootout races. Ladders have already been set. Super Comp, Super Gas, Super Street. We haven't even seen Top Dragster, Top Sportsman, and Comp Eliminator on the racetrack yet. We'll get that taken care of shortly. And class elimination is about to start off in our Super Stockers. It's going to start with Bob, and it's going to start with the Hemi cars after we all catch our breath for just a moment.
S in stock and super stock. And comes Brandon Wilkerson. And Joe Nemeth. Super stock B. Automatic. 3 of the cars in the category. Winner's going to come back and run that Tyler Green fella. Brandon left side. 427 Camaro. 454 Corvette. First one to the stripe. It's to come back and run for the trophy. That unique copper color trophy. A little bit better out of the gate, Brandon. John going to have enough on the top end, track him down. Nope, 930 gets the win for Brandon. 943 by Joe. His day is done in Super B Automatic. So it'll be a pair, Brandon and Tyler Green. Brandon's going to have to come back and run yet another 454 Corvette. Tyler out of Shepherdsville. A financial manager. It'd be great if you had any money. Tyler be back for the trophy run with Brandon and Super B Automatic. The shootout cars got their first round in the books. Super B Automatic cars just about to put their numbers down for all posterity. $942. Brandon's 930 is looking pretty good. See what Tyler can tune it up for the next round in the finals. Super B Automatic. Speaking of finals, Super Stock E Automatic. Ryan Haig left side. Columbus, Indiana runner. Kenny Schindler right side. 2 cars in the category. There will be a trophy awarded after this pair goes down the racetrack. Will it go to the Arts Used Parts Corvette? Will it go to the Camaro? 396. Super Stock E Automatic, the class. Careful the stage, both sides. One to the stripe. Doing it again. Ryan may get there first, but he's already going, oh no. He was 0-1 on the wrong side of green. 949 by Kenny. He knew Kenny had the better car, knew he had to take a shot at the tree, swung and missed it by that much. So Kenny Schindler, your Super E Automatic champ. Ryan comes up a little bit short with that 001 red light. And we got more getting ready to come around the corner. Getting everybody squared away, paired up, and ready to go back in the staging lanes. Semifinals, Super Stock F Automatic coming up. 4 cars in the class. 327 Nova, 350 Camaro. Ryan on the left side, just a touch quicker going down the racetrack on yesterday's run than Alan Wilson. Wilson there on the right side, the second gen, 66 Chevy Nova. Nova and Camaro, a pair. We could be all Nova final. We could all be all Camaro final. Nova Camaro. Ooh, Ryan Wilson's car. Dancing off the line. Allen on the right side trying to hustle the Chevy 2 through. Gets the win. 10:03 beats a 10:16. 132 miles an hour. So Alan Wilson be back round number 2. He'll take on either Frankie Morris or Ty Lynch. We know we got one deuce in. Ty'd sure like to make it an all Chevy 2 final round. Well, he's got to do step up, run a number, and thump on Frankie Morris's low horsepower 396 Camaro. Ty Lynch, Chevy Nova, goes off the line and goes, oops. Ty's being very careful, making sure he's not putting anything down on the ground. So Ty's day's done. Frankie will be back. Nova and Camaro in the final round of eliminations. It'll be Allen and Frankie for the Superstock F Automatic Trophy. Looks like Ty's car's actually okay. Just kind of danced, got a little squirrely off the line. Don't see any fluids coming out of it. He'll fire it back up, motor on down the racetrack. Super M Automatic getting ready to come up next. 2 cars in the class. This will be for the trophy. This one should be fun. They actually qualified yesterday's run. Less than 5 thousandths of a second difference. Bill Rink left side, the 74 GTO, the runner out of Illinois. Larry Wilson, 64 Chevelle here on the right side. Hometown runner here in Kentucky. A little 283 Chevelle, a little 350 GTO. Little spray going down, a little rosin down on the starting line. Get Ty's car off the top end. Everybody's clean on the far end of the racetrack. Fire them up back here on this end. Bill Rink's poncho. Unique automobile. Mid-70s based on the Nova body style. Got that Pontiac through the hood scoop on top of that 350 mouse motor. Bill Rink yesterday qualified 11:01.4. Larry Wilson with an 11:01.0. Be interesting to see who's got more. Turn loose here for the class trophy. A very unique class trophy. We can make a race out of it. Larry Wilson, Chevelle, trying to stick the nose out in front. Bill Rink going, come on, baby, top end, not going to happen. 1093. Larry Wilson gets the Super M Automatic class win at 120, 1099 by Bill Rink. So his day comes up a little short. Larry's day, a little celebratory, if you will. Morris Vogus and Mike Cotton, Super Stock J Automatic. 6 cars in the class. Like an eclectic collection. 327 Chevy 2 left side. Mike Cotton's Mopar car on the right. Mikey coming off the final round appearance at Topeka last weekend, trying to keep the win streak alive. Does it. 10:05 at 114. Morris Vogus out in round 1 of Super J Automatic. His day's done. Mike will be back. So will Paula. Donna Morris up now. Chevy 2 and Super Stock L Automatic. Taking on Gary Geezy's ride, the 290. 69 AMX. Qualifying, the quicker of the 2. Looks like Donna pretty much acknowledging that fact. Garrett taking it down, 10:58, 123 miles an hour. So Donna's day is done. Garrett will come back to run this car, Emily Volkman. for the trophy. It's Super Stock L automatic. Get back to the Super J automatic cars in just a bit. Right now, though, Emily, 3 cars in the Super Stock L automatic class. Emily off and running, the young lady out of South Carolina. With her small block, this time a 283 in the Chevy Deuce, 1067 for Emily. So it'll be Emily Volkman and Garrett Giese. Finals, Super L automatic. Gene McBean coming up. Matt Potts, Super G automatic. We roll to a category. Got 5 cars in. Matt left lane, the 350, 69 Camaro. Has that old school paint look to it, doesn't it? Look at car. Gene McBean right side, 428 Mustang. Wheels up a pair. Out of the gate they go. Gene was a little better on yesterday's lap. See if Matt's got anything for him. Top end is going to be the Mustang, 972. Picking up a few hunt. Matt Potts' days over with here in Super G automatic. McBean will be back. Jeremy Duncan rolls in now. Mr. Pest Control. Taking on Mike Braswell. Mike problems yesterday out of his Super Stock G automatic Chevy 2. See if he's got it set up a little bit better today. There's a little sachet off the line one more time. Jeremy Duncan off and running. Sticking the nose of that Camaro out in front. That stripe going to be Jeremy. 977. 132. Braswell's day runs. Braswell runs a 994. 134 miles an hour, but Mike's done. Jeremy moves on. Gene McBean moves on. And Jimmy Hidalgo moves in. 5 cars in the category. It'll be down to the 3 semifinalists. Gonna run it down to about there, shut it off, goes 966, drives it out the back door. 137 miles an hour. That's a little surprising. And Tucker Wingo back into the Super J automatic. First round of class. Tucker's running away and hiding down in the other end with his Firebird. 10-13. Jerry comes up short, 10-57. Jerry Holman out in the opening round, the Super J automatic. Mike Cotton's moved on. Tucker Wingo's moved on. Now I've got Ron Terrell and Don O'Malley. 64 Corvette, little 327 combo for the Illinois runner there in the left lane. Terrell's hot rod. Right on the right-hand side, the Tin Soldier. A 305 cubic inch combination. Mike Cotton, Tucker Wingo. Ron Terrell and Don O'Malley to make up the 3 finalists. We know Mike's there. We know Tucker's there. Don O'Malley trying to come up from behind, not going to do it. 10:07. Terrell gets the win. So it's Ron Terrell, Tucker Wingo, Mike Cotton. 3 semifinalists now in Super J automatic. Charlie Kimball, Super Stock K automatic. 5 cars left, or 5 cars in the class. Running out right side, just punched his ticket out. Charlie Kimball was 0-5. Monty had the quicker car yesterday in that round of. So Monty goes red. Charlie Kimball gets the win. Monty had the quicker car. Let's see who comes up next. George Durham, Jerry Patterson. Jerry just a touch quicker. Yesterday's lap, the Shepherdsville based Camaro on the right side. George Durham, though, that little 283 Chevy 2-door post hot rod. Good car, red light again. Jerry's too quick. George gets the win. Patterson takes himself out. George Durham moves on. Charlie Kimball moves on. Dave Dupps is going to play. Durham goes 11:07. 118. He improves a 100th from his run yesterday. Dupps out of Germantown over on the right-hand side. So the semifinals, Super Stock K Automatic, Dave, Charlie, and George. Here's off launch for Dave. The heads up. Chevy Camaro, you're on the right-hand side. Shuts it off at the other end, 10:34 at 106 miles per. So Dave will be back. We'll see him at least one more time. Super Stock N Automatic. Dale Mears, Matt Forbes. Class trophy on the line right now. 318 Dodge Wagon. 283 Bel Air 4-door machine. For Matt Forbes and the Lucas Oil Fast Tech K&N out of Horse Cave, Kentucky. Kid over the left-hand side. About a 10th behind yesterday on their qualifying lap. Now remember, they only made one lap yesterday. Matt have a little bit for Dave. Wow, today Dale just threw it away. Red light start, Dale Mears. Little wagon bites hard at the line, lifts the front end right out of the beams. Matt Forbes goes 11:33. Dale had an 11:15 in the car and throws away his Class Wally. Matt Forbes gets it in the taxi cab. Moving on. Showing 4 cars. Super Stock H Automatic. Jeff Donut, Joey Tanksley, Chuck Bohannon, and Robbie Shaw. We got 4 cars in. Means we should have the semifinals with 2 pair. Well, there's Jeff. But I don't see anybody up alongside Joey just yet. Super Stock GT Automatic needs you to the lanes now. .991 by Joey, 132 miles an hour. So Joey moves on. Jeff Dona on the left side. So no Chuck Bohannon, no Robbie Shaw. Attention in the pits. GT automatic cars. Need you to lanes, please. Super Stock GT automatic cars need you to the lanes. Super Stock GT automatic to the lanes, please. Jeff Dona. Gordonville, Missouri-based runner. Gorgeous. Pontiac formula. Clicks it off to a 981. So no Chuck, no Robbie. Finals. Super H Automatic will be between Joey and Jeff. It'll be the Jeff and Joe show. Super Stock GT Automatic cars. Need you to lanes, please. Super Stock GT Automatic. Get them ready. Or get them to the lanes. Top dragster for you to get ready. We're going to be calling you shortly. RacingRVs.com. National Championship contenders in the top dragster category. Need you to get them ready because you'll be coming up next. Superstock GT automatic cars, need you to lanes, please. Superstock GT automatic cars, need you to the staging lanes, please. Come one, come all, come on down. Just got a list with some more winners from last night's Racer Appreciation Barbecue. Everybody put their name in the pot. Called out some winners earlier today. Wendy T-Bear, Nika Hodges, Phyllis Castle, Marco Abruzzi, Teresa Cook, Tim Irwin, Kyla Carr, Donnie Vaught, Carter Sexton, Lori Morris, Scott Campbell. Goodies at the Division III registration trailer over on the Midway. Just got some more names to go along with it. Skeeter Wayne, congratulations. Jerry Duke out of Nashville, congratulations. James Russell, hey, that guy from the Ring and Pinion Shop, Leo Zinda. Hey, Leo, you won. Bob Gear, you won. Arthur Joe Covert, you won. Johnny Gonzalez, owner of that hot rod that Mr. Lopez be driving in Stock Eliminator. Johnny, your winner too. Just need to report to the NHRA registration trailer over on the Manufacturer's Midway. Pick up your prize. Again, Skeeter Wayne, Jerry Duke, James Russell, Leo Zinda, Bob Gear, Joe Covert, Johnny Gonzalez. Folks, you all are winners from the Racers Appreciation Barbecue drawings that could be going on all day long. Giving away goodies from all of our sponsors. Big thanks to JEGS for putting on the barbecue last night and the party over at the amusement park. And also to Lucas Oil, K&N Filters, and C-Tech for their goodies for the giveaways. Again, new winners just announced. Skeeter Wayne, Leo Zinda, Jerry Duke, James Russell, Johnny Gonzalez, Joe Covert, and that Bob Gear fella. Yes, indeed. Superstock GT automatic cars. Need you to lanes, please. Superstock GT automatic. Need you to the staging lanes, please. Again, a big tip of the cap to everybody at JEGS, bringing the Sports Nationals back to Bowling Green, where we all started it all off back early 70s. Been here for a number of years. Ventured out and about to a few other tracks around the country. Ain't nothing like coming home back to Beach Bend. GT automatic, super stock cars, you should be in the lanes. Everybody. If you're a super stock racer and you haven't been down the racetrack yet, need you to lanes. All the stick cars, everybody. If you're still in super stock for class, you have not made your first hit today, super stock. Everybody else needs you to lanes, please. Super stock, everybody needs you to the staging lanes, please. Come on, come on, come on. All right, super stock, GT, G automatic. Get into the GT cars. Should have 5 of them. Dan Kyle, Tyler Bohannon, Scott Burton, Mike Bryant, and Joe Ewing. Here's Joe, here's Scott. 340 Dart, 400 cubic inch Pontiac. Runner out of Colorado there on the left side. Scott Burton out of front range driving. Up and down. Here comes Joe. Look better out of the gate to Dart. Burton, no, looks like he's pulling ahead at 1,000 foot. Yep. At the stripe, gets the win. 10:01 at 131. He'll be back for the semifinals. 10:73 by Joe. Ewing comes up just a bit short. Kyle Brothers entry. Dan Kyle at the wheel. Quickest car out of the 5 qualifiers. So he gets the bye. Tyler Bohannon and Mike Bryant coming around the corner next. Again, all super stock competitors for round 1 class of eliminations. You've been called to the lanes now. Everybody in super stock. GT automatic cars, GT stick cars, conventional stick cars, modified cars. Need everybody. Super stock to the lanes, please. 10:44 by Dan Kyle, 132. Here comes Mike Bryant, but I'm beginning to see a problem develop here. Mike Bryant should be up alongside Tyler Bohannon, but I don't see Tyler. So it looks like a competition bye run for Michael. So it'll be Dan Kyle, Scott Burton, and Mike Bryant in the semifinals of GTG automatic. Good looking, clean. Little Pontiac G5 coming up from down New Orleans way. Super stock stick, GT stick, GT automatic. Every super stock car for round 1 should be in the staging lanes if you haven't already run. Mike Bryant's in. Tyler. Top dragster needs you to lanes, please. The east side lanes, or the riverside lanes, if you will. Top dragster, first call to the lanes. Mike Bryant goes through 10:06, 131 miles an hour. Top dragster. Attention in the pits, please. Top dragster. You are not using the oval track staging lanes. You're using the rest, the other lanes, behind the grandstands on the pit side. Top dragster. Staging lanes behind the grandstand pits, not the oval track staging lanes. Those are for comp. Top dragster need y'all, all y'all, each and every one of you, all of you, to the staging lanes. Class trophy on the line now. Super stock. A super up on the line. Chad Taylor. Rick Young. Young wheeling the Cobalt out of Murfreesboro. Chad coming out of Sellersburg up in the Hoosier State. A little bit better in qualifying was Chad because, well, Rick had problems yesterday. Be interesting to see what that Chevy Cobalt on the right-hand side got for the young gun out of Indiana. That sachay's a little bit off the line. Afraid that might open up the door. 1,000-foot mark. Nope, here comes Rick. Top end, makes the charge, gets the win. 9:29 at 146. Chad goes 9:43 at 143. So Rick Young picks up the Class Wally there. That gorgeous Cobalt out of Murfreesboro, Tennessee. Zach running, Rock running. GTJ automatic coming at us now. 3 cars in the class. Michael Volkman will come back to run one of them running fellas. Question is, will it be Zach or Grandpa? Rock over here on the right-hand side. Super Sleeper Oldsmobile. Zach in the left lane and his Cutlass. Rock, who has been at this drag racing thing for a number of years. Over here on the JEGS side of the racetrack in the Achieva. Patriarch of the family out of Michigan. Age and treachery, youth and skill. On the line right now. Ooh. Age and treachery. Better off the line. 1,000-foot mark. Kid's trying to track him down, gets it done. 10:53 at 122. Rock goes 10:64 at 125. So Zach gets the win. Rock's day is done. Zach will come back to run Michael Volkman. This car right here, the Sebring, the South Carolina-based racer. Yeah, this one. Little 318 Dodge combination. Will be back for the finals in GTJ. Wheels up, wheels down, away we go. In 39, 127 miles an hour for Mikey. He'll be back. Super B modified. Three cars in. Mike Stokes, Larry Cummins, Joe Covert. Larry, Joe, Larry. Shake hands, go to neutral lanes, come out race. Arthur Joe at the wheel of the Pontiac Grand Am. Got that Harley Davidson look to it, doesn't it? They're on the left-hand side. Cummings right side. The Mosier Engineering Chevy Cavalier. The godfather of the Mosier clan. Racing family out of Louisiana. So trying to steal one on the starting line. Looks like the godfather may be reeling him in. Yep, did just that. Covert goes 9:17, 144. The godfather, Larry, goes 9:08. It'll be him and Mike Stokes for the finals, B modified. Mikey's Cavalier out of Hopkinsville. Here in the Bluegrass State as we wait for everybody to make the bend at that end of the racetrack. And you're ready to load Mikey in on this end. Drive to the left off the line for Stokes. He'll hustle it on through. 8:53 at 155 miles an hour. He's ready. We'll see Mike and Larry come back. Round number 2. Super stock class eliminations. They'll duke it out for the Copper Wally. Top dragster needs you to lanes, please. Top dragster needs you to the staging lane. Staging lanes behind the pit side grandstand. Top dragster, staging lanes behind the pit side grandstands. We go into GTF automatic now. Nice field of cars in the F automatic class. Got 3 up. Aaron, Marion, Jeff. This is Jeff and Marion. Stevenson right side, the wheel of the Sunbird GT, Jeff Neiswanger. Ohio-based Chevy Camaro there in the left flank. Winner will come back to run that Stanfield kid. Third generation race. Wheels up, launch Marion. Out of the gate he goes. Quicker car. Jeff took a little bite of the starting line, had the better light. Marion eases on down. He gets the win. Jeff's day is done, so it'll be Marion with a 988 lap coming back to run Aaron. For the finals, a GTF automatic. Stanfield spending time at Super Comp Dragster, Top Dragster, Super Stock, and oh yeah, a little venture in the Pro Stock ranks as well. 974, 135 miles an hour. Stanfield goes 74. Stevenson goes 88. Marion's going to have to step it up just a touch for the finals. GTH automatic, Matt Morris and David Woolley. GTH automatic, I am showing 5 cars in the class. Matt left side in the first generation Chevy too. David up in the Pontiac Grand Am. 327, small block underneath the hood of the late model Poncho. 327 underneath the hood of that 65 Chevy Nova. SS, two-door hardtop. Oh, so many years ago. Better out of the gate. Trying to hold on for the win now. Matt Morris, but here comes Woolley's Pontiac. Top end, not going to get him. 1095, 119. Matt gets the W. GTH automatic, the category. So Matt will be back. David Rampy and Greg Gay. Next pair in. Gregory, all the way from Vermont. Go down to BDR Transport. Dodge Murata. Rampy right side. Carries that big number 6 on the side of the car. Good run last year. Goes 1016, does Rambo. 130 miles an hour. Gay. 1071. 124. Greg's day's done. So it's Matt. It's David. And this fella right here, Greg Meyer. Semifinals, GTH automatic. We'll see come back in just a little bit. Illinois-based runner. Pontiac Firebird. Former division champ over on the I side, giving it a good battle here this weekend at the JEGS SportsNationals here in Bowling Green. See if he can take home the class Wally. Got a couple more rounds to go to do it. Everybody in Super Stock that hasn't made a run here at first round should be in the lanes. 10:08 by Greg at 131 miles an hour. So it's Greg Meyer, Dave Rampy, young Mr. Matt, and that's Chevy too. Semifinals. GTA automatic. 3 cars in class. Nick Folk, Bruce Fowler, Irvin Johns. Irvin's a quick car of the 3. He gets the bye run. He'll be in the finals to take on either Bruce or Nick. The Cobalt or the Camaro. Fowler out of Kentucky left side. Budweiser left. Hey, automatic. Here comes that little LS power. Chevy Cobalt and Nick Folk, and he's already picking him up, putting him down. Reaching for that far end of the track. 9:35 lap at 140. 10:05 by Bruce at 132. So Bruce's day is done. Nick and Irvin will be back a little bit later for the Wally. GTA automatic. Irvin out of Memphis, which we all know is in Indiana. You thought you said Huge towing operation for Irvin and the family. 9:15 lap, 143. Finals now set in GTA automatic. Finals in Super A modified. Chuck Gallagher, Craig Marshall, two cars to the line. Pontiac with an identity crisis for the gang out of Columbus, Ohio. You're sitting in the grandstands there on the Budweiser side, and you're looking at that Pontiac and going, why the heck does it say Dodge material on it? Well, it's kind of like this. The family races lots of Opars out of Ohio, the Eastland Crane race team. And good deal came along on a Grand Am, and, well, they latched onto it. And all they got to do is run Chuck Gallagher for the finals at Super A Modified, see which one gets to take home the Wally. Looks like Chuck's going to run away and hide. Yep, 830. That'll get the class win at 141. Craig Marshall's Pontiac with an identity crisis goes 878, 135 miles an hour. And Chuck Gallagher, Super Stock A modified, gets the win, gets the trophy, and gets to go yeehaw. And he'll enjoy that trophy because it's a very nice, very unique class championship, Wally. This should be an interesting final round. Gary and Jonathan getting ready to pull up. Be super category, the later model version of the Cavalier, if you will. Jonathan's got the Cavalier, the Barber, out of Houston, Texas. Former Super Gas World Champ at the wheel. Gary Kokoro coming up from Panama City, Florida. Top Dragster needs you to the lanes, please. You're not there yet. Top Dragster need you to the staging lanes, please. Come on, come on, come on. Big wheels up launch by Gary. Oh, you can see a little smoke when it came back down. Looked like it may have been tire smoke. Landed hard on that right front. 873 at 150 miles an hour. Kokoro's car may have wounded itself down there. Jonathan Womack gets the B Super Trophy. 873 to an 874. Big wheels up launch by Gary's Cobalt, though. And when that puppy set back down, you can see a little wisp of smoke coming out of the front. We have worked our way through many of the classes. Hemi cars done. Got some stick cars coming up with Dallas Kelly, Jimmy Bridges, and A.H. Adkins. That's a pretty eclectic group. The 64 Fairlane, the 65 Corvette, and the 69 AMX. That'll be fun. Finals in Super J, Robin Brown and Steve Bellinger. Super Stock M with Gary Summers, Bill Dyer, and Dick Lux. Just about worked our way through everybody in the multi-car classes. We'll be getting into the combo side of things here shortly. Super stock GTD automatic. 5 cars getting ready to head their way down the racetrack since we check the Budweiser lane. Make sure Gary Kokoro wasn't leaving us any deposits out there on that Budweiser side. Checking out that Budweiser side, you can see a little smoke coming out of right front of the Cobalt of the Florida runner. Gary getting the safety crew out to check out the top end. Looked like it may have all been tire smoke. Haven't found any substances out there yet. So as we get the official all clear, we'll get Johnny and Matt and everybody else here in GTD automatic. Fired back up. Looks like it's all clear on the top end, so a lot of tire smoke out of Gary's car. Hope the suspension isn't hurt bad. It looked like it came down a little hard. See what he can do for first round of eliminations. The super stock eliminator category come tomorrow. Johnny, Matt, the rest of the GTD automatic boys, give it a thumbs up. Time to get back at it. Engines come to life. Pontiac Grand Dam on the left side. GTD automatic, 5 cars in. First round of eliminations here in class. Matt Alvey right side, Johnny in the left lane. Looks like Matt's going to take it. 960 at 136, 997 by Johnny. So Johnny Rake's day comes to an end. Matt Alvey moves on. Comes Austin Richardson, Tom Beasley. Austin, of course, the son of Edmund. Interesting license plate on the back, Alan pointed out. My daddy schooled Scotty. Scotty may have something to say about that, but anyway. Tom Beasley on the left side. I believe that's Steve Novosels's old Cobalt. Good old race car over there on the left. Better out of the gate, trying to steal a little on the starting line. Beasley working his way down track, coming, got him. 10:03 beats a 10:08. Beasley moves on. Austin's day comes up a little bit short. Jeff Taylor gets the bye run. 5 cars. There'll be 3 left. Jeff, Matt, and Tom. We'll see him come back in round number 2 class elimination. Taylor, the engine builder. Up in Indiana, Jeff Taylor Performance builds engines for many of the racers here in stock, super stock, a few other classes. Jeff Motors on through, 966 at 135 miles an hour. It's our semifinal set in GTD. Automatic, Robbie Harris, GTI automatic, getting ready to take on Jerry Harris. So it's Harris' son versus Harris. GTI automatic class. 5 cars in. Leonard, Berlin, Robbie, Randy, Jerry. Here's Jerry and Robbie. Old Chevy 2 out of Kokomo. 283 combination, 305 Oldsmobile. Goes up out of the gate, Robbie. A little bit better out of the gate, Jerry. Better than 1,000 feet, Robbie. It's over with. 1042, 124. Jerry Harris' day is done. Robbie Harrison moves on. Randy Lynn Ship rolls in next alongside Berlin Taylor's Camaro. 327. GTI automatic. Pontiac Firebird. Berlin's 327. Chevy Camaro. Qualifying numbers from yesterday's runs. Randy, you might remember, had some problems getting down the racetrack. So right now, Berlin Taylor needs to concentrate on cutting a light, running the best lap he can. Whatever happens to Randy Lynn goes red. Berlin was dead late. Randy just trying to get a good lap out of the car, goes 11:08, 10:30 by Berlin. So Randy's day is done. She'll be back tomorrow for Super Stock Eliminator. Berlin Taylor moves on. So it'll be Leonard, Berlin, Robbie. Mattingly out of Cox Creek. The Oldsmobile there on the left side, another small cubic inch Chevrolet and an Oldsmobile. This time 305 combination out of that bow tie. Semi-final set. Final GTI automatic. It'll be back. We'll get the bye run in the semis. 10:31, 129 for Leonard. So he moves on, and we move on to our next category, our next class. C modified. 2 cars in the class. Class Wally on the line. Slate and Jeremy. Jeremy Mudd, the Grand Dam right side. Slate in the left. Mosier Engineering. Chevy Cavalier. By the way, tip of the cap to Rob Mosier and the gang at Mosier Engineering, one of our racers in the Super Gas Shootout. Putting out a call earlier today. Need a little help. Rob and the gang over at Mosier stepped up. Johnny LaBouse lended a little assistance, getting the rear end set up. Should be ready to go. 882 gets the win for Slate. The Class Wally. Jeremy Mudd goes 9:26. So Slate gets the Wally. Jeremy's day's done. GTE automatic. Coming up next. Finals in GTE automatic, as we call comp. To the oval track staging lanes, please. Comp eliminator, the oval track staging lanes. There goes Dave. Here comes Brianna. Ooh. Brianna gets the win, 989, beats Dave's 991. Just Just a few thousandths of a second down at the other end of the racetrack. Stick cars rolling up now. GTC, Dave Manning, Ernie Neal, high winding. Small block. Chevrolet's a pair. 3 cars in the class. Dave Manning, David Neal, and Ernie Neal. Well, Ernie taking on David. He'll come back to take on the other David. Manning's Beretta seems to be having issues. Ernie Neal sits and waits patiently. Starter just about to run out of patience. Putting him on the timer. Runner out of Louisville. Ernie Neal, meanwhile, sitting and waiting patiently in his Cavalier. All that, Dave Manning goes 3 foul red. Hands the win automatically over to Ernie. So it'll be Ernie and David in the finals. GTC, our stick category, 930 to 142, 943 by David. Knew he was giving up just a little bit. Performance numbers. So our finals are set. Ernie will come back and run David. It is Sunfire, so it'll be the Cavalier and the Pontiac. Duking it out for the GTC class Wally. Winding up that 327, dumping a clutch, and away we go. 922, 144 miles an hour. Super Stock B coming at us now, 3 cars in. Dallas Kelly, the 427 Thunderbolt Fairlane. And yes, Matilda, this is an original Thunderbolt. Nice automobile. Going to wind up 427 cubic inches of FOMO power. Dump the clutch. Told you earlier, the Super Stock B class elimination is going to be fun. A Thunderbolt, an AMX, and a Corvette. A lot of motorsports history wrapped up in this class. Warren says he'd take any one of them. I'll let Warren pick whatever one he wants. Alan can pick whatever one he wants. I'll take what's left over. Dallas goes 899 at 149. He was the quicker of the 3 in qualifying. Now he'll come back to run either AH, the 390 AMX, or Jimmy in that 396 Corvette. And either one of these would look awful sweet at home in my dream barn. Reinhardt for years has talked about his dream garage. I dream bigger. I've got a barn. Oh, your garage is Home Depot. That's not a garage. That's a barn. AH out of the gate. Jimmy just a tad quicker. Winner picker. Lights it up for Bridges. 909 at 147. Adkins a 9:15 lap at 145, so a classic final round. Ford versus Chevrolet. Big motored Thunderbolt, big motored Corvette. Factory Super Stock K on the line now. Three cars in the class. Keith Lynch, Carl Weisinger, Dennis Breeden. Here's Carl and Dennis. Winner gets to come back, run that former world champion race in the final. Whoa. Carl's card does a little sachet, leaving the starting line, and the do-see-do, well, that'll come up later on tonight. We're not dancing early today. 9:59, 138 by Breeden. Carl just kind of ease on down the racetrack. He'll take that one back to the pits, crawl underneath, and take a look at that rear suspension, make sure that everything's still where it's supposed to be. So Breeden and Keith Lynch. The finals, factory super stock K, all drag pack all the time. Plainsville, Indiana taking on New Madison, Ohio. Final round of the class. Keith lifts the front end up and has to use that steering wheel for what it was designed for. Steers it back into the groove, 9:58 at 139. Getting our combo racers paired up back there in the lanes. They'll be coming down and headed down the racetrack shortly. Top dragster, you should be in the staging lanes. We called you a while ago. We called you just a short time ago. We're calling you again. Top dragster needs you to the staging lanes, please. And top dragster, top sportsman, you are using the staging lanes behind the pit side grandstands. Comp eliminator needs you to the staging lanes as well. Comp needs you to the lanes. In the oval. GTC. Automatic, the category now. Looking down on my sheet, I've got Jim McBean, Todd France, Andy Cronenbitter, Dave Tincher, Jeff Atkinson. Well, here's Andy and Jeff. First pair in, quarterfinals. Cobalt, Pontiac Sunfire. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Jeffrey out of the gate. Hammering the tree, doing his Paul Bunyan imitation. Chops it down, goes 9:44 to 140. He was 002, and he was dead late out of the gate. Runs a comparable 9:45. Cronenbitter's reaction time started with a number other than 0. Like Alan said earlier. That doesn't work so well. Todd France, Dave Tincher. One of these guys going to move on to the semifinals. GTC automatic. Todd, former division champ, got that yellow Cavalier left side. Tincher's machine at standard. Early model. 94 Cavalier over on the right-hand side. 11 years difference between the two. Right now, wind light's going to go on for France. 936, 129, 945 by David. 139 miles an hour. Tincher's day is done. Todd France moves on. Atkinson moves on. And Jim McBean with the Mustang. 428 underneath the hood of that 95 edition. Gorgeous automobile. Gene shuts it off down there about mid-track, and he'll just kind of cruise on down, saving parts and pieces. So Gene McBean, Todd France, Jeff Atkinson. That's a group to draw to. Our 3 semifinalists. GTC automatic. Again, round number 2 class coming up just a little bit. Gary Summers should be up alongside Dick Lux, that 64 Mercury Comet. We saw Dick yesterday have a little bit of a problem getting down the racetrack with that little 289 4-speed unique Mercury. So Gary gets a bye run. He'll come back. Billy Dyer's Mustang. Wheel drop launch, 302, stick shift, convertible. $10.89, 108 miles an hour for Gary. Billy Dyer's machine, likewise, 302 stick shift combination. This time the 85 edition, coming to us out of Illinois. Dyer motors on through, 1188 at 114. And it looks like our super stock stick combo getting ready to roll up next. Super stock D, the 427 Fairlane. Joe Ridehouse up the 427 Camaro. Big motors, factory muscle cars, 4 speeds. See who can hustle down to the other end of the racetrack and light up the JEGS or the Budweiser lane. Steven, got to tell you honestly, the Fast Forward Fairlane race team out of Alabama right now just wanted to get down the racetrack. Car came out of the gate yesterday. It basically went nowhere, no how. We'd just like to get a good lap down. Put a good number up on the board. Red light by Steven, but a much better run. He won't go for the Wally into class, but he'll take the 961 lap compared to yesterday. Joe Ridehouse gets the combo win with his 427 4-speed Camaro. 926 144. He'll come back to either run a 327 Mouse or a 426 Hemi. The honking Hemi. Tony DePillo out of Ohio. Gorgeous automobile. Classic Mopar. 64 Plymouth Savoy right side. Zaskowski. Boy, who's been known to throw his way through the gears. 327 Camaro. Here comes the honking Hemi. Honk, honk. And goodbye. Tony DePillo, 879. 149 miles an hour. So we got a Hemi. We got a rat-motored Chevrolet, and we got a small block. Well, Dan Jacobs looking to go to the semifinals of our Super Stock Stick Combo category. On hold for just a moment out there. Looks like Mother Nature might be wiping her brow above us. As former Division V director Daryl Zimmerman would say, we have a few freckles on our asphalt. So we'll see what Mother Nature decides to do with her program here for a moment. Be on hold. Again, don't forget, if we called off your name as a door prize winner from the JEGS Racer Appreciation Barbecue, gifts over at the NHRA registration trailer on the Midway. Wendy T-Bear, Nika Hodges, Scotty Campbell, Lori Morris, Carter Sexton, Donnie Vaught, Kyler Carr, Tim Irwin, Phyllis Castle, Marco Abruzzi, Teresa Cook, Skeeter Wayne, Jerry Duke out of Nashville, James Russell, Bob Gear, Joe Covert, Johnny Gonzalez, and Leo Zenda. Gentlemen and ladies, you have gifts awaiting you from the JEGS Racer Appreciation Barbecue. Alan and I still waiting patiently for our names to be drawn. Yeah, Alan brings up a good point. Both of our names have been on some dubious lists before. That might not be a good thing to be on a list. So starting line's cleared. Just checked with the trucks down at the other end of the racetrack. They say, we're good. Come on. All right, Dan Jacobs brings that little Cavalier back to life. And lists his occupation as logger, but he's from Indiana. Not exactly a state that you would hearken to the logging business. But they do grow trees everywhere, so yeah. I'd like to have one of these Cobalts for the street. Cavaliers. Be a good Saturday night cruise car. .933 lap by Dan. So he moves on. Next round of eliminations in our Super Stock Stick Combo. Automatic combo coming up now. Jacob Pitt, Jason Buckner. Jason wheeling the family challenges. Drag pack machine out of New Waverly, Texas. Just think these guys could have raced each other back home and not had to tow all the way from the Lone Star State. Jacob Pitt, that factory GT Dodge, Mansfield, Texas. That's true. They don't have any copper wallies back there. They had to come get the copper wally here. Jason's red. Jacob moves on. Factory or a super stock automatic combo. 941 by Jacob at 121. 966 by Jason. Just a tad quick on the tree. 16 thousandths of a second. David's listening back home. Sam Monteleone. Super stock D. 302 Cobra Jet. Roy Hebert. Factory GTC. 345 Mopar combination underneath the hood of the family's hot rod. Been in the family for, a number of years. Got Rory at the wheel. Red line start by Sam. Rory gets to go to the next round. .964, 136 for Rory. 1048. Sam lights the red bulb and says, well, golly gee shucky darn son of a gun. I'll just say, turn it off and save it. Kim Fritz up. Factory Super Stock A. Well, 331 combination into Cobra Jet. Nick Morris. Neat piece there on the left side. Finished number 2 in the world last year with that Mustang. Based right up the road in Louisville. Got the late model. Combination underneath the hood, and Nick just quietly cruised through 2015. Building up points. Finished number 2. Here comes Kim. 986, 128 miles an hour. Fritz just could not get there. Running an 813, buck 66 for speed. 986. Nick Morris moves on. Mark Nowicki pulls in now. Gaylord, Michigan-based runner. Looks like Mark's competition, a no-show. For the opening round of the automatic combo shootout. So Mr. Mark will take his factory GT Dodge Avenger on through. 946, 130 miles an hour. So Mark moves on. Here's Steve Bellinger. Robin Brown as we move into Super Stock J. Where have these guys been? Robin Brown, Steve Bellinger. Class final. Whoa. Robin. Oh, straight and true. Wow. Robin, 10:04, 131 miles an hour. Robin, I think, ventured over to the Bowling Green Chamber of Commerce and picked up the tourist route map earlier. Steve Bellinger gets the win, 983 at 135. Robin Brown had the quicker car, and I'm here to tell you that tracks from that car, well, they used up a lot of the JEGS lane. That's not the best way to do it. GTJ. Show 3 cars on the sheet. Everett Hill. Ricky Pennington. Should be taking on each other. Ricky's a no-show. So Everett gets the competition by a little 302-64 Mustang. He'll come back. Have a classic Ford versus Chevrolet battle. The GTJ, the stick category. Hill will come back to take on Bill Zaskowski. I think everybody in the Zaskowski family except one born with a stick shift in their hand. 283 Chevy 2 with a 4-speed. Kyle says, by golly, I'll just go when I feel like going. So he did. Winds up to 327, dumps the clutch, goes 10:23 at 127, and he's into the final. It'll be him and Everett. Rich Autry, Ricky Decker, as we continue on with our Super Stock Automatic Combo Shootout. Mitchell Autry up in the Oldsmobile. That little Calais there on the left side. Decker out of the gate run, and here comes Mitchell. Wow. Got to tell you, a little surprised by both of them's reaction time. Especially Ricky's. He gets the win, 981, 134, 988. Mitchell on the left side. How do you like your super stock racing? I mean, how do you like it? Pretty cool stuff. Steve Hinton up, 265 cubic inch, 55 Chevrolet, two-door post. Ken Sharp up with his 1990 Cadillac Eldorado, 425 cubic inches of keeping it all in the family Cadillac underneath the hood. Gotta love super stock. I mean, it's just cool. 1061 at 126, 1211 by Steve. Ken Sharp gets to bring the Cadillac back around one more time. The Marshall clan. Remember that Pontiac earlier had the identity crisis going? Well, here's the boss man of the family. Here's Bob wheeling and dealing his Hemi. 426, Super A automatic. 65 Coronet, Dennis Perno. Up into Ford. Queenston Group out of Stony Creek, Ontario, Canada. Making a tow down. Brought the Mustang down, have a little fun this weekend here at Beach Bend. Red light start by Venice. This one's all Bob's. The Dodge material. This one really is a Dodge. Goes through 940 at 143, 956 by Perno. After lighting up that red bulb just a little too quick here on this end of the racetrack. Alan Wade's D automatic, 427 Camaro. Bob Alvey, little school bus yellow, GMC Sonoma. Kentucky-based runner right side. Here comes Allen, top end, got him, 925 at 142. Bobby tried to play a little sneaky one there and have the better reaction time and parlay it into the win, but that just didn't work. Matt Hoover up in the truck. The truck. We had an auto parts business. We could set up an awful quick delivery service because we got a lot of fast S10s and GMC Sonomas here this weekend. Hoover out of Adamsville. Down in the Volunteer State, making his way up. Good. Hot shot service. We could deliver pizzas quickly, too. They'd still be hot when they get there. That's right. Hoover motoring on through. We'll crank it off with a 997. 114 miles an hour. And that, guys and gals, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, I do believe, put a wrap on round number one of class eliminations for Super Stock. 6-second, 250 mile an hour plus. Top dragsters getting ready to come up. Next. Again, tip of the cap to everybody listening in across the country on D3 TV. Brought to you today by American RV. I had a few people send messages and let us know they're listening in from Arizona, Texas, out in the state of Washington. What'd you say earlier today, Warren? We've had 170 countries represented listening in on D3 TV since the first of the year. And I understand from my good friend Alan that if you're listening in on D3 TV, you can use the NHRA All Access at gmail.com. Send a message, send a comment, send a question, and we'll pick it up here at Beach Bend this weekend. JEGS Sports Nationals. NHRA Access, All Access at gmail.com. And we can answer your questions, or we can make something up. Ellen and I have been known to do that before. Twice, yeah. The last hour. All right. Top Dragster getting ready to roll at us. Quick check of the track from this end to that end. My phone's going off. Somebody listening has my number. So, speaking of. But again, tip of the cap to everybody at American RV, bringing it to you on D3 TV this weekend from Bowling Green. Top Dragster, 6-second, 200-mile-an-hour shooters. Quick four, going to come back a little bit later on today for the Duke out for some money. Bragging right. And, well, hey, just like to be quick and fast.
NHRA All Access is your exclusive ticket to watch live racing from the comfort of your own home or on the go all season long.
You know, with live streaming NHRA All Access, my friends and my family, they can watch me race around the country and turn those wind lights on.
From sunup to sundown, NHRA All Access is live right at your fingertips. From qualifying to the finals, we have you covered. Can't get enough of the world's most extreme sport? Sign up for your personal pit pass to all of the action at NHRAAllAccess.com.
The best thing I like about NHRA's All Access is I get to watch the sportsman competition throughout the country, and as a bonus, I get to watch my son, Sean Langdon.
I'm Ashley Sanford, and I love NHRA All Access because it shows all the sportsman classes, the competitive races, and best of all my family and friends get to watch me race.
Never miss a race again. An entire season will be yours for only $99.95. Join us, NHRA All Access.
players out here in Top Dragster. Hey, we got a very special guest out here at Bowling Green that we wanted to say hey to. Ollie Schaefer, welcome to the JEGS Sportsnationals, presented by Quick Fuel Technologies. For those of you who don't know, Ollie is Division II Director Rich Schaefer's dad. He had some pretty serious health issues about a year ago, and I mean, literally, we were afraid for a while we were going to lose him. He is back in tremendous health now, and for the 1-year anniversary, he told his kid, he goes, take me someplace special. So Rich brought him to Bowling Green after all he's done for you. But Ollie, I hope you're enjoying your weekend out here at the Drags, and glad to see you back in primetime health. You got a pretty good kid there, but don't tell him I said that. So bad and nationwide, huh? All right, I'll buy that. Listen up in the pits. Attention in the pits. Competition eliminator, come on down. Need you to staging lanes, please. Comp eliminator, we need you in these circle track staging lanes. Come on up behind the tower. All right. Bill Ernest, Jeff Liebel are going to kick things off. Now, we have had wild, crazy predictions flying around up here in the tower. A couple of the guys believe that we might see a 6-second run here in Top Dragster. Possible. Might even be 3 of them. If you're not familiar with Top Dragster, it is a typical case of racer mentality. It started with a bunch of guys that had low 7 or high 6-second cars that didn't want to run Super Comp. Didn't want to put throttle stops on. Just wanted to come up here and turn them loose. So they lobbied and lobbied and lobbied. NHRA said, okay. You can go as fast as you want. They said, really? Can we put nitrous on them? Sure. Turbos? Whatever. Blowers? Yeah, you bet. Pretty soon they had to tell them you couldn't run into 5. No throttle stops here, no backing up. Just cut it loose. And as advertised, we got a 6-second run. How about 6:46 at 217 miles an hour for Bill Ernest? That's number 1 right now. 7:15 for Jeff Liebel at 184. The number I've got on my sheet says 70. If that's the case, you guys have to lean on some of this stuff to get him qualified in the field. Tim Papp for Oakley Motorsports and Al Prevler, a couple of Illinois-based cars. Division 3 is not an easy place to make a living as a top dragster driver because I got some ridiculously fast cars here, hence the Pro Charged car in the right lane and the Bottle Rocket in the left lane. Hey, what are you going to put in your top dragster? I think I'll build a 708-inch big block. You think that'll be enough? Nope. So I'm putting nitrous on it. The motor in the left lane came out of the car in the right lane? Hey, listen up in the pits. Attention in the pits. Top Sportsman needs you in the lanes alongside the track. Competition eliminator behind the tower. In the circle track staging lanes, Top Sportsman in the other side of staging lanes. You don't care about red lights. Drivers practice, cars qualify. 632, the nitrous motor outruns the Pro Charge motor. Hey, Al, you gave away the wrong motor. Oh, yeah, there's your new number 1 qualifier. Tim Papp, 632, that's now on top. Al Peevler, 642. And here comes Phil Oakley for the Texas Roadhouse. I like the Texas Roadhouse. The engine builder out of Philpott, Kentucky. That's a Ford-powered machine there on the left side. And B.J. Sexton out of Ohio. 500-inch Chevy with a supercharger on top of it. Man, he's moving that thing around pretty good here. Okay, now I think we got it situated. There's a little nitrous purge going on. See Don O'Neill down there. He's the chief videographer. He's periscoping. Well, we've been searching for years for something Don O'Neill would be good at. Maybe this will be it. Needs a little more of a steady hand. Well, I thought we were going to have a new number 1 qualifier, and boy, is there egg on my face. BJ, 659 at 207. I think it was actually pretty lazy off the starting line. 692, 189 for Phil. So at this particular point in time, 6 cars have made an attempt, 5 of them inside of 7 seconds. Here comes Mike Coughlin in his new one out of Delaware, Ohio. Well, that's a pretty low-profile machine. Chris DeLawyer over here on the right side of that 572-inch Ford power plant for dragstersforsale.com. I wonder if you can buy this one.com. Can I make you an offer.com? And buyherepayhere.com. Mike Coughlin. That is a definitely a different look. For the JEGS Mobile. 628, 216.65. And how about Mike Coughlin for Team JEGS? He goes to the top. 635 at 215 for Christina. And she goes to the number 3 spot. Wow, Mike's car left like pretty lazy. But it was really humping out there in the middle. I'm going to have to go by and see what that new combination is because, well, it looks a little different from my vantage point, and there are things I can't see. Like my way clear to growing up. Rich Fishke out of Columbus now on the left side. It's got one of those belt drive tunnel rams on it, and Tom Fisher's got a direct-driven turbocharger, which is kind of what a Pro Charger is. So 2 more of the blown cars. They're now all chasing Mike Coughlin. Apparently, Mike yesterday, when we were doing the Super Comp shootout, or the Super Gas shootout, saw his nephew come up here and go, click, bang, 900, I'm the number 1 qualifier. He went back to the coach and went, hey, Uncle Mike, come on. You got to hold up your end of this JEGS deal. It's all about the number on the top of the scoreboard. Number on the top of the scoreboard, Budweiser side, 653. Number on the bottom, 208. 667 for Tom. 196. Top Sportsman. Attention in the pits. Top Sportsman, I need you in the lanes. And Top Sportsman, you need to come to the staging lanes over here that'll come up alongside the tower, not back in the oval. We need Tom back in the oval. We need Top Sportsman over here on the side. Danny Nelson, the chassis builder out of Arkansas on the left side. Out of Batesville, Arkansas. And Matt Sackman out of Illinois over here, 557 inches of blown monster. Matt Sackman works for the champ, Antron Brown, when he's not doing anything else. Fortunately for Matt, Antron's not racing the loud car this weekend, so he could bring his out here. 641, 222 for Matt. 651, 213 for Danny Nelson. Matt Sackman. Matt gets top speed of the meet so far and a number 4 qualifying spot. Danny goes to number 7. We now have 11 out of 12 cars in the 6-second zone, and nobody better than the yellow and black of Team JEGS and Mike Coughlin. Here comes the champ, Marco Abruzzi, out of Ohio for Abruzzi Transmissions. And here comes Darian Bosch out of Kenner, Louisiana. Darian, 16 years old in high school and driving the family racer out here. When I was 16 years old, my dad wouldn't let me drive his old pickup to the dump. Of course, I understand Darian's a pretty good kid, and I was, well, not exactly. Marco had a great line at the banquet last year at the championship. He said, I got started in racing because of a PhD. That stands for Papa Has Dough. If Dad hadn't got me started, I wouldn't be where I am today. Well, where you am today is world champion. Darian goes 637 at 216 miles an hour. Marco goes 640, 6.407 at 215. Mike Coughlin's still showing the way, and we're holding up here for just a second. Taking a look at something out there on the racetrack. Is it Spritzen or doing something stupid like that? Because it wasn't my idea if it was. Hey, I got my first feedback question on NHRAallaccess@gmail.com from Glenn Williford. Wants to know what's my favorite obscure funny car of the 70s. I don't know if it's an obscure funny car, but the first funny car I ever saw go down a racetrack was the Warhorse, Roger Garton's machine. And that hooked me on drag racing. There's actually a video link someplace. Went back to the racetrack where I started about a couple of months ago with a couple of folks from the Fox camera crew. I told a story about growing up in southern Arizona. If you didn't have a dirt bike, you didn't have any friends because everybody had dirt bikes. And the motocross track was like right next door to the drag strip, and we were all out at the motocross track one night when they were running funny cars. If you stood up way up in the top of the grandstands, which were about the size of the grandstands here, you could kind of sort of see over the drag strip. And so me and one of my buddies went over and hopped the fence and snuck in to get an up-close personal look at what was making all the noise over there. And the Warhorse went down the track. The first funny car I ever saw go down a racetrack, and I went, whoa, that's kind of cool. And here I am. That's the Reader's Digest version of the story, but I was never much of an obscure guy. Ashley Tidrick out of Cynthiana. Ashley's a dietitian. Maybe she can come up and give me a little help. I need to lose about 15 pounds. The only problem is I like eating and I don't like exercising. So if you can figure out a way that I can like sit around, put my feet up, drink beer, and lose 15 pounds, that's my kind of dietitian. John Deacon's over here on the right side. Yeah, right. That'd be the Tidrick diet. She'd be a Brazilianaire. Wow, hard charge for Deacons. That thing hiked the front end and just took off down the JEGS side. 620. Whoa, hang on. You might need that car later. 628, 216 miles an hour for John, who's doing a little slalom racing down there in a shutdown. Ashley Tidrick is in a car that is not her normal ride, and that's not her normal number, 1172 at 95 miles an hour. That thing kind of spit and stumbled off the starting line and then kind of eased it on down there. But by 3 thousandths of a second, John Deacon goes to the top. And then promptly scared the snot out of everybody that was watching him down there with that big move. Now it's Bob Mandel. Any relation to Howie? And Madison Ellison. Madison is trying to race her way through college with this car. Been done. Really, guy out on the West Coast named Mike Miller paid for college by racing his way through it in the sportsman ranks. Decided he liked school so much when he graduated, he didn't want to leave, so he became a teacher. Mandel out of Tennessee. Madison out of Kentucky. .651, 206 for Bob Mandel. Madison goes 680 at 195. And we now have had 18 cars go down the track, 16 of them in the 6-second zone. Here comes Andrew Johnson. That looks like a very unique combination. I know you should say very unique because unique means one of a kind. It doesn't need a modifier. The Pro-Charged Hemi. It looks like it's got a big spider on top of the manifold. I'm going to have to go down and get a closer look at that car. Just because well, thank you. Bob Unkefer says it's fuel injected. What would I do without you? Bob has an uncanny grasp of the painfully obvious. But Andrew Johnson with the fuel-injected Pro-Charged Hemi. And Tom Elliott over here with the 427 and the more conventional blower bolted on top of it. They're doing a little check down there on the top end, and I'm not sure if they saw something I didn't see. I saw a little puff out of the last car down there, but it looked to me like he just over baby powdered the parachutes. We have a couple of pro stock racers that do that on a regular basis. So when you see the chutes come out, you see the big poof. But it helps keep them from getting sweaty and sticking together. But we're going to take a look. We're going to double check. We're going to continue on. Oh, Glenn Wilford's giving me the 3rd degree now. Wants to know what my favorite Linda Vaughn memory is that I can tell. No, you know what? I don't have a bad Linda Vaughn memory. She is a wonderful lady. She's obviously a motorsports icon. I'm going to assume that she's in Indy this week. But no, Linda's a terrific lady. You talk about living history, somebody that was there in the early days and knows about the deals that went down and some of the behind-the-scenes secret wink and handshake stuff that was happening when things like Chevrolet officially pulled out of racing and somehow Bill Jenkins still had 3 generations newer stuff than anybody else had. Of course, her relationship with George Hurst, and that's a lot of living history. Wonderful lady to spend some time with and just listen to the stories. Well, at least I know my email works because it's working for Glenn. Once again, if you have a question, a comment, if you just want to tell me to smack Bob upside the head again, NHRAAllaccess@gmail.com. Who sent what? Nobody yet. But I'm sure somebody will. If you want to send one that says, hey, Bob, smack Reinhardt upside the head, that's fine. I'll just delete it because it's my email account. Wow, here's a deep thought for the day. No matter how far you travel, you can never get away from yourself. No matter where you go, there you are. Kevin McKenna put a great shot up on his Twitter account, That Guy K-Mac, if you want to follow him, of Chuck Gallagher getting a class trophy for Super A Modified. The cool part about that is Chuck Gallagher was actually racing at the first Sports Nationals back in 1974. Still out here getting it done and lighting up scoreboards. They did a parade today in Indy where they line up all of the starters in their starting order and parade them through Monument Circle. That's kind of cool. Somebody should have thrown a green flag. I'm guessing that means there's going to be a whole pile of Camaro demo cars up for sale soon. Apparently Eunice Pritchett is going around my email and going straight to Bob Unkerfer telling him to smack me in the head. Now, that explains why Larry's not here. I was kind of surprised, actually, that I didn't see his name, but apparently they wounded a motor on the dyno, so LP's not going to be here this week. See what else is going on out here in the real world. By the way, if you want to get me directly on Twitter, you can do that. It's at NHRA Reinhardt, at NHRA REINHART. Favorite small block stick car? That's easy. My 67 Mustang. 700 horse all aluminum, 428 small block, and a G-Force 5-speed. Street car. Got a question from Mark L. Wants to know when my grudge race with Jason Line is going to happen. Well, you're probably going to have to ask Jason that. He's the one that sissied out. Actually, funny story. Earlier this year, I said something to Jason about, you know, if you ever decide you want to do this, bring it to the racetrack back and Andrew Johnson, not the president. Boy, that thing was driving around a little bit down there. 626, 221 for Andrew in that ProCharger fuel-injected Hemi car. That's now number one. Tom Elliott goes 681 at 199. Now, I was talking to Jason earlier this year, and I said, hey, man, he said, man, I'm ready anytime. I'm ready to go. We could go right now. I said, really? You don't even have the motor in your car? And he went, how did you know that? I said, because I have spies. He built a 632-inch big block just to try to outrun me. It's not going to happen, but. Now it's Ken's story. And Les Feist. Les out of Clearwater, Minnesota. There's 10,000 lakes in Minnesota. There's only one Clearwater? Really? Les goes 635, right straight as a string down the middle of the lane, 217.3 miles an hour. Ken goes 702 at 190.67. Here's Kyle Camp, engineer out of Terre Haute, and J.B. Strasweg, who's an RV dealer. He's American RV, presenting a sponsor of D3 TV today. For those of you that are watching around the world or down the street, or in your coach back there in the oval. J.B. Strasweg had some success at this racetrack. And Kyle Camp. Says it's a 500-inch Toyota. I'm guessing that's a typo. Or a literary license. Well, that was strange. And I don't mean driveline components. 636, 212 for JB. Kyle's car like hiked the front end, took off, then it almost looked like it hit a throttle stop, and then it took off again. It was strange. Strasweg at 636 goes to the number 7 spot. Andrew Johnson still in the number 1 spot. We now officially have 20 out of 24 6-second players, and here comes Lynn Ellison. So we saw the kid a little bit ago. Here comes the pirate himself for collector tethers and fireworks dealer out of Central City. And Casey Spradlin. Casey's pretty good at this too. One of the real Division II power players. Top Sportsman, you should be in the lanes, approaching the side of the tower, and Competition Eliminator, you should be in the lanes behind the tower. .626.8 right now is number one. That's Andrew. Matt Sackman still has top speed at 222 and big change. Casey's car wadded a tire up a little bit, was able to drive through it. 648, 212 miles an hour on the JEGS board. 649, 208 for Lynn Ellison. Casey 13, Ellison 14. And that'll bring up Aaron Stanfield. His dad used to be pretty good at this too. And Steve Cohen. Steve Cohen for Wright Trailers. And boy, how long has Steve been doing this? I mean, a long time. Couple of nitrous players, the C-Tech cabinets over there on the side of Aaron's car. They got involved in a big way this weekend at the Sports Nationals, and we certainly appreciate everybody who stepped up, put up some extra cash, and made the race even more special. I talked to Greg earlier in the weekend. I said, "You bring anything?" And he said, "Nah." He said, "The boss wouldn't let me." .638, 207.91 for Stanfield. 653, 204.57 for Cohen. Aaron goes to number 9. Cohen goes to 19. Andrew Johnson still number 1. 28 spot at the maiden attempt, and that'll bring up Jeff Strickland in his pro-charged ride for Team Sign Punk and Mike Crick. Scotty, I will pass your question on to Bob. Jerry Nash, I was never an on-track official. .648, 210 miles an hour for Jeff Strickland. And Mike Crick's car quit. Now he got it started. Car's still sitting in stage. He could go ahead and make the run. .726, 184 miles an hour. Now he's going to need to tune up. Mike's going to need to tune up that reaction time just a smidge, but no, he sat there for like 12 seconds. It actually sat there so long, it cycled all the way around and came up LB. Now it's Joe Fisher and Mario Bosch's turn. Fisher out of Ohio, as in racing RVs. as in presenting sponsor for Top Dragster and Top Sportsman for the National Championship. By the way, we got those decals. If you didn't know. Mario out of Louisiana. That's a 540-inch, basically top alcohol dragster motor. 652, 215 for Mario. 633, 222 for Joe Fisher. And that doesn't look like a dragster, so I think it means Andrew Johnson ends up number 1. Mike Deacons 2, Mike Coughlin 3rd. Tim Papp, Joe Fisher, Christina Lawyer round out the quick 6. Les Feist, J.B. Strasweg, the top 8. We got top sportsman cars rolling around the corner. Lance, the easy question for you, and these questions are coming to me through my NHRA All Access at Gmail. We'll pause for burnout as Jerry Albert warms up the tires in the Camaro. And John Taylor does the same. It has to do with where the butterflies are. He wrote me a question, asked why the centrifugal supercharged cars have wastegates and the traditional supercharged cars don't. Because the butterflies on a traditional supercharged car are on top of the blower. When you close the throttle, it stops the airflow. Therefore, the blower has nothing to push. A number of the centrifugal cars blow through the carburetor, so when you close the butterflies, you cannot have 60 or 70 pounds of boost pressure coming down on top of the throttle blades. You have to relieve it some way, and they relieve it by opening a wastegate. Jerry Albert out of Ohio on the left side. John Taylor out of Naples, Florida on the right side. Top dragster qualifying. I don't think we're going to have quite as many 6-second players in Top Sportsman as we are in Top Dragster. Call me crazy. I do think we'll have a few. Jerry's car dancing around a little bit there that first 100 feet, but he gets her straightened out. 691, 198. So we start with a 6-second run. 760. 7.602 if you want to get technical. 179 for the elevator guy. So Jerry number 1, John number 2. Hey, listen up. That sounded weird. Listen up in the Super Street pits. Attention in the pits. Super Street shootout racers. Come on down. The 16 that qualified for the shootout. Going to take a crack at a little K&N cash and a little Lucas Oil cash. We need you in the staging lanes, please. Super Street shootout cars. We need you in the staging lanes over here on the side. And if you don't know who you are, Hinkle, Speranzo Hoda, Hortzman, Smith, Smida, Kelly, Napier, Glass, Foss, Ruzicka, Vogelsang, Smith, Satterley, Matthews, Thompson, Kastner. You top 16. Come on down. I'm sure he's going to take on the cash. Wow. Bada boom, bada bang out the pipes for Tim Molnar. A little hiccup down there, a little fire coming out of the headers underneath the car. 731, 183 for Gordon Horn. 63 Corvette with an Oldsmobile headed at Big Block. And that'll bring up Larry Harlan in the Anglia. And that'll bring up Vince Hoda in the Camaro. And we'll hold up momentarily. What does planetary transmission designation mean in comp? It means it has a planetary transmission. Next question. Planetary transmission in like the simplest form is a transmission in which you don't have to mesh gears in order to make a change. There is a clutch pack in each segment of a planetary transmission, and every time you pull a gear, you basically are locking up the next clutch pack, but there is no meshing of the gears when you're changing gears in a planetary transmission. You have a sun gear, you have orbital gears, and then you have the outer ring. You can probably Google a really nice picture of it. My question for Bob, are you listening, Bob? When you get an opportunity, Scotty Thompson wants you to give everybody a brief history of Beach Bend. Bob says he'll take care of that when he gets the microphone back in his hand. Well, hi, Barry. Nice to hear from you. Watching from Benicia. Probably kick back, feet on the couch, drinking one of those Indigene reserves. I'm seeing like little bitty circles in the puddles, so that's what we're on hold for. Just whatever you do, don't look at the sky. It's like a toddler. You can't keep looking up. That's like just encouraging. Is it getting worse? That's not what I wanted. I wanted it to get better. I love the tuxedo fire suit. Did you see that? So you can wear your fire suit to formal functions. And then you go to Dairy Queen. I was thinking peanut butter parfait. Bob wants a dilly bar because, well, you are what you eat. You don't think my dietitian will like the peanut butter parfait? All right, you're probably right about that. All right, we're doing a little spritz and sprinkle and question in TAD, why do the blower cars and injected cars run different wings? Because they make a different power curve. On the blown car, the wing is basically for stability. The injected cars run a lot of torque and a lot of grunt through the middle of the racetrack. They actually need more downforce. So the injected cars run a wing much like a top fuel car, only with an element removed. And the injected and the blower cars have a fairly flat wing that literally is just up there for a little bit of stability at 250 or 60 miles an hour. By the way, those of you that are watching, listening, or paying attention on D3 TV around the world, brought to you by American RV today. If you make it out to a national event, one of the Mellow Yellow Series stops, at each and every stop on the tour, we are now conducting Nitro School. Takes place on Saturday, about an hour and a half to 2 hours before the first pro qualifying session on Saturday, also known as Q3. And we use different drivers or crew chiefs throughout the course of the year. But if you get an opportunity to come by, I guarantee you, whether you've been coming to NHRA races for 20 years or whether it's your first time, you'll learn a little something from Nitro School. Last week, Jim Oberhofer was co-professor at Nitro School. It was very interesting. Explaining some of the stuff that makes these cars work and taking questions from the fans. That's at any stop on the Mellow Yellow Series, which next weekend will be in Epping, New Hampshire. The weekend after that in Englishtown. The weekend after that in Bristol. The weekend after that in Norwalk, which has $1 a pound ice cream. And now I even more want a peanut butter parfait. Where's the nearest Dairy Queen around here? Is there one around here? Are there Dairy Queens in this part of the world? Let's start there. There's what? There's an ice cream trailer right over there? Where? Brewster's Ice Cream right over there? Okay. I don't want anybody to read anything into this, but I said I want ice cream, and Kevin McKenna that fast went, ice cream, right there, right there. I'm just pointing out the truth. I will give a copper wally to the first person that brings me ice cream. Surely we've got a spare. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Do they have a mint chocolate chip or a chocolate? A sample pack. Continuing to take questions that can be fired off. NHRA All Access at gmail.com. For me or for Bob or Kevin McKenna sitting up here in the tower. He's a really, really sharp guy that's been around NHRA for about a bazillion years and wrote the book, literally, How to Drag Race. Actually, I don't want anybody to feel left out. Warren's up here. Ron's up here. Ice cream's on the way. Yeah. Well, that worked. Let's try this. I need a Ferrari and a bucket full of $100 bills. Look, here comes the Cummings family. I think they have both. Probably more than one of both. Yeah, I actually am looking for a project car. If anybody's got a 70 Hemi Cuda or Challenger convertible that's just in the way and, they wish somebody would drag it out of here, I'd throw you a couple $100 and I'll come get it. Or a three-way hearse. Well, I kind of miss it. When I had the thing, other than happy hour, it really wasn't a very practical car. I mean, true story, if anybody missed it, I wrote a story about it at National Dragster a few, 6 months ago or 8 months ago. I literally stumbled across a 1966 Cadillac Hearst. Oh, look at this. Thank you. I appreciate that. Oh, where was I? We just got sidetracked out here.
That was the person that said they were bringing ice cream, so there's more coming. That's not the person that answered me, no. One Rico.
Anyway, I'm sorry I got distracted. I ran across a 66 Cadillac Hearst three-way. And if you're not familiar with the term, I wasn't either, so I looked it up. But a three-way hearse is one that's designed so that the coffin can be loaded from either the left or the right or out the back door like a conventional one. And they have suicide doors on them. And I don't know why, but suicide doors on a hearse just struck me as really funny. So I bought the car. The thing is huge. I mean, I drive a 3/4 ton stretch cab Dodge 4-wheel drive, and the hearse takes up more room in the shop than my truck. So like I said, it wasn't exactly the most convenient thing to drive. So after, yeah, we're now we're loaded up with ice cream. So anyway, after I had the car for a while, and it won an award, by the way, I took it to a kind of an impromptu little car show cruise in, and I won most unique automobile because I had the only 66 Cadillac hearse three-way with a coffin sticking out the side of it. And then I sold it. Now I kind of miss it. Somewhere behind me, there's a car dealer that bought it from me that's going to come running back up here and go, "You want to buy it back? Boy, have I got a deal for you." Nah, he paid cash for it. He'd want cash to get it back. I'm not sure I could convince Tony to drive it across the country again, however. True story. Sold a car in Tucson, Arizona, and got a friend of mine to drive it to Floyd's Knob, Indiana to deliver it. Sure, now we're... This is the definition of dilemma. I have ice cream and race cars. Yeah. Larry Harlan in the Anglia. Vince Hoda in the Camaro. You want to talk? Warren had been on the microphone all day. We're going to let Warren talk while I eat ice cream. Have at it.
Well, thank you, Alan. Top Sportsman qualifying coming at you right now. Larry Harlan left side, Vince Hoda right side. Hoda out of Indiana. The Anglia, the bad Anglia, lining up left side. Hoda out of Camaro, in the Camaro out of Mississippi. Inspired all the ice cream rolling up here into the tower. Trying to get into this Top Sportsman show. 64 car field this weekend for Top Sportsman and Top Dragster. Spooled up there. Camaro charging hard, finish line. Slows just a little bit, 684 at 202. Good looking lap there for Hoda. Larry Harlan in the Anglia, 699. He sits number 3 right now. 6 cars so far down the track. Hoda, number 1 at 689. Some wild burnouts there. Pair of door slammers getting set to back up. Left side, Mike Batty out of Milford, Michigan. 96 Cutlass. Looks like one of an ex-pro stock style car there. The Cutlass in the Budweiser lane. Alongside Jeff Sexton from Fairborn, Ohio. 2003 Cavalier. 2-time national event winner over here on the right side. We'll spray the nitrous there. Getting the pressure set right in the manifold left side there for Badia. And with that, a few drips on the starting line, I'm guessing, and so we're going to be on hold for just a second or two. Actually, I am corrected. I see vehicles down there on the top end of the track. So once the top end is clear, we may be back to action here pretty quick. So we'll push Mike Batty and Jeff Sexton back towards the water box. All right, back to action. Single pass coming up here for Jeff Sexton. Cavalier. We headed down the JEGS.com side of the track. Put a good number up there. Good job on the starting line. Finish line says 695. 695 at 199. That's right in the middle of the pack right now. Actually, number 3 after a handful of cars so far. Next pair. Rodney Benson, Budweiser side out of Scott City, Missouri. 70 Mustang. Alan Reinhart would love that car. It's got the blue oval on it. Alongside Rick Korn from Paducah, Kentucky. The Dodge Avenger. How about 738 cubic inches of Hemi power under the hood there for Rick Korn. 665, that's just a little motor there for the blue oval machine out of Scott City, Missouri. While we get set to pair them up here, we need Paul McCure and Joe Moore, or somebody that is with them, to come to the tower. They need to meet with Eric Lotz up here on the top floor of the timing tower. So somebody with Paul Mercure or Joe Moore, or Paul or Joe yourself. If you could come up to the tower, we need to have a little chat up here with Eric. So Benson lines up left side, Korn right side. Moving forward, neither one staged just yet. Korn is in. Benson's in. Good looking lap for both cars. Korn is getting there. Little backfire at the finish line. 6:53. 6:53 at 2:09 for Rick Korn. Rodney Benson, 7:08. 7:08 right side. Rick Korn goes to the top of the sheet. Now up the 2004 Stratus left side, Ryan Kuykendall, Highland, Illinois. Rebuilds transmissions for a living. Alongside Eric Burnett, the Marine mechanic out of Charlestown, Indiana. 2005 Cavalier. Both of them with bow tie power under the hood. Kuykendall, 784 cubic inches. Taking their time to stage here, Kuykendall and Burnett. Kuykendall, Mopar left side, the Budweiser lane. Burnett, Cavalier. Spooling them up. Kuykendall, all kinds of sideways. Burnett straight as a string. 6:36 at 2:22 for Eric Burnett. Kuykendall clicked it early. Off the line, made a hard move to the right. Could read the driver's side door from here in the tower. So Burnett jumps to the top of the ladder with that 6:36. Arlie Boggs coming up next. 4 runner out of Deer Park, Texas. 95 Cutlass. Alongside Ken Langlois out of Milan, Michigan. 63 Corvette. We saw Kenny last week up in Norwalk. Loaded up, just headed south. Hanging out here this weekend. So the schedule says this is the first of 2 qualifying sessions for top sportsmen. Got to lay down a good number and make sure that it holds through the qualification process. Both drivers charging hard for the finish line. Langlois gets there first, 698. 698 at 198. Boggs was quicker, though, 696 at 193. Now they sit 6 and 7 on the qualifying sheet. Here's Tim Irwin for Mosier Engineering. Alongside Paul Pittman, the Twist and Shout machine out of Bloomington, Minnesota. 2013 Camaro. 828 GM power plant under the hood there, right side. So we're getting the signal to shut them off. Not sure what's going on down there at the top end of the track, but our safety crew out there taking a look at something, and so we are on hold until we get the all clear from the shutdown area. Well, we got a moment of quiet time. Want to remind you about the non-denominational chapel service tomorrow, sponsored by Racers for Christ. Tomorrow morning, 9 a.m., and they will be hosting you over here on the east or the far end of the oval track grandstands. Everyone is welcome and encouraged to attend. That's tomorrow morning, the non-denominational chapel service, Racers for Christ. And our chaplain, Vince Otway, is on the grounds. I saw him earlier today. I assume he's still floating around here. And if you have any needs that he can help you out with, he is here to do that service for you. Again, non-denominational chapel service tomorrow morning, sponsored by Racers for Christ at the east end of the oval track grandstands, 9 a.m. Yeah, it looks like safety truck rolling off down there at the last turnoff. Brad Buchel looking in the cars, talking to the drivers. Make sure we get everything sorted out before we send them down on their qualifying attempt. Again, Paul McCure and Joe Moore, if you or somebody that is with you could come up to the tower, up to the top floor. Need to meet with Eric, get some things sorted out. We'd be happy to have you. Just like the name says, twisting and shouting all the way down. Paul Pittman, 670, 670 at 213 for Paul Pittman. Tim Irwin, 720 at 188. Pittman moves to number 3 on the sheet now. 2 more in the water box coming up. It's Mark Sanders, Harrison, Ohio. 05 Cavalier alongside Bruce Barth, Pinckney, Michigan. Bruce in the JEGS.com lane. Sanders, the Budweiser side. Attention in the pit area. We need the Super Gas Shootout cars to the lanes, please. Super Gas Shootout cars, we need you to the lanes. Once again, Super Gas Shootout cars to the lanes, please. Sanders and Barth. Good looking pass. Big End says it's a 765 for Bruce Barth, 777 at 174 for Mark Sanders. So they're on the sheet towards the bottom. Still room for some improvement. Bob Mandel Jr., the supercharged quarterback out of the water box right now, along with Jonathan Smitty, nitrous assisted 96 Cutlass. Smitty left side, Mandel right side. Hey, Super Gas Shootout cars, we need you to the lanes. Your top 16, Troy Coughlin Jr., Tricia Allen, Jeff Jensen, Paul Richardson, Rob Stiegel, Jeff Lopez, Dwight Noose, Steve Hoyt, Brian Folk, Justin Moser, Dan Toole, Rusty Cook, Leo Zenda, Tim Gillespie, Edmund Richardson, and Don Gandy. You may have heard of some of them guys. All 16 of you, we need you to the lanes. So you see some fuel out of the car, or a little liquid anyway, for the Corvette. He'll click it early. 786 for Jonathan Smitty at 171. He'll be on the sheet towards the bottom of the sheet, unfortunately for him. 1180 there, clicking off the timers for the Corvette. So Brad out there picking up a few things about the 330 mark. He'll hop the wall. Appears to be the blower belt. Rubber band coming off the front of the car there for the supercharged Corvette. In the meantime, backing up from their burnouts right now, it's Robert Irby III out of Collierville, Tennessee. 2004 Corvette alongside Cheyenne Stanley. Mr. Cheyenne Stanley out of Cynthiana, Kentucky. For Parker Paving, backing up the 2007 Mustang. Spraying it there, purging the nitrous there on the right side. for that 632 Ford power plant. So the Ford muscles its way down to a 652. 652 at 205 for Cheyenne Stanley. 709 for Robert Irby III. Cheyenne goes to number 2. Irby sitting right now, number 12. And the big nitrous backfire there on the burnout for Glenn Butcher. So looking around a little bit under the car there for Glenn Butcher. They will push him back out of the way. Big bang, big flash. In the meantime, Don O'Neill getting set, stage it up over here on the single. For dragstersforsale.com, VP Fuels. The Mad Scientist machine over here, right side. Single pass coming up here for Mr. Don O'Neill. Monster Carlo, he calls it. 7:49 at 171. Looks like it was slow in there at the finish line, but a 7:49 at 171 for Don O'Neill. Tough break for Butcher. Hopefully just a little backfire and didn't tear it up too bad. Here's Mario Bosch out of Kennery, Louisiana. Alongside Justin Souders. Souders the Camaro right side. So the supercharged Grand Am over here on the left side for the runner out of Louisiana. Souders out of Louisville. Attention in the pit area. We need all of our competitors for the Lucas Oil K&N Super Comp Shootout. To the lanes, please, the top 16. For the Super Comp Shootout, to the lanes. We need you now. So rattling the tires there for the supercharged machine. The nitrous car 719. Justin Souders 719 at 189. 792 at 183 on and off the throttle for Mario Bosch. How about the 55 Bel Air pulling up left side? The Excalibur machine for Lester Johnson. Pro Charger Extreme. Alongside Mark McDonald out of Boonville, Indiana. for dragstersforsale.com. He'll be backing it up right side. Winner 2 weeks ago right here at this track in the NMCA race. Went to the Final Four last week in Norwalk. Trying to continue that kind of streak. Johnson, potential #1 qualifier with that Pro Charge shoebox over there. Look at Johnson lay down that pass. 6:14 at 2:28, and he does move to the #1 spot on the sheet. 6:82 for Mark McDonald at 200 miles an hour. Two more out of the box right now. Nitrous cars a pair, left side of the track. The transmission builder out of Warren, Ohio, that is Marco Abruzzi. Top sportsman and top dragster campaigner. If you saw that top dragster earlier, saw that big #1. The inaugural national champion in the top dragster category. Alongside Jimmy Cowan out of Pittsboro, Indiana. I like that car over there, that 70 Camaro, the drop nose machine. 814 cubic inches of bow tie motivation under the hood. Hard hit there on the tires for Jimmy Cowan, off the line. He makes a good lap, though. 681 at 206, Jimmy Cowan. Marco Abruzzi, 683 at 201. Todd Ewing up next. He's out of the water box. 2000 Camaro out of for Huntsville Engine. Casey Spradlin alongside. 37 Chevrolet. Spradlin, one of those campaigners, running top sportsman and top dragster. Another D2 runner out of Ranburne, Alabama. A little trouble there getting the door shut on the 37. Spradlin turns it red, doesn't matter. Camaro gets there first. 674 for Todd Ewing. 674 at 206. Casey Spradlin, 703. 703 at 199. He's in the top 16 for now. Ewing slides into the #6 spot. It's going to be Ricky Adkins coming up now. Another 37 Chevy out of Milan, Michigan. Right now alongside Mike Crick. How about that 68 Roadrunner, 655 cubic inches of Plymouth power under the hood of that machine. See a little purge of the nitrous as he backs it up into those hot, sticky tracks. Again, Lucas Oil, K&N, Super Comp Shootout, top 16 to the lanes. If you're not there, you need to head that way. Good looking 002 there for Ricky Adkins. Looking for the number of the car, not the driver. How about a 686? 686 for Adkins at 199. Mike Crick off pace 837, not what he was looking for at all. 123. Mike Battia, Milford, Michigan. He had done his burnout earlier and we shut him off, shut everybody off for a few raindrops. So he was pushed back. He's getting his chance now to make his lap over here in the Budweiser lane. The Oldsmobile Cutlass, 632 Chevy power under the hood. Works for GM. It better be GM all the way around. John Hochstetler, Niles, Michigan. 2003 Stratus. 645 Mopar under the hood there. Both racers staged and ready. And the Stratus on a pass. 680. 680 at 202 for John Hochstetler. Mike Battia, 713 at 183. One more out of the water box right now. I believe this is the last car in the top sportsman category. Greg Kaufman, Russellville, Kentucky, the Kaufman Construction 97 Cutlass. Kaufman will pull up in JEGS.com lane. It'll be your final qualifying attempt in this session. Kaufman charging hard. Survey says 690. 690 at 199. So that'll wrap up this qualifying session for top sportsman. Lester Johnson sitting in the number one spot. He's got about 2/10 on the rest of the field. Eric Burnett, 636. Lester Johnson, 614. That's the gap there. All the way down to Arlie Boggs in the number 16 spot. So let me step out of the way and hand the microphone over to Mr. Bob Unkefer for your history lesson of the day.
A comp eliminator getting ready to come up, and I am ready for that. I love comp. Our competitive eliminators, some call it complicated. It's not. Just got a large variety and types of cars that are available to run, and to me, kind of harkens back to the old days. Super comp, shootout. Need you lanes, please. Missing 2 in super. Round 2 of stock. Hey, there we go. Comp eliminator getting ready to come. Jay standing next door giving me hand signals. Can't repeat all of them he's giving me. Yeah. Wait a minute. It's a double steal. First and second and third to home. Yeah. Okay. Gets a little. Yeah, I know. I've seen the super gas hand side go. Gee. History of Beach Bend. Got to look, and there is a lot of history here at Beach Bend. We'll get into that later. Comp eliminator, round 1 of qualifying. Wayne Hutton getting ready to come up. Brian Browl alongside. I see Wayne. I don't see Brian. Wayne Hutton out of Portland, Tennessee. Dion, 309 cubic inch. Chevrolet. Comp eliminator. Big V8s, little V8s. Supercharged, turbocharged. Fuel injected, carbureted. Automatics. Planetaries. Dragsters, roadsters, alters. Front engine dragsters, rear engine dragsters. A little bit of everything. It always harkens back to the days of, hey, Joe's got an engine, Bill's got a chassis, Tom's got a body, let's put it all together and go racing. Kind of what it amounts to. You can put that combination together. The ingenuity here in drag racing and comp eliminator is great. Take a 500 cubic inch, all aluminum V8, cut it in half with a bandsaw, make a 4-cylinder out of it, fabricate everything you need to go race. Wayne Hutton drifts just a little bit out of the groove. Out there about the 250-foot mark. Shuffles off to the side. Wayne says, you know what? I'll save it and bring it back later. Car's a past Best Engineered Award winner. Likes to keep it shiny. Keep all the good stuff going. Bruno Massel, Brian Brow. Brian's machine has been quiet this season. Brian trying to put everything together. A little V6 powered. 4.3 Chevrolet. Engine GM came out with back in the late 80s and many vehicles during the 90s. Essentially a small block Chevrolet minus a couple of cylinders. Popular motor in the S10s. Astro vans. Mid-sized vehicles. Brian. For years campaigning a V6 built by the legendary Grump. D dragster there on the left side. Bruno over here on the right. A little 135 cubic inch turbocharged Chevrolet Cobalt for the gentleman who makes his living now on TV. Fox Sports Show. NHRA drag racing. See him on the Velocity Network as well. MAV TV, trucking TV program. Bruno bringing the RPMs up. 600 left side, 4-cylinder right lane. Bruno legging it out, 7:03 at 194 miles an hour. 882 by Brian. Bruno at 68 under the index and basically says, hey, boys, come on. Pretty nice run. Fred Allen on the right side, the A Econo altered, missed out last weekend. Home dealing with some health issues. And Jimmy Scott, one of our grand marshals, here with us back in the early 70s. Davey Urahara, A Nostalgia Dragster chassis, 400-inch Oldsmobile. So started off with us back in 74, the first Sports Nationals here at Beach Bend. Grand Marshal here this weekend and said, what the heck, if I'm going to go all the way back and have some fun, might as well take the race car, have a little bit more fun. Fred Allen driving the C.J. Farrell 32 Bantam. We said missed out last weekend. Fred doing a little driving going down the racetrack. 731 on the 792. A Econo altered number. Jimmy Scott 747. 176 miles an hour. Fred Allen's 60 under. We'll have to get Jimmy entered in correctly. Get him figured out on the tree. Bruno at 68. Variety and disparity of automobiles. That's how low you could go against your index. Joey Tanksley. Kid Services and Trucking, big block Chevrolet, A Dragster, David Rampy, another A Econo altered. Fred Allen just motored down track at 60 under. See what Rambo does on his first shot down. Davis leans in, checks everything out. Barry been having a pretty good year. Got his got his race car out. Been running some of the brackets around his home when he's not out on tour with David. Tanksley, a former division champ. Multiple times over. Louisiana-based runner there on the Budweiser side. First shot at the racetrack for our comp eliminator cars this weekend. Stock eliminator, class eliminations, need you to lanes, please, for round 2. 643, 211 for Joey. 726 by David at 181. Rampy, 65 under the index. Joey, 60 under. You'd think with all the humidity in the air, it wouldn't be quite that quick out there, but the boys are showing it to be just a little bit quicker than what you give credit to. That's Adam Hickey. And that's Art Hodges. Art says, I want to do a burnout. Pro Mod Machine out of North Carolina, new Camaro bodied entry. Super Comp shootout contestants, looking for 16 of you to the staging lanes. Super Comp shootout contestants, needing you to the staging lanes, please. Adam Hickey and the Hickey brothers out of Ponchatoula. Up on the left-hand side, Richardson, Elrod, Minji, Legault, Shelton, Cincinnati, McIlvain, Coleman, Folk, Wober, Straswig, Adcock, Mosier, Glass, Richardson, and Buttram. 16 contestants in Super Comp needs you to the lanes, please. Adam up, B Dragster Automatic. 7 B dragster automatics at the last 2 races. I think Warren and I were able to figure out there's like 9 of them in the country. And Adam Hickey's car wasn't one of them. Adam Hickey, 694 to 190, 733 for Art. Adam at 51 under the index. Art looking to get there. So it's Bruno and David and Joey and Fred, your top 4 so far in comp. Greg Bourgeois and Greg at Camplain, a B Econo dragster. Greg Bourgeois, the A Nostalgia dragster, out of Metairie, Louisiana. Take a look at the front wheels on the front of Bourgeois' machine. Keep telling Craig, somewhere in downtown New Orleans, there's a hot dog vendor machine that's sitting on blocks. Craig just kind of shook his head and shrugged his shoulders and said, I don't know. I mean, look at those things. Don't they look like they came off a hot dog vendor stand? Greg Camplain, right-hand side, the Mount Comfort RV machine. Working its way down track, 684 by Camplain at 193. 680 by Bourgeois. Craig's goes 72 under. Camplain goes 70 under the index. Say hi to your new number 1 and number 2 qualifiers. Bourgeois to the front. Nice charge down the quarter mile. Van Puckett's G-altered. Automatic, the little Cavalier on the left-hand side coming up from Georgia. The Peach State, Bo Butler's machine. So coming down from Floyd's Knob, Indiana. The new proud home of Alan Reinhardt's three-way hearse. I wonder if they're using that in their marketing up there. Up. I wonder if Elvis is in the back. Bo and the gang, as Alan whispers to me in my ear, just getting his car back together. Yeah, from way across the room. Alan whispers. Film at 11. Van Puckett up. Cavalier. The alternate automatic. See if Bo's machine's got all the nuts and bolts tightened up. Kind of looks that way. 868, 156 for Bo, 831. Van goes 60 under, Bo's 41 under. Well, now if they got a lap on the car, they'll go back and tune it up. See if they can speed it up some. Dave Billingsley. I think this is probably the only known Camaro in the free world with a 4-cylinder in it. Or is this a 6? That's what I thought. Todd France, F Supermod automatic. Reigning division champ. Pontiac G5 up on the left. Little mop and glow action out there on the Budweiser side. Do a little mopping before they can go. Billingsley machine out of Larry Hodge race tires. Billingsley Car Wash, one of the sponsors of the Jerry Arnold Comp Eliminator Bonus Fund and D3 action. Todd bringing the Pontiac to life. Yeah, we get her going. Bourgeois at the top of the pack. That's a stout run to try to get him. Billingsley. Check side of the racetrack. The little Camaro goes 885, 153, 864 by France. 55 miles an hour. David's 51 under. Todd's a tenth better at 61 under the index. Mike Farrell up, B Street Roadster. Mike was having some issues at Norwalk last week. Car kept wanting to go right. Come off the line in the left-hand lane up in Norwalk, and it was aiming straight towards the Christmas tree. Wasn't exactly the good thing. Jason Cohen out of Kokomo up, another four-cylinder machine. This time in a dragster, F Econo dragster. Flyweight car there on the left-hand side. Out of Cohen transmission, race shop. Yep. Farrell's car still going right. 779, 169 by Mike. 799 by Jason Cohen. Jason at 71 under the index. Hey, Greg Camplain. Take a step backwards. Steve Ambrose, Jim Kimbrough roll up. Farrell goes in at 62 under. He was using the Warren County tourist route to get down the racetrack after that launch to the right. Ambrose J altered automatic. That is an inline 300 cubic inch 6-cylinder Ford. Steve picked up the phone, made a call out to Santa Maria, California. Talked to a gentleman named Alan Johnson, said, hey, do you think you could work me up ahead for this thing? Seems to be working quite well of late. Jimmy Kimbrough, C Dragster Automatic, contractor, out of Florida, making a tow up. Kimbrough's past division champ. Ambrose, likewise. Ford machine, Steve, working its way down. 772, 168 for Steve, 725 for Jimmy. Ambrose 67 under, that's up to the 5 spot. Kimbrough goes 34 under with his dragster. Quick 4 right now, Greg Bourgeois, Jason Cohen, Greg Camplain, and Bruno for our cop shootout. Coming up a little bit later on, Randy Daniels, reigning division champ. Randy and Garley and the rest of the gang out of Grantsboro, North Carolina. Long time family campaigners here in the drag racing world. Frank Cervelli up on the right side. Cervelli out of Indiana making a tow down with his B Dragster automatic. Getting a little assistance out there from Pritchett gang. Randy. Pontiac. Move to the right. Gets back in it, moves to the right again. Randy's like, nah, this isn't working so well. 675 by Cervelli. This is the B Dragster automatic down track. 13:36, 67 miles an hour for Randy. Cervelli goes 70 under. He joins the Fast Four. It's currently Bourgeois, Cohen, Camplain, and Cervelli. Bruno Massel got shuffled backwards. Rick Brown's machine. Alongside Lee Sharp. Haven't seen Lee on the circuit for a while. Rick Brown's B truck automatic over there on the left side. The gang out of Ohio. Rick and Don, Tom. Small motor, 318 cubic inch combination. Sharp's D Super Mod automatic over here on the right side. Another one of those Pontiac G5 body styles. Sharp, a contractor out of Tennessee. We'll see Lee race. Sit back for a year or two, take a break, come back out again, be just as strong as he ever was. He was fourth in the division last year. .843 by Lee at 159 for Rick Brown and the gang. 821, 163 miles an hour. Lee's 54 under. Rick 66 under. Troy Galbraith up, the B Dragster automatic. Chuck Hallbill. C Super Mod, the Jack's Wax Cobalt over here on the right-hand side. So far, looking at a mine shaft race, if you will, for our comp cars. Half the field 60 under or better already. Kind of like stock. Them boys flying. Red line doesn't mean anything. Qualifying. You need to tighten it up a little bit better next time. 683, 172 for Troy, number 7 in the world last year. 820 by Chuck. Chuck goes the number 9 spot, 64 under. Troy goes in number 11 at 62 under. Again, all this unofficial. Did we double check, make sure everybody's in the right category? Chad Vogus. Well, then, half a V8, 4 cylinders, K-altered automatic for the gang out of St. Peter's, Mo. 32 Bantam-bodied machine there on the left-hand side. Bob Bailey, big motor, 482 cubic inch. Steve Schmidt, belt power plant. Robert, a good time here at Beach Bend last fall, winning the Quick 4 Comp Shootout. Our Comp Eliminator drivers throughout the season in Division 3, chasing points in the top 4. Get to the final race of the year here at Beach Bend. Get to run for a little bonus money, a little race within a race. Bailey with that big V8 going to run away and hide for the little four-cylinder. 663, 207 by Bailey, 787 by Mogus. Robert goes in at 67 under. Chad's 42 under the index. The quick four for the C-Tech shootout, Craig Bourgeois, Jason Cohn, Greg Camplain, Frank Cervelli. Quick four cars after one session of comp eliminator. Super Street shootout, I do believe, getting ready to come around the corner. Super Gas and Super Comp shootout contestants. You should be in the lanes. If you're not there yet, you're very tardy, you're very late. Craig Bourgeois, number one qualifier in comp at 72 under the index. Jason, 71 under. Greg Camplain, 70 under, as well as Frank Cervelli. Those are your quick four. Then Bruno Massel, Robert Bailey, Steve Ambrose, Rick Brown, Dave Rampy, Chuck Hallbill, Mike Farrell, Troy Galbraith's dragster, Todd France, door car, Joey Tanksley in the dragster, Fred Allen in the 32 Bantam, and the quick 16. Rounded out with Van Puckett's altered. Stock eliminator, round number 2, class eliminations. If you're not in the lanes, we need you there. Super Street shootout. Coming at us, 16 quick cars, 2 rounds of qualifying. K&N and Lucas Oil sponsoring the run for a few extra dollars. Rob Foss, Mike Ruzicka going to lead us off. First 2. Whittling down to our Elite 8 in our Super Street shootout. Again, Super Street, Super Gas, Super Comp shootout contestants, as well as round number 2 of Stock Class Eliminator. You should be in the lanes. 1090's up on the scoreboard. Let's get after it, boys. See what you can do. Foss off and running. Here comes Mikey. That big motored Mopar machine trying to wheel him in, track him down. Coming in on the top end. Going to get the win is Mike. 1088 by Rob going down, taking too much stripe. Hands the win over to Ruzicka's Mopar car. Runs through 1091 at 127 miles an hour. Bonus $1,000 for the winner. The K&N, Lucas Oil, Super Shootout, Rudy Matthews. Bitsy Satterley getting ready to duke it out. Battle of first-gen Camaros. Bitsy right side. Gas State runner. Hikes the front end up. On and off the throttle stop. Here comes Rudy. Big 572 cubic inch. Pulls hard. Top end. Goes 1088. Gets the double breakout win. Rudy 1088 at 145. 1084 by Bitsy at the other end. So Rudy moves on. Kevin Thompson's green Oldsmobile. Taking on Johnny Castor's hot rod out of Clearwater, Minnesota. Running hard top end. Castor gets the win. 1092. Another case of too much stripe for Kevin Thompson's Oldsmobile. So Castor will come back. The round of 8. He'll be running that Rudy Matthews guy. Mark Smith. Nick Vogelsang. He's Peoria-based Chevy Nova. Mark Smith up the Mustang, based right here in Bowling Green, an attorney by profession. Guess if he can't beat you, he'll sue you. Can I have a jury of my peers, please? Mark, Nick out and running. Here comes Mark. Mark may be in trouble. Nope, got him. 10.909, another double breakout. Wow. Vogelsang got down at the end of the racetrack, neglected to do one thing. Look over his shoulder. See where Mark was. So Smith moves on. He'll come back to run the Mopar car. Ruzica in the next round. Gary Horseman up at that 61 Falcon. Brett Frederick back in Kearney, Nebraska. Come on, Gary. Get around Tyler Smith's El Camino. I say that because Brad drives a 62 Falcon. Those guys kind of stick together. Yep, win light goes on for the Falcon. 1087. Beats a 1085. Horseman got to the other end first, breaks out by the least. He gets to come back and play. Phil Smida and Wayne Kelly. Phillips Cavalier left side. There's that number 2 in the division number on the side of the car. Electronic security technician. Could be busy in this day and age. Wayne Kelly's Indiana-based runner. The Malibu. Big motor up and running. Tommy saying, come on, Dad. Phil is 0-0-6. Gets the win, runs a 94, 139, beats a quicker 92 by Wayne Kelly by 7 thousandths of a second down at the other end of the racetrack. By the hair of my chinny chin chin, moves right on through. Denny Napier, Marshall Glass. Marshall up in that Nova. Still trying to figure out the taillights on that car and how he got them to look like that, because that's not factory. Napier's up to Vega. Out of Pataskala. Marshall trying to bring the Nova back around one more time for the runner out of Hopkinsville. Not going to get it done. Takes 2. Oh, man. 34th thou stripe, breaks out by 5. Hands the win right back over to Denny. Napier will be back to take on Smida. Next round of eliminations, our final pair. First round of the Super Street Shootout. Brought to you by Lucas and K&N, Morgan Hoda, James Hinkle. Young lady up in the Camaro. Hinkle up in the Nova. Hinkle very careful to stage, about to get timed out. Morgan's in, waiting on him. Wow, there he goes. Finally off the line. 582 cubic inch, big Sunset Racecraft power plant for Morgan. Trying to track down a little 64 Nova. Top end, not going to do it. 1095 beats a 1096 by 15 thousandths down at the other end of the racetrack. So it's Horseman and Hinkle, Smida, Napier, Ruzica, Smith, Matthews, and Castor. Round 2, the Super Shootout. and Super Street. Brought to you by Lucas. K&N, Leo Zenda and Rob Stiegel. Stiegel up the Chevy 2 wagon. Big block combination for him, Leo. Bringing Pinion Shop runner out of Clinton Township. Richard Spradlin as an alternate in our Super Gas Shootout. Richard Spradlin, if your car's ready, we'll take you to the lanes, please. Richard Spradlin, alternate, will take you to the lanes for the Super Gas Shootout. Rob Stiegel, Leo Zenda, first pair in for our Super Gas Shootout. Leo's little Cavalier off and running. He may be in trouble, though. Stiegel hammering the tree, runs a 92, beats a 90. 11 thousandths of a second down at the other end of the racetrack. Rob was 11 on the tree. Got down to the other end, grabbed just enough to light up the wind light. Send Leo packing. Dwight Newstup, Dodge Rampage, taking on Edmond. Dwight going into the finals last week up over in Norwalk, Ohio. Our Super Gas Shootout as well. Edmonds 18 on the tree, runs a 90 with a 5 to get the win. Another 11 thousandths of a second victory. Dwight put together a good lap. He was 23. 91 down at the other end of the racetrack. Edmund just a little bit better as they got down to the other end and able to take the stripe and the win. Don Gandy and Steve Hoyt. Steve, number 5 in the world last year. Nice looking Corvette for the runner out of 4 lanes. Gandy's little Chevy Camaro there on the left. Steve off and running. Steve trimming the tree just a little bit better. Trims the finish line as well. 91 beats a 92, and Hoyt moves on. We're continuing to fill out the ladder. The Elite 8 in our Super Gas Shootout. Justin Mosier up in the Mosier Engineering Corvette Roadster. And Trish Allen. Trish wants to say thanks to Rob Mosier, the gang over at Mosier Engineering. New gearbox. Wants to say thanks to Johnny LaBouse for helping her put that new gear set in the back of that Camaro. Out of the gate she goes. Got help from the Mosier gang. Now she's trying to beat the Mosier gang. Tricia looking over her shoulder, top end. Runs a 94, 150. 93 by Justin. He was 4th out better out of the gate. 6th out better down at the other end of the racetrack. Takes the win by 10. Got that 6 and 4? Yeah, that works. 10 thousandths of a second. Brian Folk up, taking on Troy Jr. The JEGS 57 edition Corvette. Brian wheeling and dealing the Camaro Roadster, just like they built them from the factory. Brian off and running. There's Troy. On and off the throttle stop. Got him set, run 990s. Looking at each other, top end. 990 beats a 992. Folk gets the win by 10 thousandths of a second on a good old side-by-sider. Junior had the better light. Folk gets the win light. That's the important one, by the way. Rusty Cook, left side, the Ohio crankshaft entry. Another Corvette Roadster taking on Paul Richardson's hot rod. He's off and running. Here comes Rusty. Big motored car. Chasing down another big motored car in that Forenza. Breakout by Rusty. 988.9. 11th thou too quick. Dead on 7 for Paul. Rusty had the better light. Richardson, again, gets the win light, and that's the important one. Richardson and Hoyt. Next round of elimination. Pairing them up, getting them ready. Tim Gillespie. Jeff Lopez. Lopez wheeling is ever faithful. 63 Corvette out of Texas. Timmy up, the engineer out of Ohio. 33 Ford. Nice looking ride. down the Budweiser lane. Super Gas, Super Street, Super Comp, B-double-O, Take double-O. Neither driver was double-O. They both go under. Tim gets the win by 10 thousandths of a second, 88.9 to an 87.9. Down at the other end of the racetrack. Just a little quick down at the other end. Dan Toole taking on Jeff Jensen. Except I probably find a problem. Jeff Jensen's not here in his Corvette. So Dan will get the competition by. He'll move on. We're down to 8 cars. In our Super Gas, Lucas Oil, K&N Shootout. Brian Folk, Stiegel, Toole, Richardson, Mosier, Gillespie, another Richardson, and Steve Hoyt. Super Street Super Comp, 890 cars. Getting ready to rumble down the racetrack for their 16-car shootout. Again, stock eliminator, class eliminations, round number 2. Need you to lanes, please.
Thank you, Bob. That was the most thrilling introduction I've had in 100 years.
No, I wasn't. You're not 100 years old.
Close. Had another birthday last week. What? The 8 closest, the 16 closest, the 8 pairs that were closest, these guys, all got invited to come run 4 rounds. Winner gets $1,000. Runner-up gets $500. Nobody else gets nothing. Nada. Forget it. Of course, they can come back and try again tomorrow. Mike Shelton, Todd Sensony. Racing for real. Just for a little extra expense money. And apparently nobody's in a big hurry to stage here. Todd Sensony goes in, lights a second bulb. And then he lights the red bulb. Good number, bad color. He's 002 on the wrong side of the tree. And Mike Shelton gets to advance automatically. Trip 8s. On one side, 174. 889 on the other side, 178. Now it's Jake Elrod, who just happens to be the reigning world champ with his other car. And it's Ryan Richardson. Just happens to be Edmund's kid. So we got an Ohio car on the left side, Tennessee car on the right side. We had an Ohio versus Tennessee matchup last time as well. Ever so gentle. Working their way in. Team Sunoco, Team Abruzzi. That's Jake Elrod. And Team Richardson. That's Ryan. Leaning green this time. We're going to decide this one down 1,320 feet from now. Throttle stops do their thing. Slow down. Speed up. Lean to the left. Lean to the right. Light up the wind light. Ryan goes 894, 154. I'm not sure what happened to Elrod, but he slows down to a 902. He had the bulb by a hun. But 902 is a mile off the dial in. And that'll take Richardson into the quarterfinals. Now it's Megan Strassweg. Left side. Team Dragster for sale. And Sherman Adcock. Team former world champion. Adcock for peak antifreeze and coolant. And he's going to come out on the right side of the double breakout math here. Both go under. Megan's 884. Sherman's 887. You don't exactly need a PhD in SC to know how that one's going to go on the double breakout. 87, way better than 84. T.J. Coleman and Dean McIlvain. Coleman in the left side, dragster without the wing. McIlvain, dragster with the wing. Alabama versus Ohio this time. Stock eliminator. Round 2 of class, you should be in the lanes. Watch the cars close to hit, see if you can picture which one moves first. If you can see it that time, you got better eyes than me. 8,900 takes out an 891. Dean McIlvain is 012 on the timer. 891 on the racetrack. It's like, get out of the way. 8,900 for the win. That's pretty stout stuff, Mr. Coleman. Shannon Mengy and Rick Legault. Now it's Illinois versus Louisiana as we're matching up here in round 1. Pocket money up for grabs. They let him go at this end. They head down to that end. Watch the scoreboard light up. There on the JEGS side. 891. 161. Doing 894. Shannon Mengy. Rick left first. Got himself a pretty good chunk down there at the finish line, but still came out on the right side of it. Now it's Mark Buttram in the left lane and Rose Richardson in the right side. Rose Richardson as in Paul Richardson. Not related to Edmund and Ryan and the Texas/Tennessee Richardson. Womp, 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 womp. Rose, 889. Winner, Mark, 888. Mark had the ball by 4 thou. He got the stripe by 12 thou, and that ended up being 8 too much once you do the double breakout math. So Rose Richardson advances, as did Paul Richardson. Taking a look at something down on the far end of the racetrack, and should have a couple more pairs of these, and we'll get into stock. Round 2 of class. And we'll just keep rocking our way right on through a jam-packed, fun-filled, full Saturday here at the JEGS Sports Nationals, presented by Quick Fuel Technology. Jim Weber and Nick Folk. Jim wanted 2 23T Altereds. Out here mixing it up with the long wheelbase group. You can hit the tree and run the number. It really doesn't matter what kind of car you drive. Jim did okay on the hit the tree part, but he was a little under the number at 888. Nick goes 889 at 173. Nick crossing second, coming out on the right side of the double breakout math. Folk and Adcock next round. That ought to be fun. Now it's Justin Mosier and Marshall Glass for the right to come back and run Rose. Marshall trying to uphold the honor of all of those who don't drive dragsters. Justin trying to turn it into an all long wheelbase affair. Marshall is way on out there with that stroker small block. Here comes Justin, finish line, womp, 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 win light. Marshall. 891. 146. 16 on the tree. 91 on the track. Justin was 038 on the tree, and he was mathematically incapable of winning that round. He had two choices, get there first and break out, or get there second, just flat get beat. Neither one of them was going to work. So Marshall staying alive with that small block 23. And we're now down to 8. Richardson, Ryan, gets Legault. Shelton gets Coleman. Oh, Falk and Adcock. That's worth the price of admission. And Glass in the Roadster, or in the Altered, will take on Richardson. Rose. Bob Unkefer is now getting text message requests to smack me because I can't delete those. So he thinks. You've seen me smash computers. You don't think I can do that with your phone? And put it to you this way. Next time you head out, you might not want to leave it laying on the table. I think I'm pretty much caught up with my NHRA All Access at Gmail questions, so we can move right on along. It was almost. Factory Showdown. Combo for class. Let's see if I can keep track of this. Randy Eakins off and running with the drag pack. Jeff Harrington and the Cobra Jet. I truly believe that Dodge did a spectacular job with capturing the essence of the early cars when they made that new Challenger. Not that Ford and Chevrolet did a bad job. I just think Dodge did a spectacular job. Eakins lights the win light down there, 10:17 at 122 to a 10:17 at 131 for Harrington. But, well, the head start went to Randy, and you can figure out how that went. So it looks like he'll come back and run Charlie Downing for the Factory Showdown trophy. We'll go from the FS cars to the FS cars. As in stick shift cars. Downing, meanwhile, 1099, 122 on his solo run. Don Davidson, Jim Parsons for the trophy in F stick. 350 Camaro, 327 Third gear. High gear. Better on the tree was Double D. Top end of the racetrack. He's going to light the win light as well. 1086, 120 the speed. 1101 at 118 for Jim Parsons. So Don Davidson will come up here behind the tower in the oval track, get his picture taken, say cheese, and get that copper Wally. Dean Oliver, part of that D&D team, and J.B. Stevenson. Haven't seen her. She's usually out here lighting up wind lights with her dad and her grandfather. Well, this time JB doesn't get the wind light. He gets the red light by 18th thou, and Dean Oliver's going to go on, 11:44. 113. Nicole, if you're watching on D3 TV, shoot me a note. Let me know why you're not here. NHRA all access at gmail.com. We turn loose the M automatic. And this looks like it should be a trophy dash if I can count all the way to 4. I think we've proven I can't count all the way to 70, but I can count all the way to 4. Dave Garrity gets it done here, 1198, 110 miles an hour to a 1232 for Sullivan. Garrity wasn't leaving much chance with that 008 reaction time, but now we F stock automatic. And I don't think we're quite ready for trophy time with the F automatics. Nope. We still got a bunch of these. We'll start off with a little Dodge material. The Barracuda is Mark Poole. The Duster is Mike Cotton. Tennessee against Arizona. 340 against 340. Wind lights going to Cotton. Paula says, that's my man. 1081. 117 to a 1088 for Mark Poole. Now it's Chuck Belanger and Chuck Weber. Hey, it's Chuck and Chuck in the morning. We're down to the quarterfinals of F automatic. Corvette once again with a big old wheel stand. But it's not a big old wheel stand contest, it's a drag race. Corvette gets the better of that as well. 1078, 121 to a 1012 at 126. So Chuck will return, Mike will return, and Adam will return because Adam's going to run unopposed in his Formula Firebird. You know, we could almost make Adam an honorary member of the High Flying Firebird Club if he would, A, paint his car a more patriotic color than that, because he's got like a red and white and blue. And then he'd have to move to Colorado at least for half an hour. Or a week. I don't think that Adam's quite ready to get out of Alabama just now. Took his foot off the gas early. Goes 13:38 at 70 miles an hour after being zip perfect on a reaction timer. You almost hate to waste those on a buy run. On the other hand, sometimes you use the buy run to just lean on the tree and see what you can get away with. That's what I would have done. As a matter of fact, I'm sure that's what he did. That's the story we're going with. Now it's L stock automatic, and this should be the trophy dash. Bob Gear, 350 Buick GS. Travis Morgan. 75 Malibu with 400-inch combination. That had to be like a pretty low horsepower 400-inch combination to end up in an L automatic category here. Glenn just got back and wants to know what he missed. We gave away the secret to the universe. Next time, don't go away. Trophy goes to Bob Gear. Wow, by 3 thousandths of a second. Bob won it on a hole shot by that much. 1175 to an 1174. Caitlin Atkinson now. The orange Camaro. Shane Burkett, the red Camaro. Winner gets the Nova. This, I believe, is a semifinals in I stock automatic. Just doing the math in my head, but yep, looks like we should have 3 left, and I count 3 out there, and that makes this the semifinal. Shane goes 1140 at 109. Caitlin goes 1157, 115, but Shane had a little room down there and eased off, so he'll come back and run Jim Marshall. for the iAutomatic trophy. Let's see if he does the leg it all the way out or if he does the... Nope, he does the leg it all the way out routine, or at least most of the way out, 11:45 at 114 MPHs. Firebird time in G stock automatic. And in G stock automatic, we still got a long ways to go. We hit 11 of them, 12 of them, lots of them. Alan Hollingsworth out of Illinois, and Lindsey Cramsey driving the MB2 Mobile. That's Michael Brand's car. Lindsey is 25 years old, and Alan is close to 3 times that. Once again, we have the age and experience versus youth and enthusiasm matchup here. Age got the jump at the tree, but enthusiasm's got a whole lot more horsepower under the hood. 11:06 for Lenz. 114 to 11:26 at 115 for Allen. And here comes Jimmy Hidalgo and Adam Klein. For the opportunity to come back in the next round. The round of 3. Adam gets a couple of hunt on the jump, but Jimmy's made that up by the time they get to the tree. Womp, womp, and heads up class. Come on, man. 1090, 115 for the dog. Adam goes 1109 at 117. And I don't believe we're through with G stock automatic just yet. Because here comes Vern Buchanan and Carlton Sweezy. You look at all those participation decals on that Corvette. It's been to a lot of races in its years. Glenn, that's an easy one. Phoenix, I believe it was 89. Corvette's Carlton. Mustang is Vern. In qualifying, Corvette was better. On reaction timer, the Corvette was better. And going down the racetrack, the Corvette is better. 11:03. 118 to 11:15 for Vern. Also 118 miles per hour. Carlton got himself a hunt on the tree and then just a little bit more every increment down the track. Now it's C automatic. Russ Johnson in the Mustang and Scott Lamar in the non-Mustang. The 98 Camaro out of Florida. The 67 Pony car. And we still got a lot of rounds of these guys left as well. How about Russ Johnson's reaction time started with a 2 and he left first. 1065, 109 for the Pony. Scott goes 1090 at 120. Now it's Jacob Pitt. and Carson Pedigo as we continue on with our C automatics. 440 powered CUDA. Big move for both of them. Up, up, and well then down, down, because what goes up must come down. I read that someplace. 1039, 125, Jake Pitt. 1043, 123.7 for the big Chevy. And here's Jay Allen, who's got his rig parked over there in the midst of that Mosier Engineering Cummings compound. .1032, 121 for Jay Allen. Holding the throttle down now, 108 under the index. That'll be an interesting matchup. Austin Williams in the Duster. In the last 2 years, he has averaged finishing 1.5 in the national championship. Well, he was a world champ 2 years ago, and he was runner-up last year. That's 1.5 average. T.C. Morris in the GTO, the Indian Outlaw. Spoke to Austin earlier. He said, something's wrong with this thing. I'm trying a new carburetor. I said, you put an 850 double pumper on it? And he went, shh, don't tell the tech, guys. So it's probably not an 850 double pumper because I don't think that'd be allowed in stock. Austin gets the initial move. Question now is, does he have enough car? And the answer is no. TC guns him down like he was in the back room of that place in El Paso. Rosie's Cantina, if you never heard the story. Listen up in the pits. No attention in the pits. Super stock round two. Super stock round two. Come on down. 11:55 for the win. 15:08 for Austin. He'll be going back and putting the other carburetor on. Hidalgo in the GTO, Donnie Voigt in the 67 model Camaro. We got an old school, new school E-automatic pairing going here. We have a bunch of these cars left. Not good news for Donnie Voigt, or Donnie Vaught, excuse me. Jimmy qualified way better and left way first. 1089, 100 miles an hour for Jimmy. Had room. Donnie goes 1101, 118. Continuing on to the automatic. Super stock for class. To the lanes, please. Julie Bierman, E-automatic. Classic Firebird, Marv Benoit. 71 Camaro. Camaro made a little move out of the groove. Marv got it back, but not in time. Julie beat him off the starting line, and look at Tim Gillespie down there going, yeah! He's pretty jacked up down there for a class round win. Now it's Amy Falk and Larry Hill as we get into a stock automatic. Still got a few of these left. Old school and new school. Miss Amy left. Mr. Larry Wright. 446 pack versus LS injection. And the 6-pack gets it done. Larry goes 1020, 116, 1023 for Amy. They were 1 thou apart in reaction time, even though they were both, what's the word I'm looking for? Horrible. But that didn't really play a role in that. Now it's Randy Wilkes and Jeff Atkinson. Another old school, new school. Randy, the former champ. Jeff, the Georgia runner. SS 396 against LS 346. I'll give you 50 more cubic inches and a quadrijet. Come and get you some. Jeff grabbed a couple of hunt on the starting line. Pretty good drag race down to the other end. Ooh, 10:15, 130 speed for Randy. Jeff was out in front most of the trip. 10:25 though, speed falling off. When Randy went by, he took his foot off the gas, only 118. Now it is Slate Cummings in the Corvette and Rusty Hall in the Shelby. That's 4 pretty cool cars down there. The double-aught Corvette, the 67 Shelby 428, the 400-inch Pontiac Firebird Gen 2, and the big block SS Chevelle. That's why I love stock eliminator. I don't know why you guys love it. But I just like the whole real car aspect. 1024 is a second under the index for Slate Cummings. Rusty goes 1057 to 124. Now it's Houston Reikis. 16 years old in that 454-71 model heavy Chevy. And Scott Burton in the Formula Firebird. 400-inch motor, but it's a high horsepower motor. So it may not have the 455, but it's got some steam under the hood. Super stock for class. You should do it. Nice solid wheels up charge. 454 on one side. 400 inches on the other side. Who needs the extra 54? Scott Burton goes 1029, 128 winner. Houston goes 1045 at 125.3. Now it's Britt Cummings and Paul Boster in the Corvette battle of D Automatics. And we still have a couple of rounds to go here before we give somebody a trophy and take their picture. First we have to stage. Britt does go and then Britt promptly grabs himself 700s on the tree. And he was better in qualifying. And that's going to be bad news for Paul Boster. I mean, I'm not one to say I told you so, but look at the numbers. 1025, 125 for Britt. 1072, 123.9 for Paul. Super stock, need you. Andrew Hill. D-Automatic, 70 Camaro. Brian Dixon, D-Automatic. 71 Duster. And we had a whole load of these cars as well. In D-Automatic. Don't do that. Brian jumps early by a bunch. And goes red. He'll ease off the throttle, 1108, 88 miles an hour for the win. Dixon, 1063. Mops on the start line real quick. Quickie little mop job, and looks like we're ready to get back after it. H stock automatic, and we have many H stockers as well, including the Bopo, driven by Lynn Smith, and the Camaro driven by Tom Marlowe. Thomas Marlowe near perfect on the reaction timer. But Lynn had the quicker car in qualifying. Finish line says give it to Chevrolet, 11:19. Stepping up from qualifying in a big way at 116 miles an hour, 11:25 for Lynn. Almost exactly where he qualified. Now it's Matt Antrobius and Brent Robbins as we continue on with our H automatics. Brent and Matt and Matt and Brent and Brent and Matt. Finish line. Dun, 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 dun. It's going to be Matt. 11:20 at 104 to 11:26 at 117. A lot of these drivers not exactly putting on a starting line exhibition, but you just got to be better than the guy in the other lane. Mike McGinley taking the H solo in the formula. And then we've got K stock automatic. After 11:22 at 116. Rates at T-Bear, Tony Price, K automatic, 305 Malibus or Malibu or Chevrolets. Rochelle, the marketing manager, 11.605. Tony goes 12:02 at 108, 108. So Rochelle advances. Bob Michaels, 389 powered Grand Prix or Jeff Sharp, 327, big old heavy Chevy. I really like that Grand Prix. Bob Michael just grabbed him a ton on the starting line. And now he's going to outrun Jeff as well. 1174, 111. 1185 for Jeff Sharp. Jeff qualified in 1162, missed the tree badly and gave up before he got there. I stick as we go into third pedal cars now, and this is the trophy. Tim Brannon, Nova left side, and Brad Zaskowski over here on the right side. Which one of the Zaskowskis is it that's got an automatic? Anybody remember who the one is? Brad wins this one, 1127 to 1138. Tim Brannon was 006 with his clutch foot, made it close. But Brad had enough. I still can't believe that there's a Zaskowski that doesn't have a clutch, but Jeff Strickland, Jeff Lopez, Factory Showdown C427 Copos. You want Jeff first to the stripe? It's the only way you're going to win this one, because they're both green. And this is the trophy. And Jeff gets first to the stripe. 995. I'm sorry, 924 at 145 to a 945 for Jeff Strickland. Now it's the A stick cars. And this is for the trophy. Old school, new school. Caleb McFarland in the Formula. Joe Martin's in the SS396. Classic Chevrolet. Mid-model Firebird. Winner, winner, winner. Wow, 993. 134 for Caleb McFarland. All right, well, you're back in the family after beating your dad earlier. Martins goes 10:01. Good solid run, 133. Just not quite enough for Caleb. Now it's Jim Watson's V automatic, and I'm going to have to find out if that, I think it's a 6-cylinder. I think. But I have been wrong before. Unc said earlier it was a 4-cylinder. Well, Bob just got outvoted. 1474 for Jim Watson. This is just closed circuit for Bob. Super stock for class. If you're not here, you're late. Super stock for class. And let's go ahead and get Super Street and Super Gas headed back this way. We got the final 8 in Super Street and Super Gas. Let's point in this direction, please. Super Stock, if you're not here, you're late. Super Street, Super Gas, we need you back for the shootout. Quick little tractor drag out there while our Super Stock drivers get strapped in and ready to rock. We continue on with the Saturday here. We've still got a quick 4 shootout, top dragster, top sportsman, as well as second qualifying, and we've got the same thing coming up in Comp Eliminator. Continue working our way right on through it on what's turned out to be a really nice day for a drag race here at Beach Bend in the JEGS Sports Nationals, presented by Quick Fuel Technologies. Super Stock rolling in. Hemi's rolling in. Bob Unkerfer throwing me out.
Alan cleaning up his stock eliminator notes. We're going to throw down some super stock notes from that opening session. Stephen Hebert, Eldon Baum. Coming back for round number 2 of the Tim Hebert Hemi shootout here at Bowling Green. Scott was asking a question on the NHRAAllAccess.com earlier about the history of Beach Bend. Prompted me to get online, do a little digging. Did you realize Beach Bend originally was formed back in 1998 here on the banks of the river? Seriously. No drag racing then. Just Beach Bend Park was formed. All right, Eldon right side. To the left side. Move it out of the game. If you were watching the starting line, you could easily tell who had the better starting line reaction time. Hebert, top end, 8:49. Hello. 158 miles an hour. Got that one dialed up. 8:95 by Eldon. Steven, I do believe that is the quickest run of the weekend for the Hemi cars. There's Joe Pelot and Doug Fazalar on the right-hand side. A couple of Louisiana darts coming at us. Joseph, the Pelot brothers. They're on the Budweiser side. Fazalar on the right hand side of the racetrack. Continue to whip our field. Oh, Joe goes red. VoteForTrump.com. Dodge Dart too quick. 8:56 lap by Joe. Nice lap. He throws it away with a red light start. Doug gets the win. He'll move on. Russ Campbell and Steve Kent doing battle now. Kent with the low qualifier machine. He went 8:55. We had an 8 in qualifying. We had an 8:53 in the first round, an 8:49 here in this round. Steve and that J. Allen Sherman, Triple Race Engines, Bill Hemi. Gonna have to step up the pace a little bit. Russ Campbell's Hemi car. The Missouri Mule there in the left lane. Red light. Good night. Russell. Steve Kent. Oh, Steve's best lap down the racetrack this weekend. 8:57 at 157, and I say that because it went straight. Campbell goes through 880, 154 miles an hour, and Campbell's done. Ernie Neal, David Niels, we roll in next. With the continuation of our super stock conventional classes, like down to the semifinals. Now the Hemi shootout. GTC, the class coming up. This is for the trophy. The Wally. Ernie, out of Columbus, Indiana. David, out of Columbus, Indiana. Last name Neal. 327 and 350. Small blocks a pair. Both of them 4-speed. Let's see. I think they might be related. Ernie, 67 on the left side. Budweiser lane runner. David right side. I don't know. Just, kind of like father and son, the age difference there. Oh, the kid better out of the gate. Dad's going to have to huff and puff and chase him down. Not going to happen. Ernie comes up short, 9:28, 9:18 by David. So David gets the GTC trophy over Ernie. In the final round, trophy showdown. GTH automatic, the class up next. Continue on. Should have 3 cars left. Matt Morris, Craig Meyer. Meyer right side, the Firebird. 400 cubic inch, Poncho, out of Illinois. Morris up, little 327 Chevy too, out of New Haven. Matt's got a tough job. He is a distillery supervisor. Winner gets to come back and take on that Ray Skillman Chevrolet Camaro. David Rampy in the finals for the GTH Automatic Trophy. Up, red line start for the distiller. Matt goes red by 0.003 of a second. Greg Meyer gets to come back and play. He stops the timers 10:18, 116 miles an hour. So it'll be Meyer and Rampy, 2 quickest cars in qualifying. Coming back to run for that copper color class championship Wally. Rambo there on the left side. One of the winningest drivers in NHRA competition. Numerous classes. Stock, Super Stock, Super Comp, Comp Eliminator. Pro Stock a few years back as well. Rambo goes through 10-17, 130 miles an hour, setting up a great GTH automatic final round. Larry Cummings, B modified. Mike Stokes, B modified. Finals coming at us here. We started off with 3. Joe Covert went out in the opening round. Winner here gets the Wally, the trophy. Going to be a Chevy Cavalier. Only question is it going to be from Louisiana in Mosier Engineering, or is it going to be out of Stokes Automotive in Hopkinsville, Kentucky? Everybody rolls in, 3 rolls down, we're green, we're going. Green lights a pair, Lynn. Off and running. Stokes way out in front, gets the trophy easy, 850. 155 miles an hour. Larry comes up short. So Stokes your winner. Super Stock B modified class. We continue to pass out trophies. Nick Folk and Irvin Johns, GTA automatic, the category coming up next. This is for the finals. Irvin's Cobalt right side, Nick's Cobalt left leg. Nick takes a shot at the trade. Swing and a miss. 2 foul, 2 red. Nick Folk's day is done. Irvin's your GTA automatic champion. 913, 143 for speed. 1018 at 101. Nick shuts it off down at the other end of the racetrack. Super Stock B automatic coming up next. 2 cars left. Tyler Green, Brandon Wilkins. That's what it says on my sheet. I look up on the screen. I've got Tyler Green and Brandon Wilkins. Look down on the racetrack. I got Tyler Green's Corvette, Brandon Wilkinson's Camaro. It's amazing how it all comes together. How the hard choose parts where we don't have it, you don't need it. Old Green Kentucky-based runner here on the right-hand side. Camaro, big block, romping, stopping, working its way to the other end of the track. 921 beats a 925 by Tyler. So you be automatic winner, Brandon Wilkinson, getting the W. Tyler comes up a little short down at the other end. Super Stock F automatic. 2 cars left in the category. Alan Wilson, Chevy 2. Frankie Morrison's coming on the next side. Red light, good night for Alan. Frankie Morris going to get the win. It's Super Stock F automatic. Ryan Wilson went out earlier. Alan goes red now. Frankie says, you know what? That copper-colored Wally's going to look good. Top of my mantle back in Bardstown. Next pair coming up. Mopars, a pair. Factory Super Stock K machines. Keith Lynch, left side. Dennis Breeden, right. For the Wally, for the trophy, for bragging rights. 58 and 59 earlier in the day. A couple of fairly well matched race cars. Checking the top end of the racetrack. Keith on the left side, former 2-time national champion in the stock elimination. Loving his new drag pack. Out of the gate he goes, grabbing a little bit of starting line advantage. Was Keith Lynch. Finish line, the win goes to Lynch. 9:51 at 139 beats Dennis. 9:55 down at the other end of the racetrack. So Keith gets the factory Super Stock K trophy. Super L automatic coming up next. Down to the finals here, Emily Volkman and Garrett Giesiop on the right-hand side. 290 cubic inch, small motored, 69 AMX. Emily up in her 283 Chevy Deuce. Second generation Chevrolet Nova, built back in Norwood, Ohio. Jahan. Red light, good night for Garrett. Emily gets the win. Giving it a shot was Garrett. He knew he needed just a little bit more. Runs 1061, had a little bit more. 1-2-3 for speed. Emily gets the win, though. Garrett goes red by 16 thousandths of a second. Superstock G. Automatic coming up next. Should be 3 cars left in the category. Jimmy Hidalgo, Gene McBean, and Jeremy Duncan. And there they are. Jimmy Hidalgo taking on Jeremy. Gene McBean's going to get the bye run. We'll see him in the final round. It'll be Ford and Chevrolet or Ford and Bonnie. One of the two. There will be a Ford in the final round. Top end, Hidalgo trying to reel him in, gets him. 965 beats a 974. So the finals are set in Super G automatic with Jimmy Hidalgo taking on Gene McBean. Started off with 5, down to 2. McBean on the left-hand side, getting ready to make a lap. Jimmy goes through. Cooter at 965. Let's see what Gene can do. Out of the gate and running. 428 cubic inches. Cobra Jet Mustang working its way to the other end of the racetrack. Shuts it off 983 at 117. So our finals are set in Super G automatic as our next pair are already doing the burnout. Zach running, Michael Volkman. GTJ automatic, the category coming up next. This is the finals for the Wally. Michael right side, Zach left side. Winner gets that copper trophy. Ooh, this is looking good. This is looking good. Who's going to have a little bit more on the top end because they're dead even out of the gate? It's going to be Volkman. 1040, 127. So Emily wins. Michael wins. 1053 by Zach comes up a little bit short. The other end of the racetrack. GTC automatic, the next pair up. Jim McBean, Todd France, Jeff Atkinson, semifinals coming up. Ford Pontiac, Bean stands the front end up. Jeff Atkinson aims the nose of that Pontiac towards the end of the JEGS lane. Says, come get you some. McBean says, all right, I got me some. What do I do with it now? 938 to 141. McBean will be in the finals. Jeff's day's done. GTC automatic will be Atkinson and Todd France. Todd France motors through 990 at 102 miles an hour and into that final round. Aaron Stanfield up now, GTF automatic. The finals. We started off with 3. Jeff Knifeswanger went out in the first round. Now it's Marion and Aaron. Super Street shootout, round number 2. Need you back to the lanes, please. Super Gas. Shootout cars, we need you back to the lanes, please. Super Comp. Need our lead 8 in the shootout back to the stage lanes, please. Wheels up, out of the gate they go. Good race. Marion, Wheeler, Dealer, Pontiac Sunbird GT here on the right-hand side. Coming. Not enough steam. 987, 133. Stanfield gets the W, the Wally, the trophy, the bragging rights, and he runs 981 at 128 miles an hour. Robbie Harris, GTI automatic. Coming up to the line now. Jeep, the semifinals. Robbie's little Chevy, too. Taking on Mattingly's. Oldsmobile. Leonard, top end, got him. 10:26, beats a 10:45. Leonard a little tardy off the line. Knew he had a little bit left against Robbie's Chevy, too. Now he'll come back to run Berlin Taylor's Camaro, so it'll be Oldsmobile. Chevrolet Camaro in the finals of GTI automatic. Super Street, Super Gas, Super Comp, shootout, Elite 8, need you back to the lanes, please. Round number 2. Berlin 1077, 96 miles an hour. Super Stock K, automatic coming up next. Charlie Kimball, George Durham. Should be on the line. I see Charlie, I don't see George. Looks to me like a competition buy, final round. 11:54 at 84 miles an hour by Kimball. Oh, I stand correct. 3 cars left. Here's Dave and George. Durham just happened to get the bye run to that final round. Sorry about that. Couldn't read my own notes. Sometimes when you're writing fast, that happens. Sometimes you're riding slow, that happens too. Stops right side, Durham left side, semifinal. Good night. .1037 by Dups, 103 miles an hour. It'll be Dave and Charlie. The finals is Super K, automatic. Super Stock M. Stick cars. Gary Summers, Bill Dye working the Mustangs down track. Looks like Bill Dyer's getting the win. 1083 beats a 1076 monster hole shot. Dyer getting the win over the quicker car of Gary Summers. It's called getting it done, or otherwise known as get her done. Super J automatic semifinals. Mike Cotton, Tucker Wingo, Ron Terrell. Here's Tucker and Terrell. Cotton gets the bye. Camaro out of Kentucky, right side. Firebird for Wingo left. Whoops. Tucker. Lights green. You can go. It's okay. Don't have to wait any longer. It'll be all right. Terrell gets the win. 10:07 at 132. And Tucker Wingo, obviously, with issues that time around. So the Super J automatic final round set. Ron Terrell's Camaro taking on this car, the Mopar machine. Mike Cotton. now out of Cave Creek, Arizona. Formerly resided Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. Last weekend at Heartland Park, Topeka, in the middle of Kansas. What turned out to be the best weekend for racing in a long time. Went to the final rounds in Super Stock. Cotton shuts it off, goes across 10-15, 109 miles an hour. We roll into Super Stock B. Super Stock B, our final round, Dallas Kelly and Jimmy Bridges. Classic. Hot rod. 427, original Thunderbolt for the runner out of Ohio. 396, 4-speed, 65 for Corvette. For Jimmy Bridges, who has campaigned a stick car for as long as I can remember. I don't think Jimmy Bridges believes that a race car has an automatic transmission in it. Oh, Jimmy goes red. So's Dallas for that matter, but Jimmy did it first. When it's all heads up, Dallas Kelly gets the win, 901, 149, beats a 909 by Bridges, well, who also went red. So Dallas gets the W. Jimmy comes up short. GTE, the category coming up next. Super Stock C for Joe Ridehouse as we go to our combo class. Stick shift cars, working our way to that final round. Jacobs off and running. Here comes Ridehouse, 427. Romping, stopping, big block Camaro, runs out of real estate at the other end, 962. Jacobs gets the W at 116. Ridehouse goes 927, comes up 14,000 short down at the other end. Looks like Jacobs. Jacobs Cavalier gets to come back and run Tony DePillo's honking Hemi. Jeff Miller, get to work. Hey, I got a guy getting ready to send me a bill for him not working all day because he's been listening to D3 TV. Figured the best thing I can do is say, Jeff, get back to work. 883, 149 for Tony. Into the final round we go. It's called the Long Reach of D3 TV, brought to you by American RV. All the way to Pasadena, Texas. Down to the Emmons Brothers used car lot, where Jeffrey's not working well today. Ricky Decker, Bob Marshall on the right side. I'm sure the shop just erupted in laughter there. Miller probably going, who, me? Yeah, you. Marshall, right side, Super A. Here comes the Hemi. Take it back to the Hemi. Win light goes to Ricky after the red light start. Decker goes 10-20. 101 miles an hour. Super Comp, Super Gas, Super Street. Quarterfinalists, we need you to the lanes, please. Super Comp, Super Gas, Super Street. Quarterfinalists, we need you to the lanes. Top dragster. top dragster. Round number 2 qualifying in our quick 4. Need you to the lanes, please. Top dragster, round 2 qualifying in our quick 4. Need you to the lanes. Ken Sharp in that Cadillac, 1064. Comes up short against Alan Wade's Camaro with a 925, so Alan moves on. Hoover, a competition buy in the first round, gets a scheduled buy here in round number 2. So he'll ease his way on into the third round, uncontested, untested, and unmolested. GTG automatic coming up next. Again, Super Street, Super Gas, Super Comp, round number 2 of the Lucas Oil K&N Shootout. Needs you to the lanes, please. Top dragster, qualifying session number 2. And our quick 4. Needs you to the lanes, please, for your shootout race. Looks like a little bit of a quick cleanup. A quick cleanup here on the Budweiser side of the racetrack, checking down track after Matt motored through in his truck. Make sure we don't have anything on our racing surface down track. Dan Kyle, Scott Burton. GTG automatic getting ready to come up. Semifinals, as I am showing Dan Kyle, Scott Burton, and Mike Bryant. Still alive in competition. Checking the half track there in the Budweiser lane. Miller back to work. Get the truck turned around there at the middle of the racetrack. Dan Kyle, Scott Burton, Mike Bryant, our semifinalists. GTG automatic getting ready to come up. Again, Super Street, Super Gas, and Super Comp. Round number 2 of the shootout brought to you by K&N. Lucas Oil, you 24 cars to the lanes. If you would, please, gentlemen and ladies. Top dragster, round number 2 qualifying in our C-Tech shootout. Quick 4 needs you to the lanes as well in top dragster. Looks like the top end's clean, green, ready to go. Dan Kyle, Scott Burton. Get the official word to fire him back up. Let's get after it. Top dragster needs you to lanes, please. Top dragster needs you to lanes. You want to go qualifying for round number 2? Come on. Our quick 4 for round 1 of elimination. Come on. Scott Burton off and running. He's got this one nailed. 994, 132. Scott was way out in front leaving the starting line, so it'll be Burton. Mike Bryant in the finals. GTG automatic. Dan Kyle's machine just not ready to dance. When the dance floor lights came on. Could be the green light, by the way. $10-10, 110 for Mike Bryant as we're looking for top dragster. And our top dragster, fast 4. Need your top dragster lanes, please. Joey Tanksley. Super H automatic coming up. Finals for the class. Chuck Bohannon was in. Robbie Shaw was in. Now it's Jeff Dona taking on Joey. Missouri taking on Louisiana. Pontiac and Chevrolet. $971 by Jeffrey gets the win. $993. Joey comes up short. So Dona gets the Super H automatic class Wally. GTJ category coming up next. Bill Zaskowski. Everett Hill. Ricky Pennington was the player in the first round. Now it's time for the Wally. Ford and Chevrolet. 302 stick shift, 64 Mustang. 283 stick shift, 66 Deuce. Mustang's red by a lot. In fact, the Mustang drains so much red out of the red supply in the world. Rudolph's nose this Christmas might be pink. 1024, Zaskowski gets the win at 127. 1021 after the red light start for the Mustang, and his day is done. The GTJ trophy goes to Mr. Zaskowski. Pretty good pair coming on the line right now. Nick Morris and Mark Nowicki. A little surprised by the reaction time. The one I'm really killing the tree. One light's going to go. Nowicki. The M&M Express, 971 gets the W. Nick Morris goes 9.999. Comes up a little short at the other end of the racetrack. Roy Hebert pulls in the Barracuda out of Nolans. Factory GT runoff. Pitts Stratus. There in the left lane. 10:35 the dial. He's going to go first. Roy's going to be giving chase. Super Street, Super Gas, Super Comp. The lead 8 in all 3 of our shootout categories. Boys and girls, you're not in the lanes right now. You're late. 949 to win by Jacob. 963 by Rory. 119 miles an hour. Pitt moves on. Matt Alvey's GTD automatic hot rod. Coming up next. Should be 3 cars left in the category. GTD Automatic, Jeff Taylor, Matt Alvey, and Tom Beasley. Well, the problem is I don't see JT's car. So that gets the buy run. Heating and air conditioning contractor, motors through 1013. 103 shutting it off. Tom Beasley pulls in. Jeff Taylor should be alongside. Jeff's a no-show. Beasley gets a tune-up run on a competition buy. He'll be back to run Matt. .967 by Beasley at 135 miles an hour. So we get ready to go into round number 2. Our Super Street Shootout brought to you by K&N and Lucas Oil. 8 cars left out of the quick 16. John Hinkle, Gary Horseman, Phil Smida, Denny Napier, Mark Ruzica, Mr. Smith, Rudy, and John. 8 cars left. Going to whittle it down to our semifinalists as we work our way through day number 2. Here at the JEGS Sports Nationals. Round number 2 of qualifying. Top dragster called you to the lanes. First round of our C-Tech Fast 4. Top dragster competition needs you to the lanes. First round of our C-Tech Fast 4 and Top Sportsman. As soon as we get all the top dragsters in, our Fast 4 come in right behind. Pardon me, it's the Racing RVs, Top Dragster and Top Sportsman shootout. We got Lucas, we got K&N, we got Racing RVs, we got C-Tech. We got sponsors everywhere. And we love them all. That's right. Again, our Racing RVs Fast 4 and Top Dragster, and our Racing RVs Fast 4 in Top Sportsman. Along with all the rest of our top dragster competitors. Getting ready to come up. As soon as we get our quarterfinals handled here in our Super Street, Super Gas, and Super Comp shootouts. Again, tip of the cap to K&N, Lucas Oil, Racing RVs, and C-Tech sponsoring our races within a race this weekend here at the Sports Nationals. Rudy and John Casters. We throw 1090s up on the scoreboard now. $10.90s up on the board. We got 8 cars left. Going to whittle it down to our 4 semifinalists. Caster right side, Matthews left lane. See who our first winner is. Shootout. Round 2. Rudy off and running. Caster all the way from Minnesota. Over here on the JEGS side of the racetrack. Sure would like to make it pay off. Up 2,000, too quick at the stripe. 1089.8 at 131. Rudy gets the win, 1096. So Rudy's one of our final 4 contestants. Now, who's he going to run? Is it going to be Mark Smith and the Mustang? Is it going to be Mike Ruzicka? Paul Pittman, you're in the Fast 4 as the first alternate. Paul Pittman, birthday boy, you're in the Fast 4. Mark Smith goes 10.904, 127. 10.94 by Ruzicka, comes up a little short, so it's Smith and Rudy. Denny Napier. Pataskla runner. Little Vega taking on Phil. Womp, womp, womp down at the other end. Phil gets the win, 1091 to 141. Denny's a little quick at a 1088. So we got 3 of our final 4. Smith, Matthews, Smida. And either Horseman or Hinkle going to join them. Early model, economy cars, GM and Ford on the line. Neither one of them exactly economy cars anymore. Oh, and Gary Ghost ran. 3,000 too quick. And the Ford's done. Hinkle Chevy 2 moves on. It's Hinkle and Smida. Smith and Matthews going to the final semifinals. 1089 by Hinkle. Steve Hoyt, Paul Richardson working their way down. First pair. Super Gas Shootout. Steve gets the win. 997.1 beats a 997.3. Richardson, though, was dead laid out of the gate, and Hoyt down at the other end of the racetrack just dancing on to the final 4. Dan Toole and Edmond. Battle of the Roadsters. Toole wheeling the Mustang, and that is an all Ford Roadster there in the Budweiser lane. +600 cubic inch combination for Dan. Edmund a little bit smaller with his big block. Edmund top end goes 898 or 989, excuse me. 985 by Dan. Edmund under by 2 thousandths of a second on that double breakout, so Edmund moves on. Tim Gillespie, Justin Mosier. One of these two going to come back to run Steve Hoyt's Corvette in the final. Mosier Engineering, C5 Roadster on the right side. Gillespie running at 33 Ford open air cockpit version. Bob blinks the bottom bulb, rolls on in, goes red. Gillespie moves on. $991, 152 by Gillespie, $975 by Justin. He may have been holding just a little bit too much anyway. Brian Folk and Rob Stiegel. Somebody's going to come back around Edmond. Going to be a battle of the Chevy Roadsters or the wagon. Going to make a tussle out of it for the runner out of Goodlettsville. Stiegel right side. 67 Chevy 2 wagon. Folk left side, Roadster. Gate they go. Stiegel going to give Folk everything he wants, maybe a little bit more. Wagon closing in, top end, coming, womp, womp. Nope, Stiegel got the win, 992, 139. Brian went down, took the stripe by 16, broke out by 7. That's what you call biting off just a hair more than you could chew. Super Comp coming up next. They're our quarterfinals. In the K&N Lucas Oil Shootout. Marshall Glass, Rose Richardson, 890's up on the scoreboard. Allen slides in, Mr. Reinhardt to everybody else.
I remember the last person called me Mr. Reinhardt. I mean, that like knows me. Yeah. That like knows me. I'll tell you what, if you followed me around on the NHRA trail, you'd find out real quick that my first name is Hay. Because when I walk through the pits, it's Hey Reinhardt is all I ever hear. Marshall Glass trying to get it done in the Roadster. Rose Richardson trying to do what Paul didn't do a minute ago, and that is advance. And keep this half of the Richardson Racing clan moving on. Stage. Red. There's a roses or red thing in there someplace, but Marshall Glass is going to get the win. The small block T. How about dead on 5? I think he was ready. Rose goes trip 8s at 171. But this one, how about this? Smooth as glass. Huh? Dead on 5. TJ Coleman. Left. Michael Shelton right. We got the non-winged versus the wing. By the way, in case you missed it, Paul Pittman. You are in the Quick 4 in Top Sportsman. Plan accordingly. That means bring your shoe polish. Why'd they wait so long? TJ and Mike closing in on the finish line stripe. This ought to be fun. Watch the winner picker. It's going to come on and say. Mike Shelton, 894, 168. TJ tried to bail, only 159 miles an hour, but 89.3. There were 4 thou apart on the tree. TJ couldn't get it done. Now it's Nick Folk and Sherman Adcock. Sherman, the former 2-time champ. Lined up over here. Now, Brian Folk is still in Supergas, right? Just lost? So now it's up to TJ to uphold the family, or for Nick to uphold the family honor. Sorry about your bad luck, Nick. Red light left side, win light right side. And Sherman will come back. Trip 8s. 167 for Adcock, who was 011 on the bulb. 882, 176 for Nick Folk. That wasn't really the problem. 008 red. That was the problem. Now it's Ryan Richardson and Rick Legault. Now, Edmund is still in, right? So we have an opportunity for the Richardson family to have a pretty good day. Ryan trying to join his dad in the Final Four in a different category, which means they can both win. Rick Legault trying to stop him. Rick is a concrete engineer. I'm not making fun of him. He might make me a set of shoes. 89-2 to an 89-5. Ryan Richardson comes out on the right side of the double breakout. Rick is 005 taking 14, and that was the wrong move. Ryan Richardson is 016, crossing second and getting the win. So the Richardson father and son staying alive. Like staying alive, staying alive. Does he yell Omaha every time he gets up to bat? Bob is bragging about his Kansas City Royals that apparently scored 7 runs in the 9th to win the game. Okay, I tried to do this earlier, and I think I had my computer muted, so I apologize. I was talking about the Zaskowski that doesn't have a clutch in his car. This is for him. Okay, now we're going to plug it in and actually play it for everybody, not just those of us in the tower.
Only together can we turn him to the dark side of the Force.
How can you have a name Zaskowski and have a torque converter? That just seems, I don't know, strange. We got our top dragster sitting here ready to rock. We just want to put a little touch up on the racetrack out there. And then we'll continue on.
Everything is proceeding as I have foreseen.
Yeah, it's amazing how different this stuff is when you actually kill the mute button. So we're down to our final 4 in all of our shootouts now because, well, we're starting with 4 in top dragster, top sportsman, and competition eliminator. By the way, in comp, for those of you that were wondering, the comp shootout will be based on national index, not personal index. There will be no permanent adjustment coming out of this shootout. However, if you take some in round 1, you will be adjusted in round 2. So it's not completely free. If you get a CNC hit in round number 1, it will go against you in round number 2. But then after we give somebody the cash from Quick Fuel, we just erase everything and rock right back into tomorrow. So Ashley Tidrick is up next. That's the dietitian. I noticed that when I mentioned I was looking for a dietitian that could help me sit on the couch, drink beer, and lose weight, she didn't come dashing right up here and say, okay, here's the plan. It's possible she just didn't have time to print it out yet. Casey Spradlin in the left side. A little gas in the pipes never hurt anybody. Listen up in the pits. Attention in the pits. Top sportsman needs you. I think Ashley's car might be a little flooded down here. Sitting here looking over the top, it's like fuel injected. Looks to be naturally aspirated from what I can see. It's a coil pack computer thing, and it's flooded. That's why it looks a little like a jet car. Now, this is not Ashley's regular ride, but they are having a little bit of trouble getting that thing to clean up. And I do not believe it's going to start. It obviously was pumping plenty of fuel through it because you could see it burning in the pipes. They haven't completely given up, but they're about to. Maybe not. I just heard it bark. So they are going to push Ashley off to the side. And she will be like basically dialing blind tomorrow. Meanwhile, Casey Spradlin, the Alabama engineer, is that like an engineer that designs stuff and figures out how it's going to work, or a guy that blows the horn on the train? .648, 212 miles an hour. Earlier today, Casey ran 648, 212 miles an hour. Even I could dial that car. And here comes a couple of supercharged guys that do it very differently. Tom Elliott, the old belt drive tunnel ram up on top of his big block Chevy, and Mike Coughlin. Mike has got a Pro-Charged 481X from Proline. The blower tucked way down in there behind the driver's seat. I've often wondered, now I'm not a aerodynamic engineer, but that's kind of a low pressure area. Wouldn't it be better to get that thing someplace where you could ram some air into it? Just thinking out loud here. Of course, it went 628 at 216 miles an hour, so I don't think it needs my help. Do you realize the quickest Coughlin in the history of JEGS Motorsports is TJ? Because he is a licensed top fuel driver. His dad also ran top fuel back in the day, but when his dad was running, I'm sorry, his grandfather. His grandfather ran top fuel back in the day, but his grandfather in a top fuel car never went as quick as Troy did in his Pro Mod. The yellow and black goes right on down the lane with his name on it. 628.7, 221 after earlier running 628.4 at 221. I'm just being the amateur meteorologist here, but I'm guessing the weather's pretty close to the same. Tom Elliott goes 675.5 at 203.77, and that is 25th of the 32 that are on the sheet right now. That's Darren Bosch on the left side. And that's Lynn Ellison on the right side. The Pirate. Hey, maybe tomorrow we can have Talk Like a Pirate Day. If Lynn wins, everybody in the winter circle has to talk like a pirate. Arr, matey, give me that copper trophy. Come on, that'd be cool. If Darren wins, his from Louisiana, it'll be Talk Like a Cajun Day. This is final qualifying. This is going to set the ladder for tomorrow's eliminations. Darren went 6:37 earlier. Lynn went 6:49 earlier. Those red lights are okay now, but just get them out of your system. 6:42.50, 2:15. Darian backs up a little bit. 6:48. Lynn Ellison picks up a hun. And now it's Steve Cohen's turn. 635-inch big block. And that's Richard Fritzke, who's got a 566-incher. So we got Florida on the left side. We got Ohio on the right side. Little nitrous purge over there for Steve. These drivers ran 2 thou apart earlier. Should be a fun little race. Should be. Want to be number one, you got to outrun Andrew Johnson, 626. $648,205 Steve. That's a little better. $658,206 Richard. So Steve picked up a nickel. Richard backed up a nickel. Steve Cohen goes to 16. $648,3 puts him on the front page. And I lost Steve. Must be around here someplace. No, I didn't. No, I lost Richard. He's 22nd. I'm completely lost. I said Steve was on the front page, and I lost Richard. Once again, a couple of supercharged cars. One Pro Charge, one Roots Charge. BJ Sexton. You know, those Roots blowers were originally... True story. They were originally designed and utilized to pump fresh air down into the mines. It's just a big air pump. Then they put them on two-stroke diesels. And then they came here. Marco Brusian rides that. Here comes the champ. $641,216 for the champ. 5 thou slower than he ran earlier. 663 for BJ, and that's 400 slower than earlier. Brings up Jeff Libla out of Missouri. And Ken Story out of Kentucky. So Chevy 481. I wonder if that's a 481X. That would be my thought. But I don't know that for sure. Jeff went 702, was one of the first cars down the track earlier. I'm sorry, Ken went 702. Jeff went 715. I'm completely confused. I think that ice cream like ratcheted my blood sugar up. As if I wasn't sweet enough. What? A big moan in the back of the room. That was a chortle. You need to have your chortle checked. It sounded like a moan. 684, 195. Big move for Ken. He joins the 6-second club. 715 for Jeff. Very, very, very consistent car. Ken's now 27th. And we have an official count of 28 6-second players out of the 32 cars that are on the sheet. Tom Fisher and Kyle Camp up next. Tom over there on the left side, that looks like the Pro Charge car. And we got a nitrous bottle rocket over here on the right side. Ooh, I like the twin purges. Looks like, you know, like the dragon snorting if there's two of them. Whoa! Tom Fisher just blew the tires off of it. Kyle Camp just went 695. Picked up 5 seconds from his earlier run. That should get him a spot on the ladder. He used to be 31st. And 695 is going to rocket him all the way up to 29th. Woohoo. Fisher knocks the tires off, goes 12.67. So Kyle Camp basically picked up 5 seconds, and Fisher slowed down 6 seconds. That'll bring up Madison Ellison, who's going to college down in Central City, Kentucky. What school is in Central City? Is that Western Kentucky? Well, it shouldn't. Western Kentucky shouldn't be in Central. It should be in Western City, Kentucky. This is the Pirate Jew. What do you call a female pirate? What's Ray Miller doing here without his car? What's both Ray Millers doing here without their cars? Jeff Strickland on the right side. 651, 207, Jeff Strickland. 682 for Miss Madison at 194. She's 26. He's 18. Wow, is that thing loud? Here comes Mr. Top Speed of the meet, Matt Sackman. Matt, who works on Antron Brown's top fuel car when he's not sneaking parts out of the side door of the trailer for this thing. I can see it now. Brian Karate's going, where are you going with that blower? He says, don't worry about it, Brian. It's okay. I'm going to, he's going to be like the Grinch with a tree. I'm going to take it home and fix it and bring it back. That is a ridiculously fast car over there on the left side. And Danny Nelson out of Arkansas. Not exactly a rook. He was a top 5 player in the division last year. Pro Charger on one side. Roots Charger on the other side. Who's got the better blower down there? 636, 218 miles an hour for Matt. Picks up a little ET, gives back a little speed. Now it's number 8. J.B. Straswag and Bill Ernest now. Little nitrous purge for J.B. Dragstersforsale.com. I wonder if this dragster's for sale. I'll give you $50 for it. Okay, 75. Yeah. That's right. I think we can do this. Bill Ernest out of Knoxville, Tennessee, over here on the right side. Top dragster in this part of the world. How about JB hanging the front end out there for about 150 feet before it settles in? Goes 634. 211 miles an hour. Picks up 2. 646. Bill Ernest, he picked up 2. JB picked up 200. Bill picked up 2,000. JB picked up 200 in 3 spots. He's now 6th. Ernest is now 14th. Andrew Johnson still number 1. And here's Al Peevler and Bob Mandel. Bob for ProFab. Over here on the right side, 540 incher with a big old air pump on top. And now it looks like he's got Pro Charger plumbing going on over there. What's bigger on those Pro Charge cars, the air duct lines or the header collectors? What's higher pressure? That'd be close. 641, 213. Al picks up a Hun. 650, 207. Bob picks up a Hun. Hey, a Hun here, a Hun there. Al's 13. Bob's 19. Johnson's still number 1. Here comes Christina Lawyer, who put a post on Twitter earlier that said, hey, Reinhardt said my name. You play your cards right, I'll say it about a dozen times tomorrow. She is a professor of engineering. Wow. That sounds like she's so smart I couldn't even talk to her. And Philip Oakley, he's an engine builder, and I can talk to Philip. I speak engine. I don't speak engineering. That's Team Texas Roadhouse. 634, Christina picks up half a Hun at 214 miles an hour. 684, Philip Oakley picks up 8 Hun. Christina, number 6 spot. That's like front page above the fold. At 634.5. Professor of engineering. Ooh. I said I could speak engine. True story. I was down in North Carolina. You Division II guys might remember. I went down there and did the Charlotte points race the week before the Charlotte National. Had some time to kill. I sent a note to Jason Lyon. I said, hey, I'm in town. I got some time to kill. Can I swing by the shop? He sent one, said, you better check with Greg. I sent a note to Greg. I said, hey, I'm in town. I got some time to kill. Can I swing by the shop? He wrote back, heck no, you know too much about engines. So instead, Sandy Wilkins invited me over to Roush Yates's prototype and development shop. And let me tell you something. There's some really cool stuff in that building that you're not allowed to take pictures of. Les Feist, left side, that's one of those Miller-built cars. And Aaron Stanfield. We're going to put some pressure on young Mr. Stanfield tomorrow just because I can and because his dad thought it was funny. 632, 218 for Les. He picks up 3. 638, 208 for Aaron. Picks up 2 thou. That's a very consistent race car. Let's fight 632. That's now fourth, I think. If he'd have done that earlier, he might be in the shootout. Here's Mike Crick on a solo run, and I think we'll have our shootout cars rolling in behind him. Better not be the last one. We got 4 really fast ones back here. So Mike Crick, the Dodge, built by Ray Miller and Ray Miller, who are right there and right there. Oh, you should be a part of this. You should have been a part of the debate last week there, Unc. I'm sorry, it was Atlanta. Ray Miller, Dad, comes up. We'll wait till this car goes down the track. $719, $184 for Mike Crick, so he's going to pick up a little bit, but not going to get in the 6-second club. Now we'll wait for the burnout because this car's really loud. You're a racer. We had an internal debate going on. Ray Miller, Dad, comes up in his car, goes trip, zip, perfect, taking 2 thou and wins the round. Pretty nice job, wouldn't you say? Ray Jr. comes up a few pairs later. 001 taking 1 thou to win. Who did the better job? Yep. Yep. Mario Bosch out of Louisiana taking a solo run over here. 652 is what he put up on the board. What difference does it make? 629, 222.11. Mario goes all the way up to number 4 at 6:29. Well, the general consensus amongst most of us was that the kid did a better job because he basically halved the finish line. And you're going to win more races being 1 thou at the finish line than 000 on the tree. That was the general consensus. Not that there's a wrong answer per se. It was just a great debate. Oh, geez, now you're way overthinking it. It's shootout time. So here we go, our fast 4 shootout. You see the 6 seconds down on the board. It's not a dial-in race. It's the fast 4. We want to see who's got the fast car. So crank it up, tune it up, and let's see what you got. Now, obviously, in this category, you're not allowed to run in the 5s. But John Deacons, that's Team Quick Fuel over there on the left side, and Tim Papp is going to be spraying a whole lot of laughing gas in his. I just saw that nitrous purge. It reminds me, I got a dentist appointment on Tuesday. It's not dialed in. It's heads up. It's flat out. It's first one to the finish line, and somebody's going to hold up some cash from the Racing RVs, folks, for the top dragster and sportsman. Fast 4. Just got to get to the finish line first. Papp was a tick better on the tree. Pretty good looking side-by-side run, and 6:32 to a 6:32. Tom Papp won it on the starting line. Margin at the stripe was 12 thousandths of a second, and a 6:32.6 takes down a 6:32.2. And that'll bring up Joe Fisher, Team Racing RVs. Joe was supposed to run number 1 qualifier Andrew Johnson, but I don't see Andrew, and apparently we didn't put an alternate in. Well, all righty then. So Joe Fisher, who earlier ran 6:33, is going to come back and go head up against Tom, who just went 6:32. Sure. I think I almost sent it like a nose over up there, didn't it? 6:39, 222 miles an hour. Actually ran a little more mile an hour than earlier. So if it nosed over, it didn't slow down much. But 6:39 at 222 on our fast 4 final and top dragster is set for a fistful of cash from Racing RVs, which, oh, by the way, is Joe Fisher's company. If you win your own cash, do you have to 1099 yourself, or can you just like take it out of your pocket and put it in your pocket? By the way, I want to say hi to Ray Miller, and then I want to say, where's your race cars? The father and son duo out of Miller Race Cars hanging out down here, enjoying, but not competing. They probably got some story about, a lot of stuff going on at the shop, couldn't get away, couldn't take the whole weekend, got to take care of our customers. But it's nice they at least came out here to visit. And I think we got Top Sportsman rolling around the corner next. Fast 4 up first? Cool. So they tell me the Fast 4 coming up first.
Yes, I know. Are you sure?
Well, I'm not positive, but that's what they tell me. Eric Burnett and Rick Korn. Rick, who's got that Hemi-powered Avenger with 738 cubic inches under the bonnet. And Eric Burnett with that flat-hooded Chevrolet. Something about flat-hood cars. Now, this run does count for qualifying, even though Eric Burnett's in the number 2 spot right now, and all he can be is one better. I think right now he cares more about seeing if he can pick up some of that Racing RV's cash. This is like a $500 run because the winner of this run is going to be guaranteed runner-up money, which is $500. So light a scoreboard and win $500. Sounds so simple, doesn't it? Who was it that once said everything in life is easy until you try to do it better than somebody else? Then you get the degree of difficulty. It's like anybody can drive a car straight down a racetrack. It's when you try to get it there quicker than somebody else that it gets tough. So the big old Hemi on the left side, and Eric Burnett and the Cavalier here on the right side. Just get me to the finish line. A little turbo pop and bang. Burnett's car makes a little bit of a move over towards the right. He was having a fight at the whole trip, but he hangs on. 632. 225, and look at the speed over there for Rick Korn. 665, only 183 is. That thing banged out the pipes pretty good when he took his foot off the throttle. I have a feeling that they tried to gas her up and lean her out a little bit. By the way, 632, isn't that what the dragsters ran? Maybe she should have a King of the Hill run. Just saying. If it worked out that way, everybody put up his hand and come back. That'd be fun. Cheyenne Stanley out of Cynthiana. Mustang on the left side, and Paul Pittman, who got in as an alternate, because Lester Johnson, who was probably the clear favorite from a performance standpoint, wounded her. So when the number 1 qualifier gets declared broke, all of a sudden it opens up the playing field. Mustang left, Camaro right. Just get to the finish line first. In the last round, Stanley in the left lane was a little bit better than Pittman. But that was the last round. Paul's car's for sale. Is it on doorcarsforsale.com? Paul, believe it or not, that car that Paul Pittman is driving is basically like home built in his garage. Now, keep in mind, Paul Pittman worked for Don Ness for like a million years, so that's about as professionally built and detailed as you can get. 828 cubic inches under the hood. That's 103.5 per cylinder. We're in and ready. Oh, how about this? Stanley's car like lays over on the start line, and Paul Pittman goes that away. 654, 209. Cheyenne Stanley went 652 earlier, went 788 at 175 this time. When Cheyenne hit the gas, something wasn't right. Because that thing just went, buh. I know that sounds overly technical, but that's what it did. You could tell by the time that car went 30 feet that something wasn't right. So Paul Pittman in as an alternate. All you need now is 2/10. Might have a shot at winning this thing. And now we go into top sportsman qualifying, which will set the rest of the field for tomorrow. Now, just for the record, the finals tonight in our Fast Four for the Racing RVs money, both Top Dragster and Top Sportsman, will not count for qualifying. Those runs did. The finals later on this evening will not. Jeff Sexton and Arlie Boggs up next. Both these guys in the 6-second zone. Pretty impressive numbers out here. We've got 18 cars, sub 7 seconds after only one qualifying run. Some really fast cars out here in this part of the country. Out on the West Coast, it's not uncommon for us to just have 6 or 8 6-second cars by the time it's all dead and done. But remember, it's a bracket race. You don't have to have the fastest car on the property. You just got to be consistent. Tag the tree and run the number. Jerry and Shauna Emmons are at their 1-year anniversary dinner in San Antonio, and Jerry's got D3 up on his phone. Dude, look at the phone. Look across the table at your wife. Look at the phone. Let me put it to you this way. You should be turning one of them off, and if you don't, you're going to be turning the other one off. $6.95 for Jeff Sexton, $6.96 for Arlie Boggs. That's exactly what they ran earlier. Well, am I wrong? Shauna definitely likes drag racing. There's no doubt about that. But, dude, it's your anniversary. I mean, if you were racing, that's one thing. But if you're not racing, you just catch up later. Mark Sanders, firefighter out of Ohio, over here in the Cavalier. And Ken Langlois, and that 63 split window Corvette. It's got the 665-inch motor, just like it left the factory. And the optional dealer installed twin parachutes and wheelie bar. This technology stuff is ridiculous, isn't it? Remember when we used to have to wait until the end of the day and call the Castrol GTX hotline to find out what happened? 1-800-1900. Oh, hang on to the Corvette. You're going to need it tomorrow. You have chosen wisely. Ken's car went that way, out of the groove, over by the wall. Took his foot off the gas, saved the car. Wise move. Mark Sanders, 776 at 174. Where are you, Jeff? I just got a note from Jeffrey Barker that says, tell everybody I miss him. If it's your anniversary, you got an excuse. Yeah, on the other hand, yeah, your wife's got a pretty fast car. You could both be here. Greg Kaufman, the construction guy in the Cutlass. And Rodney Benson, 1970 Mustang. That's got an interesting look about it. I don't believe it's a real Mustang back shell, but it's not exactly like the pro stock style Mustang either, you know. Cool looking car. Of course, he owns a body shop. He probably just said, grab me a piece of steel and I'm going to make a Mustang out of it. If he did, he's more talented than I am. I usually go, grab me a piece of steel, I'm going to make a scrap out of it. $692, $199 for Kaufman, $702 for Benson. Benson actually picks up 600. He'll move up to 19. Kaufman slows a couple. He'll stay 13th. Now it's John Taylor in the truck and Tim Irwin in the Lumina. Taylor, who was in the elevator business back before he got out and decided to go racing full-time. That would have made a great parts delivery truck, except, well, once you tub it, you really cut into the storage area in the bed of one of those Dodge Dakotas. And Tim Irwin, he is part of Team Mosier. If you haven't walked down and seen the Mosier display that's in the oval, wow. I mean, when they got them lined up and shined up, it don't get a whole lot better than that. Bumping their way in. Tim right now is 24. John's 27. Little spray going into the lumen down there. You can see the pipes go black. 733, 179 as he was off the button and off the throttle before the stripe. 762, 178 for John Taylor. So John, I can pretty much assure you, is going to be leaving first in most of his races tomorrow. Certainly in the first one. We have 35 cars that have taken an official time so far. Justin Souderts. 69 Camaro out of Louisville. And Bones, that's Todd Ewing from Huntsville Engine. 730-inch big block. Why would you stop there? Once you're at 730, don't you just go, what the heck? Hone it out another half a thou. Let's go for 731. I have a soft spot for the nitrous cars. I had nitrous on a street car when I was 17 years old, back when nitrous was like the biggest taboo thing in the world. Of course, I grew up in Tucson, Arizona. A lot of big players in the nitrous world were based down there. Internal Combustion Engineering had a shop down there for a while. It was the first place I ever saw an input shaft on a dyno get twisted. Pretty impressive stuff. Justin right now is glad that this is qualifying and not racing. 675 for Bones. 198. Interesting, he ran 674, 206 earlier and 675, 198 here. Justin sat on the tree, then rattled the tire, then took his foot off the gas. It'll be very interesting to see what kind of number he puts on the window tomorrow. Because Justin's earlier qualifying run was a less than perfect 719, and all right, Jeff, you're off the hook. Jeffrey Barker hanging out at the house with the family and friends and enjoying life. Yeah, that's code for he looked at the forecast on Tuesday and went, John Hostetler. Dodge Stratus left side. Now John is qualified number 7 at 6.80. Ryan Kuykendall's got a little room for improvement here. Ryan could conceivably chop 10 seconds off of his earlier qualifying effort. He better at least chop 8 or 9 or 10. So the Stratuses, or the Strati, or the two Dodgers. I don't know if he's going to get 10 seconds, but he's going to get a whole bunch of them. Watch the JEGS scoreboard. Wow, that thing wagged the tail a little bit. 665, 203 for Ryan after a 1643 earlier. 681 for John. So John's going to go back-to-back 680, 681, and actually get bumped one because at 665 is going to put Kuykendall in the number 5 spot. Bruce Barth and Jordan Schmitty up next. Bruce Barth, the Grand Am on the left side. Jonathan Schmidt and the Cutlass on the right side. Jonathan is number 31 qualifier. I think he's about to improve a little. Nope. 826, 168. 815. Also not going to help. So both Mark and John are going to stay down towards the bottom. Now it's Casey Spradlin for the folks at TCI. And Lunati. That's that 1937 Chevy. And Mike Badia, the Cutlass out of Michigan. It's a Haas Pro stock car with a Holbrook motor under the hood. We continue working our way on through final qualifying here. Competition eliminator, if you're not in the staging lanes, you really ought to be. And that includes our Fast Four for the comp shootout. .702 190 Mike, that's better. 710 189 Casey, that's not better. So Mike goes from 23 to 20. Casey gets bumped back one, and here's Vince Hoda. Vince is in the DQ business. DQ's good. You just got to make sure when you go racing, you don't end up with an N in the middle of that. '68 Camaro with a 706. Jerry Albert out of Ohio for the folks at JEGS. Note the yellow and black. A little help from the Abruzzi gang as well. Bumping their way in. Jerry's car stepping out a little bit when he let go of it, but he fought it back into the middle of the groove. 6802 Vince, that's better. 6880 Jerry, that's better. Albert now 14. Vince now number 8. Well, how about this? I don't want to ruin it for anybody, but the 18 car won the Xfinity race tonight down in NASCARville. But it wasn't Kyle. It was Denny driving the 18. Because he wanted to. Word from the top end is that there might be something down in the shutdown area we need to go take a look at. So we're going to click these two off and go take a look. By the way, in case you missed it earlier, questions, comments, anything you want to share? Send me an email, NHRA All Access at gmail.com. NHRA All Access at gmail.com. Listen up in the pits. Attention in the pits. We need our final 4. Super Gas, Super Street, Super Comp for the K&N Lucas Oil Shootout. And if you are still racing class eliminations and stock eliminator, head this direction, please. Stock, if you're still in class elims, we need you this way. And final 4 for our Lucas Oil K&N Shootout, Super Gas, Super Street, Super Comp. I need you to the staging lanes, please.
Send the fleet to the far side of Endor.
Well, don't do that. We haven't figured out who won yet.
I'm looking forward to completing your training.
I think they found the missing cuff link down there. We're getting it cleaned up.
You know the drill. If you make a mess, push it all into a little corner so it looks like you cleaned it up, and don't let the police in without a warrant. Ta-ta!
By the way, tomorrow, it's going to be another fun-filled, jam-packed day that starts at 8 a.m. with Super Street Round 1, followed by Stock Eliminator Round 1, Super Gas, Super Stock, Super Comp, and round we go. But 8 a.m. tomorrow, Stock or Super Street, you're going to hit the racetrack first, then Stock Eliminator, then Super Gas, Super Stock, Super Comp. That's tomorrow. That's Eliminations Day. That's Race Day here at the JEGS Sports Nationals. That's no fun. Larry Harlan shut the car off and something was leaking? I guess that might be more fun than getting 100 feet off the start line and finding out something was leaking. Good news for Larry. He's got a 699 already in qualifying, so get that straightened out and come back and try it again tomorrow. Looks like we're going to have a little bit of cleanup over here on the JEGS side, but they fired up Jimmy Cohen to go ahead and make his run. That 814 cubic inch big block. .681 earlier had Jimmy in the number 10 spot. If he could pick up 100th of a second, he could pick up a couple of spots. Sounds so simple, doesn't it? All he needs is a Hun. That's 2 tenths in the wrong direction, 703 at 197. And I do believe he left the pilot chute laying out there in the middle of the racetrack. Just tell Mark McDonald to reach out and grab it on his way by. Yeah, looks like the little spring pack that pulls the parachute out ended up down there in the racetrack. So Mark McDonald, 67 Mustang, for dragstersforsale.com. Shouldn't that be doorcarsforsale.com? Mustangsforsale.com? Yeah. Boy, have I got a deal for you.com. And Robert Irby. in the Corvette. The wayward pilot chute has been corralled. The GMC is getting out of the way. And we're continuing with qualifying. Hey, big thanks one more time while it's quiet to everybody at JEGS for last night. The barbecue was terrific. Having a little fun over there in the amusement park was terrific, and we really appreciate all of your support. We, of course, want all the racers to remember that when you're looking for parts and pieces and stuff. That's the reason they're out here. Well, that and to try to win their own race. Truck's clearing off the top end. We should be ready to fire up Mark McDonald and Robert Irby. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Hate it for Larry Harlan, but hopefully whatever the issue is something they can get fixed, and they'll be back here ready to rock tomorrow. That's a cool little car. All right, I think we're ready to fire him up, right?
Brilliant, isn't it?
Brilliant doesn't begin to describe it.
That would be Mark McDonald. This by process of elimination would be Robert Irby. You can discern that using simple Vulcan logic. We tried putting both drivers in the same car one time. That was a disaster, so we went back to this. Yeah, we still occasionally try both drivers in the same lane, and that hasn't worked out yet. Super straight, gas, and comp for the shootout. Come on. We got K&N and Lucas Oil's money we want to give to somebody. Might as well be you. Wow, that Corvette's hunting the center line a little bit when Robert tags it on the starting line. Kind of got to muscle that car from one end to the other. 714, 190. 679, 201 for McDonald. That's good enough to get him 3 spots up to the number 8 spot. There you go, Mark. In the right direction. There you go. Here comes Don O'Neill. The real deal, Don O'Neill. For dragstersforsale.com and Diane and company. Here comes Marco Abruzzi. Is there any more iconic looking classic muscle car than a Hugger orange white rally stripe 69 Camaro? Yeah. Okay, this was technically a 68, but still. Hugger orange, white stripe, first gen. Don O'Neill sent in there to 749. Marco to 683. Lieutenant Don. Thought it was Lieutenant Dan. 684, 202 for Marco. 754, 169 for Lieutenant Don. Perhaps O'Neill got a promotion after he retired. Here comes Gordon Horn, the Indiana-based split window, and Ricky Atkins, the Michigan-based chassis builder. 1937 Atkins Chevy. Hunk says bone stock with factory paint. I think that's a dealer-installed airfoil on the back, right? Or is that part of the rumble seat? That's where you can put your grandkids when you're headed for the Dairy Queen. Hang on, Junior. It's like, you know, who knew? When I was a kid, I thought it was like a real treat to get to ride in the back of the truck. Turns out my dad was trying to kill me. 673, 203, Ricky Atkins. Gordon Horn was 725 at 192. Both move up. Gordon, 26. Ricky, number 7. We'll bring up Mike Crick and a Roadrunner. I've been waiting to use this. That car's cool. 1968 Roadrunner. And Mario Bosch. Mario's in it at 792. Call me crazy. I'm thinking that car has the capability of going quicker than that. Just judging by all the stuff sticking out of the hood, I'm thinking it has the capability of going quicker than that. Mike Crick's in it at 837. Mike Crick's top speed on that 827 was 123 miles an hour. So call me crazy. I'm thinking he might be able to go quicker than that. See, I'm learning this drag racing thing as I go. Just keep trying to figure stuff out. I think at least one of them's going to improve. .696, 202 Mario, that's better. 768, 169 Mike, that's better. Mike ends up in the number 31 spot with the Roadrunner. Mario ends up in the number 18 spot. And here's Bob Mandel in the 16 model Corvette. That is like an awesome looking car. Guy that owns a chassis shop. Now my understanding, and I'm not saying 100% this is true, but my understanding is that he actually went and bought a 16 Corvette and then transformed it. Nobody bought that? Ruh-roh. Backed it up and shut it off. As we say in the announcing business, I believe he's going to fire it up and try to attempt to complete the run. Because if he wasn't, I can't for the life of me figure out why they're adjusting the wheelie bar. Might have been another cufflink issue at the end of the burnout. He saw something out there, backed up, and went, hey, somebody go get that. Yep, fired it right back up. Okay, Bob. If you want to improve, you got to go faster than 72 miles an hour. Shut it off way early and goes 669 at 182. I think it was going 177 at the 8th. Shut it off early and still goes 669, which is all the way up to number 6 spot. Is that it? I believe that's it for Top Sportsman. Yeah, picked up 110 miles an hour. Woohoo! And shut it off. He picked up 110 miles an hour at the 8th. Well, 105 at the 8th. Okay, we got competition eliminator behind the tower. I think we're going to do a little bit of shuffle out there. Touch up the racetrack. And then we got comp. We should have our Fast 4, Super Gas, Super Street, Super Comp, all ready to go. Because we got cash to give away. It's not ours. It came from K&N, came from Lucas Oil. But you guys are going to get it. We're also down to the final in our Racing RVs. Fast 4 shootout for Top Dragster and Sportsman, and comp eliminators behind the tower. Out here and
NHRA All Access is your exclusive ticket to watch live racing from the comfort of your own home or on the go all season long.
You know, with live streaming NHRA All Access, my friends and my family, they can watch me race around the country and turn those win lights on.
From sunup to sundown, NHRA All Access is live right at your fingertips. From qualifying to the finals, we have you covered. Can't get enough of the world's most extreme sport? Sign up for your personal pit pass to all of the action at NHRAAllAccess.com.
The best thing I like about NHRA's All Access is I get to watch the sportsman competition throughout the country, and as a bonus, I get to watch my son, Sean Langdon.
I'm Ashley Sanford, and I love NHRA All Access because it shows all the sportsman classes, the competitive races, and best of all my family and friends get to watch me race.
Never miss a race again. An entire season will be yours for only $99.95. Join us, NHRA All Access.
$99.95. Get you All Access. Little commercial playing there on the D3 TV. Y'all in the stands couldn't see it, but everybody watching around the country and around the world just did. Get you signed up. Comp Eliminator, final qualifying. Getting ready to come at us. And our Fast 4 brought to you by C-Tech Manufacturing and Comp. Going to make their lap. We're whittling our way through. Down to our final rounds of class elimination. Stock and super stock. Down to the semifinals in our Lucas Oil, K&N filters. Super Street, Super Gas, and Super Comp shootout. Fast 4 and Top Dragster and Top Sportsman. RacingRVs.com shootout there. Our Fast 4, we're down to the finals. Comp Eliminator will come back around to close out our evening with the finals of our C-Tech Manufacturing. Quick 4 and Comp Eliminator action. Comp cars getting ready to roll up. Jason Cohen, Frank Cervelli. Two of our Fast 4. Looking to see if they can make that final round. Little starting line prep, little racetrack check. Looks like everybody's pretty much signed up, good to go. Call goes out, fire the first pair. I think we got it. C-Tech Manufacturing Competition Eliminator Shootout. Getting ready to make their way down track. Jason Cohen Little four-cylinder Efficano dragster there on the left side. Frank Cervelli's B dragster automatic here on the right. We're now laying down the ground rules a little bit earlier. Making it a little bit easier for the boys to breathe easy and make their way down track here in the Cop Eliminator shootout. Feel comfortable knowing that they're not going to kill themselves to really throw it out, run for the money. Here on day number 2, the JEGS Sports Nationals. Handicap start. Going to go to that little four-cylinder dragster, Cohen. Cohen transmission, folks, part of our Jerry Arnold Memorial Cop Eliminator Bonus Fund sponsorship. Transmission is one of our supporters. Here goes Jason. Here comes Frank. Jason was like ready when the tree came down. Frank's trying to get there, and he was a little tardy. 8:01 by Cohen. So he'll go to the final round of our C-Tech Manufacturing Cop Eliminator Fast 4. He'll take on either Craig Bourgeois or Greg Camplain. So an all dragster final in our C-Tech Manufacturing Cop Eliminator Fast 4. Bourgeois' Nostalgia Machine. Engine out in front. Small motored Chevrolet. Greg Camplain, the machine shop owner and operator out of Brownsburg. The Mountain Comfort RV machine over here on the right-hand side. Pretty much going to be a heads-up race now. Qualifying Craig or the earlier round, Bourgeois there in the Budweiser lane. A little bit quicker car. There's cooled down a little bit. Not much, but some. Cracks tightened up a little bit. Who made the better adjustment? Good matchup. Camplain's machine moving around a little bit. Bourgeois straight and true. 683, 186 by Craig, 687. Camplain, both drivers slowing up 300 from their earlier run. Bourgeois and Cohen. So you've got the front motored Nostalgia ride. Taking on a little four-cylinder machine. This will be a good final round battle. Chad Vogus, K-altered automatic, four-cylinder power plant, half of a V8 at one point in its lifetime. Put it up on a great big old bandsaw table. Little that puppy in half. Vogus Motorsports gang out at St. Peters, Missouri, making a tow over. Chuck coming down from Ohio, the Jack's Wax. Cobalt. Cobalt in the opening session, an 8:20 lap. 6,400 for those of you that follow Cop Eliminator action. Pretty good old run down the racetrack. 27 cars answer the bell in the opening round. 61 under was halfway through the field. Cop Eliminator this weekend basically running under the mine shaft rules condition. Once the boys loosen it up a little bit, get after it. Bogus car moving a little bit around. We're on the JEG side. Steers it back into the groove, 776. Chad picks up. 817 by Chuck, he picks up. 67 under now for Chuck. 53 under now for Chad. Both drivers going the right direction. It's the Billingsley Chevy Camaro, L-altered. Itty bitty teeny weeny power plant there on the left side. The Hickey brothers out of Ponchatoula, Louisiana, over here on the right-hand side. Been to the final round before, the divisional and national event level. Boys know how to get it done. Giving up their door car a couple of years ago, moving into the B dragster automatic category. In Super Street, Super Gas, Super Comp semifinalists. In our K&N and Lucas Oil shootout, you should all be in the lanes ready to go. Stock Eliminator. Those of you left alive in class eliminations need you to the lanes too. Stocker, round 3, class eliminations to the lanes. Red light means nothing. Well, Adam was a little antsy on the starting line. Hickey Motors through 688, 192. He steps up. 880 by Billingsley. He improved. He's now 56 under. Adam at 57 under. Currently they are side by side on the qualifying sheet, number 18 and 19. David Rampy and Joey Tanksley. Prepare to pull up the starting line. The Kid Services and Trucking, A dragster. Over here on the right-hand side of the racetrack, 643. Rampy, 726 in the opening round. David a good run at 65 under. Joey's run, probably like to have a little bit more out of the dragster at 60 under the index after that first session. Again, stock class eliminations, round 3. Need you to lanes, please. Stock class eliminations, round number 3. Joey pulls up. Rambo's already there and waiting. Tanksley rattled the tires a little bit, sashayed it off the starting line, runs another 6:43.8, 211 miles an hour. 724, Rampy picks up 200. Tanksley's car is so consistent, Alan Reinhardt could dial it in. Maybe a little help from Bob Fry, they can figure it out. Art Hodges up the Lucas Oil machine on the left-hand side. Van Puckett's G-Altered automatic here in the right lane. Van Chevy Cavalier coming up from Georgia. Over here on the right-hand side, 60 under the index. That 60 under lap, only good for number 17, Art Hodges. There in the left lane. North Carolina-based Lucas Oil Cavalier. 62 under on the opening session with a 733. Van stands the nose of that Cavalier up, rocks it back on the wheelie bar. Motors through 824 at 163, nice improvement. Art picks up 1, Van moves up to 67 under, number 10 on the sheet. Art's 63 under with that 732 lap. Now sit number 12. Final session of qualifying. for any of our classes. We are setting all of our fields. Race date starting tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Super Street, round number 1. Stock Eliminator will be out right behind them. Then Super Gas, Super Stock, and Super Comp. That'll be the run order. And again, Super Street, you'll be out first tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Jimmy Kimbrough, Florida-based. See Dragster Automatic over here on the right-hand side. Jimmy looking to make a major improvement here. Only a 34 underlap in the opening session. Mike Farrell, roadster there in the left lane. 62 underlap, and he was doing a lot of driving. The car goes left this time. They get that car to go straight, it'll be pretty good lap. 783, 169 by Mike. No improvement. 696. Kimbrough improves. Now 63 under the index. Up to the number 13 spot. Nice move there is Bruno Massel. Bruno just missing the fast 4. C-Tech Manufacturing. Comp shootout. In the number 5 spot. 703 out of that turbocharged 4-cylinder Cobalt. Brian Browse dragster. Brian, another driver looking to make an improvement. Car's been slowly but surely coming together for the 2016 campaign. Didn't have it on track at Norwalk. Didn't have it on track at Indy. First shot out with the car for Brian and Deb. Another one of the tremendous supporters of our Jerry Arnold Comp Eliminator Memorial Bonus Fund. Brian, a easy 882 lap in the opening round off of it, throttle. Just about the half-track mark. .728, 184 miles an hour. Still looking for a little bit more. Bruno doesn't improve with a 708 lap, so Bruno stays 5. Brian moves up to 57 under the index. You're 57 under the index. You're number 20 on the qualifying sheet. Yeah. But he's going the right direction, getting the car tuned up and ready to go for round number 1 tomorrow. Wayne Hutton's D-altered, Randy Daniels H-altered. Randy, like Brian Brow, looking to make the improvement. Runner out of North Carolina here on the JEGS side of the racetrack. Shutting it off to a 13-second lap. Today's early session. Super Stock, Hemi Shootout. Need you gentlemen back to the lanes that are still alive. Super Stock. Hemi Shootout, come on back. Super Stock, class eliminations round number 3. We need you as well. Super Stock, class elims, round number 3. Come on back, boys and girls. Wayne left side. 5 years young out here mixing it up with a Chevy Cobalt engine. Randy not concerned about the red light back here on this end. More happy with the fact the car's going straight and true to an 873 lap. 152 miles an hour, 819 to 149 by Wayne. Randy picking it up. 58 under the index. Going the right direction, getting a good tune-up for round 1 tomorrow morning. Wayne's 819 lap at 149. Certainly not the lap he was looking for. Is still only 15 under the index. They need a whole lot more. Get serious about playing tomorrow. Rick Brown's B-Truck Automatic. Steve Ambrose, Jay Altered. Automatic. 6-cylinder Ford. That 23T out of Varsity Ford. Steve and Bob Hutman. Ambrose, 774, 167. No improvement, 822. Rick Brown, both drivers. Not finding improvement out there, but staying dead consistent. Going down the racetrack. Bo Butner. Todd France. There are Chevrolets, a pair of GM cars. Started their life on a GM assembly line. Made a trip down to East Texas Race Cars, or B&B Race Cars. One of the race car conversion shops. I think the little economy motor out of the front, put some big tubs in the back. Bo and Todd, a pair of small blocks, now residing in the engine compartment, formerly inhabited by that little 4-cylinder. France, number 16 qualifier, Bo. Alan Reinhardt was helping to fill in earlier. Been a while since that Cobalt's been on the racetrack. They were scrambling around the shop earlier in the week, trying to make sure they had all the parts and pieces to put it back together. Yeah, they did. 868 in the opening session. Need to pick up a little bit more. To get down in that 840 range. Cole put a smile on his face and said, yep, we're ready for tomorrow. Down to Cobalt there on the Budweiser side. Step that puppy up. Todd France, meanwhile, already 60 under the index. 864 lap. There's the 840 we're looking for. Bo goes 844 to 160. 862 by Todd. Bo's up to number 12 at 65 under. Todd's number 13 at 63 under the index. Nice lap by Bo. Take it back to the pit. Get her tucked away for the evening. No, he's got a good hot rod for tomorrow's eliminations. Fred Allen, Troy Galbraith. Pull up now. One of our B Dragster automatic entries, the Spitzer chassis car. Troy coming down from Indy. Over on the right side, sitting in the middle of the pack right now. 683, 62 under the index on the opening session. Fred Allen. Driving Mike and C.J. Farrells. A. Econo altered here on the left-hand side. Fred missing out on Norwalk last week. Fighting a little bit of that flu bug. Wasn't going to miss out on the JEGS Sports Nationals. Nope. Fred's in the show number 19. Troy's 17 on the qualifying sheet. .802 by Fred off the throttle. 681 by Troy. Keeping a foot planted, picks up a couple of hun. He moves Todd France back to number 14. Troy moves into the number 13 spot. Fred Allen stays number 19. Call goes out, fire the next pair. Lee Sharps, Pontiac, coming up on the left-hand side. The D Supermod automatic. Again, Hemi chewed out contestants. Need you back to the lanes. I do believe we're down to our semifinals. And super stock class eliminations, round number 3. Boys and girls need you back to the lanes as well. Super stock class eliminations. One come all. Lee Sharp's hot rod. Lee doing the burnout, stopping with the back tires on the starting line rather than the front. Kind of like, you think we need to back them up a little bit. Sharp looking to see if he can improve on an 8:43 lap. Goes 8:45. Another 50 under the index run, half a second under for the runner out of Tennessee. Knows that the rest of the field send it 70 and 60 under, though. He's going to have to step it up. 27 comp eliminator cars, 19 of them. Roughly 2/3 of the field. That's 60 under zone. There's another one of Robert Bailey. Steve Schmidt Racing, Cohen Transmission. Hagen Chassis, A Econo Dragster, single 4-barrel up on top of 482 cubic inch. Steve Schmidt Big Block. Judy checking everything out, making sure all's good. Ooh, Robert picks the front end up. Car makes a little move to the right. Sets the front end back down. Whops the throttle a couple of times. That's for the other end of the racetrack. You can see the tire chatter marks up here from the tire, especially the right side, right tire. Woo. Judy out checking the tire tracks. Robert put down. Go back, put their heads together, figure out what they need to do to make the changes for tomorrow, round number 1. And I do believe, boys and girls, qualifying has now come to a conclusion for the 2016 edition of the JEGS Sports Nationals here at Beach Bend Raceway Park. Scott was asking earlier on the NHRA All Access.com email about the history of Beach Bend. The original store for the Camping World franchise originated here at Beach Bend when this used to be one of the world's largest campgrounds. For real. Juh-huh. Phil Smida and James Hinkle. We're down to 4 cars. Super Street. You win, you got $500 for your day's enjoyment, day's labor. You lose, well, let's just say you've had a good time racing. Smida on the left side, Budweiser lane. Hinkle on the right side, little Chevy too. 1090's up on the board. Final 4. Our K&N Filters, Lucas Oil. Super Street Shootout. Coming at you. Who's going to the final round? James? Phil? Phil or James? Phil's in. Waiting on James. Waiting on, there he is. Red line start, Hinkle. Comes up, well, $500 short. Philip Smida, final round, runs dead on 8. 10-9-08, 14 on the tree. Nice little 22 package. Rudy Matthews and Mark Smith. One of them's going to come back to run. Phil Smida. Going to be Rudy, going to be Mark. Mark's got to be the hometown favorite since he's an attorney here in Bowling Green. Rudy has to be maybe the odds-on favorite with numerous of laps in super street competition and numerous of final rounds. If the hometown boy can hold off the runner from the Buckeye State. Mark out in front, Mark out in front, Mark out in front, gets the win, 1093, 133, so the hometown runner, Mark Smith, drives it on into the finals. He and Phil will come back in a bit, duke it out for $1,000 cash money. Winner's purse. We're good friends at K&N. And Lucas Oil. Edmond taking on Rob Stiegel now. Semifinals, Super Gas shootout. Stiegel's 427, 67 Chevy 2. Taking on Edmond. Edmond in a borrowed ride this weekend. The Corvette Roadster here on the right side. Stiegel out of the gate. Here comes Edmond. Rob right now looking out the side window, the back window. Gets the win, dead on 6. 9,906, 21 package for Stiegel. Puts him into the run for the money. Well, he'll take on either Tim Gillespie's Roadster or Steve Hoyt's Corvette. The Chevy 2 wagon. Final round bound. Good looking 33 Ford. 500-inch Pontiac for Gillespie there on the Budweiser lane. Steve Hoyt, our runner out of Fort Wayne. Making a toe down. He has Jan's 63 Corvette here in the JEGS side. Going to be Steve. 991, 22 package for Steve Hoyt in the final. Gillespie goes 991.9. Comes up 21 thousandths of a second short. Down at the other end. So Stiegel has a 21 package to put him in the final. Steve Hoyt has a 22 package to put him into the finals, and our semifinals in Super Comp. Coming around the corner, Sherman Adcock taking on Marshall Glass. The 23T trying to disrupt the bevy of dragsters here in the Super Comp category. But that peak antifreeze and cooling machine over there in the Budweiser lane. Young Mr. Sherman Adcock at the wheel. Not exactly the driver you would classify as a pushover. Going to be tough. There goes the T. Here comes Sherman. Adcock starting to close in now, top in. Not going to do it. Dead on 8 by Marshall. Gets the win by 1/10,000th of a second. Take it out, Sherman. Great run down the racetrack. Sherman had the better light. Marshall puts it on the money. Sonny drives it into the final round by 1/10,000th of a second. Michael Shelton up alongside Ryan Richardson. Pop's going out. The semifinals of Super Gas. Ryan trying to keep the family alive here in Super Comp. Shelton on the other side of the racetrack. That McIlvain dragster machine. Going to give him a tussle. Pick him off the line. The Richardson clan staying alive. 891, 165 for Ryan. 889.7. Shelton takes 17 stripe. Breaks out by 3. So it's Richardson and Glass. The finals of Super Comp. Alan been talking about the stock class eliminations all day. I'll let him slide back in. Continue on as we dig through this pile of paperwork up here and try to find each other's notes.
I believe we're down to the semifinals and everything now, except for some of them where we're not down in the semifinals. We're down to the finals. Jimmy Hidalgo coming up. Right behind him will be Jimmy Hidalgo coming up. We do have a couple of drivers that are still in both stock and super stock, so whereas in the past we've been trying to stay class loyal, getting through everybody, here we're going to kind of mix and match and get our double dippers down the racetrack first so they can turn around and come back. That thing leaves cool, doesn't it? The kid hits the tree at 41, hits the trap at 1071. That 1170 that was up on the board was the index, not the dial, so he just had a free time run and took advantage of it. That was Junior. Here's Dad. I wonder who runs the car lot when they're here. I mean, like, you know, the Emmons gang always leaves somebody at home. Kid had a better bulb by a Hun. Let's see if Jimmy wants to drive it all the way out. Why wouldn't you take a free time run? 1093 at 119 MPHs. That'll bring up Adam Davis in the Formula Firebird and Mike Cotton in the Duster. Adam Davis's license plate says into wiring. Anybody know what that's all about? Okay, thanks for clearing that up. That's what it says. Adam Davis's next license plate should say not into red light, and I hate those things. Goes red to thou, and Mike Cotton continues to charge. 1096, 106. 1195.78 for Adam, who I'm sure was muttering words under his breath that I probably shouldn't mutter over the microphone. And now it's Chuck Weber's turn. Looks like he's going to come back and duke it out with Mike. See what the body man wants to do on his free ride. Getting down to it. Kind of missed class eliminations. We've had a couple of races this year on the Yellow Series been slated for class elims. With weather and circumstances and other things has kind of kept it from happening. It's fun letting everybody crank them up and come out here and duke it out. 1079, 121, Chuck. He's going to be hard to guard in that final round, but hey, anything can happen. Now it's the I-Automatic red card. Shane Burkett and Jim Marshall. 90 Camaro left, 77 Nova right. In qualifying, they were 0.003 of a second apart. That's pretty close. Pretty close. Bump, bump, bump. 300ths advantage for Marshall. As I said, they were 0.003 apart in qualifying. That 300ths might be too much to overcome. 11:14, 107. Looked like they both took their foot off the gas about the 1,000-foot mark. You can see the speed down. 11:25 at 98 miles an hour. That brings us to B stock automatic. Slate Cummings and Scott Burton. Now, these are a couple of guys that don't necessarily match up with each other on a regular basis. Cummings out of Louisiana and usually hangs around that part of the world. Scott Burton does a little bit more traveling, but Division 5 is home for him. Normally a little bit more of a West Coaster. These are both really fast V cars. And Burton goes 2 thou red. Adam Davis had exactly the same number in his Flying Firebird. 10:08, 130 for Slate Cummings. 10:16 for Scott Burton at 129, but that race was over 0.02 of a second before it was scheduled to start. Now it's Jay Allen and Russ Johnson. Jay Allen Sherman over there in the Corvette. Out of Louisiana, and Russ Johnson out of Georgia. Over here on the right side. We're ready. We saw the Mustang lurch the beam a little bit, and then he lights the cherry. Looked like when Russ Johnson tried to bring it up on the two-step, car lurched forward just a smidge, and looked like Jay Allen just playing down there at the Womp Womp. 10:33. 1:23.05. Russ Johnson, 11:44 at 92 miles an hour. Hey, Super Stock, if you're still in class, you should be in the staging lanes. Super Stock, if you're in class, you need to be in the lanes. So Sherman's going to come back and run Jake Pitt, who he has raced on numerous occasions, a couple of the Division 4 players, in a 440 CUDA. Super Stock, Class LMs, if you're still racing, come on, let's race. You're cutting into my cocktail hour. $10.58. 123.5 for Jacob Pitt. Now it's K automatic. Rochelle T-Bear in the Malibu and Bob Michael in the Grand Prix. She was quicker than him in qualifying, but that was then. This is now. When's the last time you saw a 62 Pontiac Grand Prix? Other than this one. It's just a cool car. She got the jump on the starting line, and she carries the advantage all the way to the finish line. 1161, 112. Bob goes 1179 at 110. Now it's Britt Cummings, who carries on that Mosier parade of Corvettes, and Andrew Hill, as we are in D stock automatic. A couple of pretty different schools of thought down there. Quadrajet and a mouse motor. Fuel injected. Brett was better on the tree. Drew was better in qualifying. Great drag race. Britt Cummings, 1042, 127 to a 1041 on a little baby hole shot. Britt Cummings grabbed himself 4 on the reaction timer. Andrew Hill was out in front at the 8th mile, but couldn't hold off the Corvette. Looks like that'll be a Copper Man heading back to Louisiana. And Jay Allen, who puts together the power plants for Team Mosier down there, looks like he's going to have 3 of those class trophies to put back in his engine shop. Doing a quick little mop-up out there. That may just be like water, as in melted ice, as in we gave it everything we had. And we have H stock automatic coming up next. Matt Antrobius, and Mike McGinley. And get her dried up out there and get after it. Super stock, if you're not here, you need to be. And then we're down to finals. Well, a trophy giveaway and cash to give away. And then tomorrow we start at 8 a.m. Chapel service tomorrow is going to be over in the grandstand on the east side of the oval. 9 o'clock tomorrow. And everyone, of course, is welcome. It's non-denominational. If you're going to miss your normal Sunday worship services, I'd love to have you come by and join the RFC team. 9 o'clock tomorrow. Enough mopping. It's time to race. Semi-final here in H Automatic. These two will battle it out to come back and run the 69 model Chevrolet. It's waiting in a water box. McGinney got a little at this end. Don't believe it's going to be enough at that end. It's not. 11-12, 108. 11-24 at 116. So Matt Antrobius will come back. And he'll race Tom Marlowe. So Matt just went 11-12. Tom qualified in 11-26. See if he cranks it up out here. Or see if he tries to play the sneaky card. Lull somebody into a false sense of security like the Royals did today. Then score 7 in the 9th and go neener, neener, neener. Right on down the boulevard, shutting off about 800 feet. Factory Showdown cars. And interestingly enough, at least I think it's interesting, and the guy with the microphone gets to make the rules. The rocket ship showdown cars are nowhere to be seen. It's Charlie Downing's Factory Showdown K and Randy Eakin's Factory Showdown F. Mustang working his way through the gearbox. Drag pack trying to pull up alongside. There's your winner. Driving a Dodge, 10-12. 123.2 speed. 1097 for Charlie. At 129. So that trophy's going to go home with a bright red drag pack. Now it's a stock automatic. This ought to be fun. Randy Wilkes and Larry Hill. The Panther Pink. I still think it's fuchsia. Come up with another name for fuchsia. Instead of Panther Pink, it'll be the forest fuchsia doesn't work. Let me work on that. 446 pack Barracuda fuel injected Firebird, heads up, flat out, with a trophy awaiting. Fantastic fuchsia. Wilkes grabbed a couple at this end, and he is not going to hold on. 10 flat for Larry Hill. Hey, he's out of Kentucky. Got to defend his home turf against the guy from Ohio. Now it's Carlton Swayze. Isn't he the guy that lost a Timex watch like 50 years ago? And Lindsey Cramsey in G stock automatic. Lindsey, of course, he's driving Michael Brand's car, but that's okay. Mike's good with it. Or he will be when he wakes up from the poison mushrooms, especially if she wins. She got 3. He was better in qualifying. He's pulling some of that flying Firebird magic down there. 1096. How about Lenz? 116 the speed, 1104, 118 for Carlton. She got off the starting line first. He made a stronger initial move to the short clocks, but he just picked him up and ran away. Now it's a automatic, Julie Bierman and T.C. Morris. And this is a semi-final. Remember, we ran those 2 singles early. That might not have been the trophy dash in the Firebird. I get so much paperwork up here, I can't keep track. I'm going to blame Unc. Actually, wait, Ron hasn't done anything today, has he? We'll blame Ron. Come on, Ron. He's going to hang out all day and need to do something. So Julie Bierman, 68 Firebird, T.C. Morris in the GTO. Start for TC. The number wasn't bad, but the color was. 011, but red. Julie goes 1079 at 122.22. Morris goes 1351. And I'm sure is talking to himself in the car down there. So let's see. I think Julie's in a borrowed car. Lindsay's in a borrowed car. This is like loan your lady a car and bring home a trophy day in class eliminations. Loan your lady a car. Hey, listen up in the pits. Attention in the pits. If you're in the finals, gas up and go. Super Gas, Super Street, Super Comp, Top Dragster, Top Sportsman, Comp Eliminator, and any stock eliminator cars that are still in, gas and go. It's time to head back this way. We're going to do a real quick little shuffle out there, and then we got Hemi cars. All right, show of hands. How many guys got out of bed this morning, and gals? How many of you got out of bed this morning and thought, they got no prayer of racing all day today? Oh, you have little faith. Oh, ye of little faith. Let me tell you something. There's one thing I've learned all these years on the road. Why do you even watch the weather forecast? I have people come up to hotels all the time and go, what's the weather going to do tomorrow? I don't know why. They go, have you seen the forecast? I go, no. And then, oh, well, you know, there's 40% chance of rain. Okay, well, here's the way I look at it. The day you tell me if there's a 50% chance of rain I can sleep in, I will study that forecast right up until the last beer bottle goes in the trash. Until then, doesn't make any difference. If the forecast is terrible, I still got to get up and go to work. So if I look at it and realize the forecast is terrible, then I'm just going to be depressed all evening. So why even look? The other thing I like about forecasts, I like when somebody will watch a forecast and I go, oh, man, that sucks. So they'll change the channel and go, oh, that one's a little better. I like that. Then they'll change the channel. Oh, that's the best one of the 3. I'm going with that one. When the reality is it makes no difference whatsoever what the forecast is. Get up, come to the race, and be ready to race. And cross your fingers. Today it worked out. It doesn't always. It did today. That's here we go, leaning stuff on the button again. Let's see, where was I here? I was going to play something and I forgot.
Yeah, right on, nutcake.
No, that wasn't it. Here it is.
Brilliant, isn't it?
Brilliant doesn't begin to describe it.
Brilliant, isn't it?
Brilliant doesn't begin to describe it.
Woohoo!
It's Hemi time. And whenever I think of an elephant, I always think of Bob. No, that didn't come out right. Whenever I think of Hemi cars, I always think of Bob. Bob's the one's been calling on the Hemi action all day. Let's turn it back over to Bob.
Well, I love having friends in the announcing business. I'm sure they're out there somewhere. Steve Kent pulling in. Stephen Hebert pulling in. Couple of boys right down the road from each other. Down to the sportsman's paradise of Louisiana. Stephen went 8:49 earlier. Kent's been locked in the 8:50s. A couple of runs that were suspect as far as straight and true down the racetrack. Winner gets to come back, take on the dart. It'll be a CUDA dart final, just a matter of determining which CUDA. Going to the final, get out of the gate. Grabbing a full 10th of a second off the starting line and motors away 8:51. 157 miles an hour. Steve Kent was 8 off the tree. Hebert goes through 8:59, 143. But was second off the line by a tenth. So Steve Kent comes back to take on another Louisianian, another racer out of the sportsman's paradise. Doug Fazzolari, the Earthquake. Hemi Dart out of Homa. And we are down to 2. Doug going to make a run down the racetrack, see what he's got for that 8:51 lap of Kent. Shuts it off early. Coasts across 9:19 at 112. And he'll be back to run Steve in the finals. Timmy Hebert, Hemi Uda. Coming up in a bit. Tony DePillo, Dan Jacobs. Stick shift shootout. Finals on the line. The Hemi, 64 Savoy. Dan wheeling and dealing that little mouse-motored Chevrolet. Now, elephants are supposed to be scared of mouses. That's what all the cartoons used to tell you. Sitting home watching. Tony DePillo's got to wind up that Hemi and go chase it after a mouse. Over but trying. Red light start by Tony. Elephant motored car just could not wait. And Jacobs take home the stick combo title here today. Superstock K automatic coming up. Charlie Kimball and Dave Dupps going to duke it out for the Class Wally. Dave, the quicker of the car, pretty much all day long. quicker the cars. With the Cora Camaro over here on the right-hand side. But Charlie Kimball been doing an excellent job of driving the starting line. See if he can hang out one more. Good reaction time. Put Dups on the trailer. K Automatic. Giving it a shot. Mopar car there on the left-hand side. Holding a pretty good lead as they go by the tree. Dave, though, closes it up at the other end, 10:38. 112 miles an hour. And Dave Dups takes home Super Stock K. Automatic Wally, 1062 by Kimball. We go into GTC. Automatic now. Jim McBean, Todd France getting ready to do battle. McBean's Ford. Francis Chevrolet going for the trophy. 428 Ford, little mouse motored Chevrolet. Wheels up, wheels down. Todd giving up a little bit on the starting line. Making it up down at the other end, and Todd France takes home the GTC Automatic Trophy, 930. Takes out a 939. McBean gave it a ride. Just couldn't get her closed up down at the other end of the racetrack. GTI Automatic now up on the line. Leonard Mattingly, Berlin Taylor. Pretty good field of cars to start off with. These two have worked their way through. Mattingly right side in the Oldsmobile. Berlin in the Camaro. Either driver wants to see a bulb on the starting line that matches the color of the car. In. Green. Oops. Mattingly had the quicker car in qualifying. Drives it through at the other end, 10:58, 123. Gave up a 10th on the starting line. Still able to chase down Berlin Taylor's Camaro. It's their GT truck. Takes on Alan Wade to come back and run Ricky Decker. The final of our automatic combo. Should have coming up here in a moment. Greg Meyer and David Ramping sitting waiting patiently for the H automatic GT class runoff. Alan Wade's 427. Super D automatic Camaro right side. In the chase. Matt Hoover's truck. A couple of bye runs in the early round. Got some competition alongside of him now. Wade's Camaro motors on through 924 to 142. Takes the win by 20 thou down at the other end. Matt coulda and shoulda had the win there. Had a much better reaction time than the one that started with a 1. So it'll be all Camaros. It's Wade's early model comes back to take on Ricky Decker's machine. Finals in Super Street, Super Gas, Super Comp. Need you to lanes, please. 999 by Decker. 100 miles an hour. Crossing the finish line down there as the sun sets slowly in the west. GTH automatic. Greg Meyer and David Rampy. Rampy's Ray Skillman Chevrolet entry there on the left side. Meyer out of Illinois. Driving the Firebird in the right-hand lane. 5 years difference between when these two cars rolled off the GM assembly line. 400 cubic inch Pontiac. 27 Chevrolet. Rampy grabbing some sky. Grabbing just a skosh starting line advantage. I think it's, yes, it was. 10:06 beats a 10:08. Rampy takes home the GTH automatic Wally. Jimmy Hidalgo taking on Gene McBean. Saw Cooter go down earlier in the stocker. Now back in super stock. Trying to take home 2 of those copper wallets. Super G automatic coming at us now. Final round between the 2. Mustang, Firebird. Cooter gets the win, 965 at 136. McBean goes 981 at 120 miles an hour. Tardy off the line, though. Cost him at the other end. GTD automatic coming up next. Matt Alvey and Tom Beasley. Started out with 6 cars in the class, whittled it down to these 2. For the final pair. Beasley on the left side, Alvey in the right lane. The Cobalt taking on the Sunfire. Beasley trying to grab a little bit on the starting line. Doesn't get it at the finish line. Alvey gets the win, 949, 122, 964 by Beasley. Comes up a little bit short down at the other end. And Matt Alvey, your GTD automatic Wally winner. Scott Burton. So I'm go out just a little bit earlier in this stocker. Now back in super stock. GTG automatic taking on Michael Bryant for the class Wally. Dan Kyle, Tyler Bohan, and both qualifying a little bit quicker than both of these cars. But for Scott and Bryant, the opportunity to run in there in the finals for that class Wally. Michael Bryant sitting and waiting a moment for the sun to peek back behind the clouds as he does his burnout now in the JEGS lane. Final pair, class Wally on the line, GTG automatic. Pair of Pontiacs. Going for that G automatic Wally. Top end, give it to Michael. 988, 132. 994 by Scott. Michael holding 300 as they went by the Christmas tree. Parlays it into a win down at the other end as Ron Terrell and Mike Cotton pull in now. Final round of J automatic. Farrell's Camaro. Mike looking for a class win. May have been just a little lackadaisical off the line. Got to push it at the other end. And on a hole shot, Ron Terrell gets the win, 990. Cotton goes 985 and by 6 thousandths of a second. Terrell's Tin Soldier. Chevrolet Camaro takes the J automatic Wally. Mark Nowicki and Jacob Pitt getting ready to do battle. Jacobs, Dodge Stratus. Nowicki, Avenger. Super Street, Super Gas Shootout. Final round contestants, you guys should be in the lanes. Don't see Super Comp. Needs Super Comp, 954. Mark gets the win. Jacob slows up to a 980. Only 110 miles an hour down at the other end of the racetrack. Again, Super Comp Shootout. Looking for our final pair of drivers. So we should have Phil Smida and Mark Smith, Super Street. Stiegel and Hoyt and Super Gas. They're there. Ryan Richardson and young Mr. Glass in Super Comp. Again, 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, boys and girls. Start off with Super Street coming at you. Stock Eliminator round number 1 right behind them. Then Super Gas. Super Stock round number 1. Super Comp. Top Dragster, first round of eliminations. Cop Eliminator and Top Sportsman. We will continue to dance our way through eliminations all day till we crown our champs. Low about this time tomorrow night. One full day drag racing activity here at Beach Bend tomorrow. Crowning all of our Super Stock champs, Stock Eliminator champs. Everybody listening in on D3 TV around the country and around the world, brought to you today by American RV. 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Dial us up again. Well, all except for you, Jerry Emmons, because, you know, you're on your anniversary of your honeymoon. And, well, you know, you're in San Antonio with your bride. You wake up at 8 o'clock in the morning and start watching Super Street. She's about to smack you. Just saying. The Hemi Shootout final round. We'll need our contestants for. Our Top Dragster. Fast 4 final round. Our Cop Eliminator. Fast 4 final round. Mr. Cohen and Mr. Bourgeois. Need you all back to the lanes. Top Sportsman. Fast 4 final round. Need you to the lanes. Got just a few final rounds to go, boys and girls. If you're still in, come on back. Need you, want you, gots to have you. Love to send you down the racetrack. See who can whoop whom in the finals. $10.90s up on the board. The K&E and Lucas Oil. Super Street Shootout final round. Ford and Chevrolet. Doesn't get much better. Ohio on the left side. Hometown runner out of Bowling Green. Right here in the right lane, the JEGS side of the racetrack, Mark Smith. In with the Mustang. Phil on the left side, the Cavalier. Phil 009 in that last round. Smith off and running. Here comes Phil. Ford and Chevrolet, and the hometown runner hold off that Buckeye runner. Nope. That'd be the answer. 10.91.8 beats 10.91.7. 13 thou at the stripe for Phil. Taking the stripe, taking the win. Being O, taking O. Well, he wasn't double O, and he didn't take double O, but he got the win. Phil Smida, your K&N Filters, Lucas Oil, Super Street Shootout champion. Rob Stiegel taking on Steve Hoyt. Stiegel's big block Chevy wagon. Tennessee runner and the Chevy Deuce. taking on number 5 in the world last year. Hoyt's Corvette. See who can drive that stripe better. Hoyt a little bit better out of the gate, drives it better. 9.902. Steve Hoyt throws down a 19-thou package. The final. K&N Lucas Oil Super Gas at 9.89.1. 140-mile-an-hour lap. Stiegel's Deuce. Super Comp, Ryan Richardson. Marshall Glass. Marshall wheeling at 23T through a full field of range dragsters. See if he's got one more in him. Kid's going to be tough. They're on the Budweiser side of the racetrack. Coming out of that Edmund Richardson Racing family and the Richardson boys. Glass got the win in the semifinals by 1/10 foul. Closer to hair to Chinny Chin Chin. Here comes Richardson. Putting the T-bucket out in front, now closing in. At the stripe, gets him. Double breakout, 88. Beats an 87. Ryan gets the win, another 13 thousandths of a second margin of victory. So Ryan Richardson taking home the Super Comp K&N Lucas Oil Shootout. Coming at you. So we crowned our shootout champs in these super categories. Super Street, Super Gas, Super Comp. Our Fast Four. RacingRVs.com Fast Four competition. Top dragster getting ready to come at us. Joe and Patty Fisher over at RacingRVs.com putting up the Fast Four shootout money. Alan asked the question earlier. If Joe wins this thing, does he take the money out of the right pocket and put it in the left pocket? No. No 1099. Tim Papp over on the left side says, Joe, you're not going to have to worry about it. Tim wheeling and dealing that Oakley Motorsports car there in the left lane. Joe over here on the right side. Sponsor of the Fast Four, racing in the Fast Four final. Joe's in. Tim's in. Looks like Tim made Joe not have to worry about which pocket to put the money in. 631 beats a 638. Tim Papp and the Oakley Motorsports boys out of Illinois taking home the Fast Four cash for taking the win over Joe Fisher's hot rod. So that wraps up Top Dragster Fast Four competition. Top Sportsman Comp Eliminator and the finals and the Hemi Shootout left to go. Yeah, there are a couple other class finals. If you're still in, need you back to the lanes, please. Need you back to the staging lanes, please. Ryan Richardson, Steve Hoyt, Phil Spida. Those of you that won the Super Shootout, the Super categories. We'll take photos of you in front of the tower, our stock and super stock class winners. Your photos in the oval right behind the tower. Here we go with our finals. Top Sportsman. Paul Pittman up there on the Budweiser side. Eric Burnett's Cavalier over here on the JEGS lane. Pat behind the car, getting Paul backed up. Another way you want to go racing. This 828 cubic inch Chevrolet Camaro. It's up for sale. Chinsky race paint on the car, gorgeous candy apple red. Gold leaf lettering, nice car. Burnett on the right-hand side said, well, hey, all that's fine, well, and good. But the money's on the line right now, and that's all about first one to the stripe. Eric's had the quicker car. Paul's got to step the program up a little bit here in the finals. See if the boy out of Bloomington, Minnesota can do it. Don't you know? Spooling the turbo up. Paul Pittman hammering the tree. Grabbing a 10th at the stripe. Gets the win. Look at that. 6:49. Beats a 6:37 2/1000th of a second. Down at the finish line. Eric Burnett just dead late out of the gate. Paul Pittman. Hey, he's from Minnesota. That's where Paul Bunyan's from. Chopped down the tree. 6:49, 28 on the tree, and hammered it and never looked back. 2/1000ths of a second. Finish line win light for Paul. Oh, baby. He might buy dinner tonight. Well, if he doesn't, Pat might. Stock class, final rounds. Final pairs coming around the corner. Comp Fast 4, final, coming out. Hemi Shootout, final, coming out. So Paul Pittman, as an alternate, gets in and steals the money in the finals of the RacingRVs.com Top Sportsman Shootout. That was fun. Class finals, Hemi Shootout, Comp Fast 4. Alan Reinhardt standing in the back of the room looking a little dejected, said, I want back on. Here you go.
You think I was looking dejected? Yeah. No, man. Looking excited. That's fun racing to watch. You look at Eric Burnett. Look at the numbers down there. Eric was 11 miles an hour faster and came up 2,000 short. So if the race had been 1,322 feet, the light would have come on the other board. Hey, it don't matter if a guy passes you a foot past the finish line. He's got to hang on that long. 2/1000ths of a second, or as Doug Coletta calls it, a blowout. Doug would look at that time slip and go, man, you're not very good at stripe driving. Heck of a fun little run out there. We're down to just finals, and if you are still in, you should be either in the staging lanes or on your way to the staging lanes. Let's get this baby wrapped up, and then we'll start thinking about tomorrow, final elimination day. Here at the JEGS Sports Nationals. Man, is it great to be back here in Bowling Green. And, oh, yeah, thank you to all of you racers that came out here to support us. We're just shy of 600 cars on property. And a big tip of the cap to the Coughlin family and everybody at JEGS and JEGS.com for making the event special, for the barbecue last night, for the party last night, for the amusement park last night. Apparently we're having a choking contest in the back of the tower.
Soon the rebellion will be crushed and young Skywalker will be one of us.
Once again, if you're still in competition, we need you back to the staging lanes.
Patience, my friend.
I've been patient long enough. Of course I'm in Bowling Green. Where else would I be? Okay. Hi, me. Oh, I didn't quite get that right, did I? Hi, Steph. Following along on D3 TV from the Big D, as in Dallas. Ish. See what else we can play with here, because I can.
I'm looking forward to completing your training.
Say, a lot of you guys didn't think we were going to race today, but I did.
I have foreseen it.
Well, looks like we got one of our stock eliminator trophy dashes right here. I see one of the Hemi cars back there. I see the dog. Puppy can't be too far behind. Weber in the Corvette. Cotton in the Duster. Almost ready for what? Oh, now the picture's coming through. Chuck Weber had the quicker car. But as we have seen in these heads-up matchups, having the quicker car is not a guarantee of success. The sun hiding right behind the clouds right now, so that shouldn't be any kind of an influence. Mike, who just came up short in the Superstock final a minute ago, would sure like to get one of those copper wallies. He got 500 anyway. Is that going to be enough? He's hanging on. He's hanging on. He holds on. 1076, 121 the speed to a 1077. Now, Mike Cotton qualified at 1090 and then unleashed the beast there in the final round. End up winning it by 5 hunt. He had a hunt on the racetrack and the rest of it on the starting line. So Mike dropped one and grabbed one. It only seems right. Mike now makes his home in Arizona. Wouldn't you think a guy from Arizona should have a copper, Wally? Competition Eliminator. Final round. Thanks to the folks at C-Tech for putting up the cash. That's Craig Bourgeois, who just happens to be the reigning champion of the entire world. The Alligator Man. And here's Jason Cohn in the F Econo Dragster. F like in Philadelphia. Indexically speaking, these guys both basically slit their wrists in the last round. The good news is that means it's even. They were the 1 and 2 qualifiers, a hunt apart. They both dumped 19 in the last round. So they're still a hunt apart. The little 4-cylinder, I think I can. And the world champion with that injected small block front engine car. Index at this point doesn't matter. If you just sent me 18 text messages, stop before I block you. I'm working. Here we go. That's green, and that's blowed up. Jason Cohn's going to get it done. You saw the smoke come out of Bourgeois' car. He hit the gas, and something let go on the right side of the motor. It looked like it knocked some liquid on that right tire. Car made a move towards the center line, and Craig had no choice but to lift. He does still have the race car, but he did give up the round win. Jason goes 8:05, 161, and he'll take home the Fast 4 C-Tech Cabinet Shootout. You look at the Thrilla down there, and the other guy's going, man, I don't see nothing. Truly hope that whatever it was that caused that smoke out of the right side of Craig's motor is not terminal, because obviously he wants to come back and race tomorrow. Hey, a little spare shootout cash is great. However, a Sports Nationals win could go a long ways towards a potential title defense. Taking a close look at this end, I believe they're waiting for the car to get around the other end. They want to check it out and make sure there wasn't anything going on down there. So here's our G stock automatic final. The Country Dog, Jimmy Hidalgo, and Lindsey Cramsey driving the Brand Mobile. Actually, what I should tell it like it is. Lindsey Cramsey driving Michael Brandt's former car, because if she wins, there's no way he's going to drive it again. Brand, even though he moved to Alabama a couple of years back, still has a Colorado tag on his blue machine. It looks like we're going to make a quick drag of the tractor out there just to make sure everything is A-OK. Well, it's definitely good news. If all they're doing is going out there and making a quick lap with the tractor, then obviously it wasn't putting out a copious amount of fluid. As I said, I'd hate to see that race car broken. 1, because it's a cool car. 2, because he's the world champ. And 3, because it'd be a whole lot of fun to watch him race tomorrow. 8 a.m. Super Street leads us off. As we'll roll on through an eliminations day. Today was a long one, but it's been fun so far. This is what I thought when I saw that smoke out of the champion's car.
There is a great disturbance in the Force. Soon the rebellion will be crushed and young Skywalker will be one of us.
Just a couple of finals left. It'll be time to grab a bite, get a nap, and start thinking about tomorrow. Now, Jimmy Hidalgo was the quicker qualified car, but how many times have we seen the person with the not quicker qualified car? And besides, I don't believe Lenz was exactly running it all out in qualifying. She is now. Hey, you don't go through 4 rounds of eliminations just to come up and give away class. An absolutely perfect evening for Heads Up Racing. He's in the left side. She's in the right side. There's one copper trophy. Red light start for Hidalgo. How about Lenz? .1091, 119 Lindsay, 1097, 102 for Jimmy. Both of them off the gas. He's 025 red. That's Michael Brand. You can see him down here on the start line telling somebody, hey, remember when I used to drive that car? Way back when? Another lifetime ago? Nah, he was never that good. To be fair, he might have done close to that good a job driving it. He didn't look nearly as good doing it. Now it's Matt Antrobius and Tom Marlowe. A couple of 350 Camaros, and that's about all they have in common. I don't even care who's a quicker qualifier anymore because it doesn't matter. These guys are getting after it now. Marlowe's one of those Texas cars. There's like a Texas connection going on down. I don't know how Brand ended up in the Texas side of the track, but he's down there with Austin. Big move for Thomas Marlowe. He does his James Bond imitation, goes 007 on the reaction timer. However, Antrobius drove by him in a hurry. 1180 for Marlowe, 91 miles an hour. 1111 for Antrobius at 104. So Matt gets that one done. And something definitely not right with Tom's car out there. I think they're out there. I honestly believe they're just out there going to be like mopping up water and stuff because I think it's like an ice bag incident. It'll be fine. Send the next pair. Yeah, Marlowe's car definitely didn't have a very friendly landing out there, but well, apparently we're going to do another tractor touch-up out there. You know what I think about that?
Aw, crap.
Hey, we get to watch the tractor.
Boring.
Ay, no es bueno. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Oh no.
All right. We have 4 pairs of cars left in the second day. Hopefully there's a red and white can out there with my name on it. Hey, Brock Garrett, good question. I'm going to get my best man on it. J. Allen Sherman and J. Pitt. 440 Barracuda. LS Corvette. We're in. We're green. Jake grabbed a 10th. Jay Allen's got his work cut out for him, but Jay Allen's an engine builder, and he takes pride in driving by guys. 10:31, 122. That's going to be a winner. Jake Pitt goes 10:57 at 123.6. Not quite enough. Here comes the pup, Jimmy Hidalgo Jr. and Julie Bierman. Now, Julie's driving Tim Gillespie's car, and right now Tim is in like the Michael Brand position. If Julie wins, might be a while before he gets the car back. And Hidalgo, he has been flying that GTO out there off the starting line. Trying to do what his dad didn't do, and that's close the deal. We're ready. We're green. Reaction advantage goes to the GTO. And unfortunately for Julie, she does not have enough to run him down, but the country puppy does what the dog couldn't do, and that's close the deal and get the copper trophy. 10:67 and 108 for little Jimmy, or Cooter. 10:82, losing effort at 121. And here come the Hemi cars. Steve Kent, who A, has got a really fast car, and B, has been driving it really well. And Doug Fazzolari, a couple of Louisiana Cajuns getting after it here. Doug in the Dart, Steve in the Cuda. One clutch, one converter, I think. If I'm wrong, I'm blaming Bob. Hashtag blame Bob. How about 2 Hemi cars driving off into the sunset as we get ready to close the day out here at Beach Bend. Oh, big time move for Doug. Whoa, hang on, you're going to need that car. Doug's car gets like 5 kinds of squirrely, and Steve Kent is able to drive by him. 8:55, 145. Doug grabbed a 10th and a half. And then the car moved towards the center line stripe. By the time he got it back under control, Kent was in high gear and trucking. He's in the trucking business. Get it? High gear and trucking? Okay. These are the two cars we've been waiting for. I believe that's westbound and down since the sun appears to be setting there. Ricky Decker and Alan Wade, the final of the combo race. Ricky Decker, the former world champ, and Alan Wade in one of the coolest cars on the property, that RPM 1969 427 Camaro. Exactly one bulb head start goes to Ricky Decker, and then Alan Wade will have to catch him. It's been a tremendous day. Let's have a great final run of the day here on day number 2 of the JEGS Sports Nationals. That's a nice start. The two Camaros, finish line stripe, last win light of the day is going to come on for Ricky Decker. 865, make that 965. 865 would be a record. 924, 142 for Alan Wade. Alan was better on the tree a couple of ticks. Ricky was better on the track. And Ricky Decker gets the last of the Copper Wallies to be given away today. Going to take pictures of our shootout winners in front of the tower. Going to take class winner pictures behind the tower. Going to find an icy cold one and tip a cap to all of the racers and everybody out there today. We sent a lot of race cars down this track today. And you guys kept us like rocking along and kept coming to the lanes when we needed you and got it done. This is closed circuit for Brock Garrett. I put one of my best guys on it. Kevin McKenna's here. He says 521, 274, which was Randy Meyer's alcohol dragster last year. And we're certainly not saying that's official, but that's the short term. Not 100% sure when's the last time a Big Show Nitro car went down the track here, but it's been a heck of a day. And tomorrow we do it all again, starting at 8 a.m. Hey, a big thanks to all the racers. And anybody who came out just to hang out and watch, hope you enjoyed it as much as we did. It was a fun day. Shootouts, class eliminations, final qualifying. And tomorrow we're racing for real. By the way, tomorrow there's going to be cash money bounties on the head of Bo Butner, because he's a pro stock racer. Sean Langdon, because he's a top fuel racer. Troy Coughlin Jr., because, well, he's still a pro modified guy in my mind. And Aaron Stanfield, because he's a pro stock racer. Well, kind of. Well, Steve Kent hasn't raced pro stock in a long time. Yeah, but more recently than Steve Kent. McKenna's getting pretty fast and loose with my cash back here. And if one of those racers wins the overall event, well, you collect your own bounty. That's just the way the bounty thing works. But Bo, Sean, TJ, and Aaron Stanfield all have a price on their head. And it's going to be something less than $10 million. It's going to be a lot less than $10 million. But it will be cash, and you won't get $10.99 for it. So, hey, that's it. Chapel service 9 a.m. Super Street 8 a.m. On behalf of Bob Unkerfer, on behalf of everybody here at Beach Bend, Warren who stepped in and took a little mic time today, it was fun. Tomorrow's going to be funner. No, tomorrow's going to be funnest. Tomorrow's going to be a blast. If you're joining us on D3 TV, 8 a.m. local time. That's 6 a.m. on the West Coast. That's 3 a.m. in Hawaii. Enjoy your Memorial Weekend Eve. We'll see you tomorrow.